Good morning everyone and welcome back to the beautiful Master Ground here in Malta. We have 4 live games today. The sun is shining on this fantastic Tuesday and all the cricket action starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Welcome back all our viewers around the world. What a fantastic Tuesday. It is hot today for this time in November. We have 4 games that I'm sure will be hot and spicy also. Looking forward to this morning's game. Overseas are taking on Swiki United. Overseas, look, they're struggling a little bit. They're languishing at the bottom of the table. They really need to get a move on if they want to get to the finals or the quarterfinals next week. Swiki United also a very dangerous team. We know a lot about them in the past. You've got to look out for their dangerous batting. Obviously a good fielding unit as well. They'll look to go win-win here and basically book their spot in the finals because they are right up there on the top of the table. It's going to be a fantastic day of cricket. The sun is shining. I can't believe how warm it is this time of year in Europe. But let's go to the coin toss with Meta Daub or Meta Gooch, who is the match referee.
It's Sweetie to call. Head is called. It is tails.
No, we'll have a ball.
Ball. Overseas won the toss and they're having a ball. Over to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Maida and Corey. That was a wonderful introduction. And we're back for day 9 here in Malta. Yesterday was a classic day of European cricket. We saw lots of sixes hit, as well as plenty of humorous moments. We'll recap some of those wonderful games. Of course, we started off with a doubleheader between the Warriors and the Red Stars. The Warriors posted just 92 runs on the board, but they were dominant in the second innings, restricting the Red Stars to just 49 runs. Shujal Joy with figures of 3 for 9. That was a terrific performance. In the second game, we saw a much stronger performance by the Red Stars. They came right back out to bat, having won the toss, and posted a score of 110, largely thanks to some heroics by Tony Thomas, who made 63 of 25. And then we got a dramatic game, which came down to the final over, but the Red Stars held their nerve and took that one to split our opening doubleheader. Our second doubleheader of the day was between Marsa and Gozo Zalmi. This was a little bit more lopsided as Gozo Zalmi would dominate both these affairs. We saw some incredible performances from their star batters like Mehboob Ali, Zishan Khan, Varun Prashath, and they bowled terrifically too. Zishan Kaiser was incredibly impressive in the second match with figures of 3 for 7. We saw some good spin bowling by Gozo Zalmi as well. Not too much to cheer if you're a Marsa supporter, although Salim, I think, had a couple of good performances in yesterday's double header. Let's have a look at the standings for Group A. Of course, we come back to Group A today. We're alternating between the groups each day. Essex Knights, they've been incredible, haven't they? 6 wins in 6 to start off this series. But our attention today turns to Swiki United and Overseas. Overseas have had a really difficult start. They've lost 4 games on the bounce. Haven't looked like winning any of them. Meanwhile, Swiki United, well, things couldn't be better for them. 4 straight wins. They're looking really, really good. Then having a look at the standings for Group B, Gozo Zalmi, they picked up 4 out of 6 wins. They're on a nice little winning streak over here. The Royal Strikers joined them. They also have 8 points. But Zalmi, they just have a better net run rate right now. They've been winning a lot of these games really comfortably thanks to that power hitting they have right at the top of the order. Then we'll have a look at match 33. It's between Overseas and Swiki United. As we mentioned, Overseas are 0-4, so they're going to have to find someone who's going to step up and play that big knock for them. I think their bowling has been a really, really big issue, which is why I'm surprised they won the toss and decided to bowl first. Maybe the captain's like, look, this is our problem. Let's go ahead and address it first thing this morning. Meanwhile, for Swiki United, how can you not talk about Muhammad Ajmal? He has been terrific throughout this series. He's been making runs for fun, bowling terrifically as well, a great left-arm bowler, and his catching has been spectacular. He's dominated the highlight reels with some insane catches. Really looking forward to seeing him as well as a number of other players in that United team, who of course went 18-0 in the group stages and during the ECS we had here in Malta earlier this year. Came up short in the semifinals They lost their first knockout match, and that incredible run came to an abrupt end. They'll be looking to make amends this time around, as they're ready to take the field, as are the umpires. The umpires for this match are Andy Nodi, Darshit Patankar, and the third umpire is Mahela Daub. Done a terrific job so far this series. Our umpires, tough job out there, doing plenty of games every day. But they've spot on nearly all their decisions. Very good morning to everyone joining us in the chat. Good morning to you, Ivan, Rob. Hope you all are doing really well. There he is, the marksman. I think he's been incredible, David Marks, the captain. He's led by example for this overseas team. He's a really good bowler. It's a beautiful line and length, gets a nice bounce and carry as well. And I love this. I'd really love to see him versus Ajmal. Two quality players going against each other. That'll be a very, very interesting battle to watch. I think that's something to keep your eyes on if we see Ajmal on strike later this over. Two fielders outside the ring are stationed at deep cover and deep mid-wicket. Here we go. First ball of this wonderful Tuesday. It just strays onto the pads. He will play it away for a single, so solid start for both teams.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's flicking on and off very consistently. Is it usually I have to adjust the cords or something?
Here it is, though. I mean, this is the battle we were all waiting for. It's David Marks against Ajmal. Around the wicket here, David Marks. Oh, a big swing and a miss. Great zip through to the keeper as well. Just leapt up off the surface. And Senthil Raj. It's a good thing he didn't let that one slip by him. But this, again, this is going to be the crucial matchup in this game. If David Marks gets rid of Ajmal, who's been making half centuries for fun throughout this series, 3 half centuries in his last 4 games, and we could be in for a very exciting matchup. Just wide down the leg side. Again, he's trying to get that leg stump Yorker, but he just misses. Oh, big thud on the pads there. Probably going down the leg side. Certainly looks rather close. Let's have a look at this.
It was flicking on and off, and I just pushed all the cords. It seemed okay now.
Yeah, well, that was a tight one. Maybe again, he's going around the wicket. It's tough for the umpire to give that. Goes a little too leg side-ish, and Ajmal will get a boundary here. Lovely little battle between two terrific cricketers. This is what we wait for. It's matchups like this when you see a top quality bowler going up against one of the finer run getters in this country. Lovely way to start the morning. Oh, again, down the leg side. Marks just needs to make sure he doesn't bowl too many extras. He knows there's plenty of pressure on him to get rid of Ajmal. Regardless of what happens, I'd like to see him bowl the 3rd over as well. I think there's been a few times where he's held himself back a little too late. Marks. I want to see him right back on after this over, regardless of what happens in the next couple of balls. He's going over the wicket now. Oh, just strays down the leg side. Rare mistake from Marks. That's going to be a 6. Ajmal just edging ahead in this little battle right now. Very smartly played by him. Whacks it over fine leg for a 6. One more ball to come in this over. He's going back around again. Oh, that was probably a bit of an inside edge there. Height might have been an issue as well. That was really good watching. Very, very good battle between two terrific players, and also a very good morning to Corey Rutgers, who joined us in the commentary box.
Morning, Nish, and morning, everybody around Europe and around the world. 33 days to go till our women's event, as we all know, and very excited to be a part of that. The ECN obviously helping grow the game massively in Europe, and, well, the women get their go on the big stage, which is super exciting, Nish, and 5 teams to start. Wouldn't surprise me. In 5 years in the future, it's 25 teams.
Oh, certainly. It's incredible because we're seeing this terrific exponential growth here in European cricket. The ECC continues to grow. The ECL continues to grow. So I think when we're doing the ECCW this time next year, it's going to be a lot bigger. It's Hershey coming into bowl this second over, so a little bit of spin. And this one's played straight towards the fielder at mid-wicket.
Yeah, gentle bowling from old Hershey. Isn't Hershey a type of chocolate?
Certainly is. H-E-R-S-H-E-Y. Yeah.
Right, he just wants to make sure he doesn't offer up too many chocolates here. He's got the nickname Babes on his back. Would like to know why he's called Babes.
Oh, this is going to slip past the keeper. Does it have enough to go to the boundary rope?
Wow.
Yes, it does.
I'm quite surprised that went all the way to the boundary. The sprinklers have been on overnight, and obviously the outfield, a little bit of water coverage over it, just a little bit. And I thought it might have been a tad slower this morning, but that looked like good signs for the batters. That ran across the outfield, and that'll be 5 wides, a minimo. And overseas, need to be careful about the extras column.
No, they certainly do. Can't afford to give up bonus runs to a team that are already blessed with plenty of great hitters. Oh, he just tosses one up. It's going to take a few bounces and trickle over the boundary rope. So back-to-back boundaries for United.
Yeah, and you had touched on, I heard you in the, obviously the first few stages of this game saying overseas had issues with the ball. Were you surprised to hear them win the toss and elect to bowl?
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, you know, but maybe they're saying, look, this is our biggest issue. Let's just go out here, address this as soon as we can again. And also some underdog teams like to chase just because they know the target. They can pace their innings accordingly.
With the conditions around it, I am surprised because of the slightly wet outfield and the ball obviously getting a bit of dampness to it as that's pushed for probably just a single. Maybe it's a couple more, but Marks will do the... Oh, no. Well, he's... Talk us through this, Nish. He's gone the old one-handed pickup into the left foot, and it's gone for 4.
Very casual. Not something you usually see from Marks. He just pushes it onto his own foot.
Oh, it's beginning already. Yesterday was a funny old day in the field for everybody.
Standing very straight, Marks.
Oh, no. Well, it's pretty early in this, but the wheel's already looking to fall off a bit here for overseas. That's going to be more wides, I believe.
Yeah, so everything's gone wrong for them so far this over. I think the first one, there's some encouragement. Marks was bowling pretty well to Ajmal. There were a couple of balls where he had Ajmal in a little bit of trouble, but that pressure valve has certainly been released this over.
Yeah, so
already.
I'm surprised because of the slight wetness due to the sprinklers overnight. I actually would have batted first in this, let the ball get wet.
This is going to clear the boundary rope, and you were talking about the ball being a little bit wet. Maybe that's one that just slips out of the spinner's hand.
Well, that's the thing. Once the ball goes running on this outfield like it has, right now I dare say for these bowlers, it's a little bit wet, a little bit soggy, and it's not easy to control. Also, as a batter, sometimes you can feel it skids on quite nicely off the pitch. It's hard to get some movement. So it's an interesting decision at the toss from David Marks, and right now it's working against him because Swicky United, they're up and running.
And one managed to beat the bat here. Usually you'd say off spinner against a left-hander is a pretty decent matchup, but and some of those issues you highlighted with the moisture on the surface might be bothering Hershey. Oh, has he induced an error here? It looks like he has. A rare false shot from Ajmal so far this series. And I think he's a little bit stunned himself that he's managed to get rid of Ajmal.
Well, he's gotten a big wicket. It's a moon ball. Ajmal hits it straight to him. He catches it, and then he spikes it down out of anger. And that ball takes off. And then he says, sorry to the umpire. Sorry, not allowed to do that. I forgot. That's quite funny. A player like Ajmal getting out to that, that's a bit of a shock.
Bit of a shock coming off 3 half-centuries, and Hershey thinks he's Rob Gronkowski in the end zone, spiking the ball. As we have a look at the standings for Group A. Overseas playing in their 5th game, still looking for their first win. Meanwhile, Sweet United are on a great winning streak of 4 straight wins.
Yeah, for overseas, obviously, the writing's on the wall. I think if they were to go loss this morning and be 6-0, that's almost curtains for them in this competition. Swicky United, obviously, 2 wins for them, as I said in the morning's big because they're near the top of the table. 2 good wins this morning. They could potentially go to first.
And this is struck towards cover for dot ball.
Very surprising seeing Ajmal get out like that.
Now we just take another look at that wicket. Look at that spike. Gronkowski-esque. And we're going to see a good thing. I love this that David Marks is coming on to bowl the 3rd over. Great wicket-taking bowler. And if you get some early wickets, it would make the difference. But Qasim is no slouch himself. He's a terrific cricketer. And he whacks one away for a 6. So over pitches this one, David Marks. A very good-looking shot. Over mid-wicket, and that goes for 6. This might be a huge concern for overseas. Their captain is down.
Oh,
it's just the 3rd over of the day.
Did he just a bit of a twinge in the bowling run-up, or? Well, I was talking to you off air about sometimes, obviously, when it's a little bit wet, when you're landing on your front foot, it makes it just a little bit more slippery and can cause a couple of issues. Good to see him back on his feet, though. Looks like he's recovered very quickly.
Yeah, good ball here. Slight variation there by Marks. Qasim can just nudge it towards mid-wicket for a dot ball. Now, good morning to you as well, Liam Day. Great to have you joining us here. Rob, of course, joining us from New Zealand. We got the big matchup tomorrow between India and New Zealand in the World Cup semi-final.
Yeah, very big game as that is top edged and it's going to be safe, I believe. How far will it go? 1 bounce 4 and, well, a little bit of luck also going to Swicky United this morning.
A little bit of luck there. He wasn't in control of that one. And where does this land? It's probably just in front of the boundary rope. That's going to be given a 4. A little bit expensive to start off overseas. They do get the danger man Ajmal, which is certainly going to be a source of encouragement for them, considering no one's been able to get rid of him so far this series. There's still plenty of great hitters in this United side. That is an example of one of their great hitters. Qasim, stand and deliver. What an outstanding shot.
Well, at the toss, when they were told probably you're going to go out there and have a bat, I reckon they would have had smiles because they would have batted first this morning, that's for sure. And that is a belligerent shot. And they've moved on to 50 in 2.5. And I dare say, Nish, that we might be looking at a big score here.
This could be another big score. Unless something can change fast. You got 1 ball here, Marks, to make a difference. He hasn't been able to get a wicket so far today. He goes for the wider delivery. It's going to be a dot ball to end the power play. A power play thoroughly dominated by United. 50 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yep, dominated. you're right. It's all batting so far, and you can see 13 coming off the first, 21 off the second, and 16 off the third. How was your night, Nish? What did you get up to?
Nothing much, just got some rest. Knew we had a lot of games to cover today, so wouldn't say it was particularly eventful.
Yeah, nice and easy then.
Yeah, nice and easy. Spent about 10 minutes in the quote-unquote hot tub upstairs, but
yeah,
that'll be about it. How about yours?
Yeah, pretty relaxed as well. Good dinner, bed early. Watched Inception again, one of my favourite movies.
It's one of my favourite movies as well.
I don't know, are we in a dream right now?
Where's my totem?
Yeah, well, this could be a dream. This could be a dream state. Everyone, as it looks like Vincent Cost will bowl over number 4.
That's a wider delivery, which Singh fails to connect.
Yeah, he gets away with that one. Just potentially sneaking that inside that tram line. Yeah, what a movie. I love that movie.
Oh, I love it too. I just love Christopher Nolan in general. Oh, there's an edge, and it's just going to fly past the keeper. And to add insult to injury, it's going to go away for a 4 as well.
Yeah, edged away, and they've had a little bit of luck. I know they're on 54 and they're batting well, but there has been 3 edges so far that have actually all gone to the boundary. You see the keeper's footwork there. He's jumping the wrong way. You actually just need to stay a little bit offside of the ball and take it on your left hip. But technical error, and it cost a wicket.
A little bit of anticipation might have cost 4 runs. I think that's a good name to make a few puns with, as we just move a fielder across from the offside towards the edge of the ring at mid-wicket. Good response here by Cost. Just digs one in shorter and manages to beat Singh.
Yeah, so that 150, 160 is a good chance here if someone bats deep. Kasim's already 25. Singh just trying to get about his work.
Oh, this is blasted out of the ground. Sweet sound out of the middle of the bat. It hits the fencing around the tennis court. 6 more runs.
Sits up and he pumps it. That's a really nice shot. It's the happy zone as a batter. When you see a ball pitching at that length, you know you can rock back and just let the bat fly. Had a lovely noise. But yeah, big game tomorrow. New Zealand, India, World Cup semi-final. What are you thinking?
I mean, India always have a few issues against New Zealand. Unfortunately, from my point of view in semi-finals, but I think they look a different team, especially at home. India are quite strong, but you know, New Zealand had a few issues in the group stage, didn't they? They went on a bit of a slide, but it seems they've recovered.
New Zealand are a very, very good tournament team. They seem to be able to get themselves thereabouts always. So, interesting game. Big toss. I think team batting first. Runs on the board in a final. Potentially could be a big decision.
This is going to beat the fielders on the offside and go away for a 4.
Very nice shot. Gave himself a little bit of room this time, staying leg side of the ball, and lofts it. Lofts it extravagantly over cover. So 64 already. But yeah, looking forward to that. That should be a good game. Then obviously Australia, South Africa as well. And when's the final?
Should be on Sunday, right?
Is it? Yeah, probably. Good point.
Yeah, this is another one. It just sits up nicely on the length. He's struck it beyond the fence. Make that another 6. Singh now joining in on the party. He was up to 20 runs of just 6 deliveries, but no respite so far for Sweetie United. They've been bludgeoned all over the park. That run rate is at 17.5. Sweetie will be eyeing something around 200 the way they're going right now.
Yeah, 70 already, 17.5 and over. And they are flying.
You were talking about ECCS performances yesterday. This might be right up there with some of them.
Yeah, if they keep going like this, we're going to see a massive score. So potentially 160 plus. It is hard to stick at that rate the whole time. Even one bad over would bring it right back. But at the moment, David Marks, who won the toss and elected to bowl first, must be thinking, why have I done that to ourselves? And why have we put ourselves in a position with a wet ball? Just doesn't make sense.
They've just been giving up so many runs, though, throughout this series. It's going to be something they're going to have to address. That's well, a rather loopy delivery that's going to go towards long on for a single.
He's sort of a bit of a hybrid bowler. Not too sure he's trying to get much actual spin. It's sort of like loopy in swings, the only way I can describe it. Another run to the board though. Singh is really motoring now. He's 20 off 6. Might want to smack this over the leg side.
Yeah, it's going to strike him on the pad. Oh, there's a bit of a scare here for a run out. I think he would have been back safely even if the bowler had managed to collect that.
Yeah, tight. He went a long way, got turned around, direct hit. Very close. Probably, you're right, Nish, just getting back if it was a direct hit.
Oh, this is just going to beat the fielder at cover. But 3 good deliveries here for United. We haven't seen 3 deliveries without a boundary since the first over.
Yeah, just pegging it back a little bit. And that's the thing, it is hard to stay at a very high tempo the whole time.
Shouts a catch it. Really, really well taken. That wasn't an easy catch. He taken a few steps in front of the boundary rope as well, so he'd made it slightly more challenging for himself. But Liam Stewart holds on to it well. And Jurg Hershey takes the 2nd wicket of this morning.
Yeah, and Kasim has to go. Just didn't get the elevation. And you're right, it's a good safe catch in the end because that was flying along. So 2nd wicket goes down and a better over here for overseas who are trying to wrestle themselves back into this game.
2 runs off this over so far. Still got a couple more deliveries to come. First time we've on 4 balls without a boundary so far this innings. I think prior to this over, half the balls had been struck to the boundary. So this is a bit of respite if you're overseas. Oh, gets a lot of turn there. That was a very dangerous lead.
It's actually swing, Nish. It's going in the air. Watch this come.
Oh, yeah, it is
indeed. He is super lucky. That didn't... We almost saw a leave and bowled there.
Yeah, it was a bit of swing, and this one, well, it's going to clear the fielder at the boundary rope, but he wasn't all the way back. Let's see if he would have had a chance if he'd stuck to the boundary rope.
Yeah, definitely would have had a chance. He, unfortunately, saw the ball get hit and just started running in. And these are the little things that hurt you as a team. And another 6 to the total. 5 overs complete now. 78 for 2.
Things like that are where you see a little bit of inexperience in this overseas team. They haven't played in too many ECSs. And I think that's where a team who's been here before know you should just stick to the boundary rope. Let's have a look at the stats gun.
Well, that's pretty amazing, isn't it? I like that. So it's the run rates by ECS events. And isn't it interesting to see at Malta at the start of the year was 9.5. We're actually 2 runs ahead of that by the end of the year. I wonder if that has to coincide with the change of balls. But overall, the average for the year is 110. That's quite interesting.
This is struck away over long on for 6. And generally, we often say 110 is a par score, and it's good to see that reflected in the stats. We'll have another look at them after this replay.
Yeah, I mean, that is all our ECS cricket, and we go to a lot of places. Switzerland at the top, and that was a chaos series I heard with Germany. Craffield I heard was crazy. So when you're averaging 120, 130, that is bonkers. As that is caught. So a couple of wickets here for overseas. They're fighting hard despite the run rate.
Really are, and the important thing is they managed to get rid of both of the big hitters, Qasim and Singh. So this should certainly dampen United's run rate because we're going to see that middle order tested a little bit. They still have Kadir out there, their captain, who's a terrific batter. But Singh departs having made 27 of 10.
So it does give more players a chance to come out here and get some time at the crease. So 3 wickets down, doing their best here overseas to, well, in damage control at the moment, just try and limit what's going on. Wickets do help that.
I would love to see that stat alongside a side-by-side of the ECC run rates and just see how big the difference is between the ECS and the ECC. Imran Amir comes on, a terrific cricketer, plays for the Maltese national team, but hasn't quite had the ECS he would have desired with the bat so far.
Yeah, he's a bit of a character, Amir, and overzealous sometimes, but probably hasn't had the best tournament with the bat, been okay with the ball.
Oh, this one's chipped up in the air, and what a soft dismissal. So we talked about some of his struggles with the bat. He completely plays that one incorrectly, and he presents a very simple catch to the fielder at mid-wicket. Amir is going to be greeted by Derek nice and early this morning.
Yeah, well, that's a very poor shot for someone that's meant to play national cricket. That's weak batting, and well, credit to the overseas. They're just doing what they need to do at the moment, and yeah, another wicket will go down.
I think for someone like Amir, just have to watch out. I mean, might play a big innings in a game where it really matters, but he's taking his time settling into this ECS. That one just got it all wrong there, Amir. But there's plenty of batting depth in this side. Gonna see another big hitter come out for them here. It's going to be Bilal Khan. Really good bowler too, Bilal.
Yeah, Stewart's picked himself up a cheeky little twofer here.
Yeah, there's a wide.
Yeah, that rate's just coming back to something a little bit more respectable. It was at 17.5 not long ago, now at 15, so good from overseas.
Oh, it's just no real foot movement there. He's pushing with his hands. Those are exactly the kind of balls where you can find the edge. And that's another good delivery by Stewart. So back-to-back really good overs here for overseas. Just 15 runs off these last 2 overs and also 3 wickets. So momentum just swinging back in favor of overseas. Yeah, it might be realistic for them to maybe restrict United to 120 runs. And we could have an interesting game on hand in the second innings. We, of course, have a quick look at the scorecard. A great batting performance by the top 3. As you saw, Qasim, Ajmal Singh, all 3 of them in the runs. Let's see if the middle order, though, can close things out for United. It's going to be Jazz Cable coming on.
Sorry, what was that?
Jazz Cable.
Jazz Cable.
One of the finer names.
Well, that's going to go in our top 10 names. Jazz, J-A-Z.
As soon as the team sheets were handed in this morning, I remember Andy House pointed him out to me.
Jazz Cable. What a name.
Andy also told me to watch out for him. He's a good batter as well, so that's certainly going to help overseas. Hasn't played in any of the games so far, so he's making his tournament debut.
That's a good name, though. Very good name.
This one, there's going to be a shot to catch it, but it lands just short of the fielder, Jörg Hershey, who puts in a terrific direct hit, but it won't matter.
Yeah, looks like old Jazz Hands is a little bit of right arm off spin. Looking to flight it up and buy himself a couple of wickets.
Full toss. Just might want to check the height on that one.
Oh, wow, he's missed it as well. They might get back for 2. I think he might get away with that because it's so slow that it's dipping. Direct hit there, might have been run out. But I think he'll just get away with that.
Let's have a look at this. Is this a legal delivery? It's rather close, but...
Because he's so slow, that is probably going down.
Oh, this might be a shout over here. The umpire nods his head and raises the finger. Jazz Cable in his first over of this series picks up a wicket.
Well, old Jazz Hands picks up a wicket with the moon ball. This went up, it went down, it struck him in line. And that is just out. Oh, boy. It is the old sucker moon ball. And look at that, Sell. Well, he just turned into the ump and go, well, what else can I do? That's out.
Yeah, and you got to say the batter doesn't help his case there by sticking his foot out and making it really, really obvious. But another wicket falls. That's 3 consecutive overs now where they've picked up wickets. Bilal Khan departs.
They're just fighting hard here overseas, getting it back to a chance in this game if some of their batters can get in for once and potentially chase these runs later.
Just over pitches this delivery, and he's going to get punished for it by the new batter, Christian. Wallops it straight down the ground.
Nice shot. And that's one thing Swicky United get in this game. Their middle and lower order will get some time at the crease, which hasn't been always the way with Ajmal making a lot of runs at the top with Kasim. So good opportunity to see some more batters and see how they go about it. And they'll be hoping to play a bit of an innings of substance and get into some form.
The big thing today, though, for Sweet United is no Arif Muhammad for them. Usually bats in the middle order. He's a terrific hitter. We've only got to see him for about 10 or 15 balls so far this series, and he's probably whacked about 2/3 of them for 6. And there's a big miss today when they really need him. That's another huge hit. This is going to land just to the right of the commentary tent. So back-to-back sixes for Christian to start off his innings.
Oh, this is the risk you take if you're Jazz Cable, who sounds like a Thursday night show. But if you flight it that much, yes, you might buy yourself a wicket, but you also run the gauntlet that you can get pumped out the ground, and that's 2 in a row. And Krishnan Arden's enjoying himself.
Is this going to be 3 consecutive sixes? Yes, it will. Krishnan has battered Cable to start off his innings, and he's just swung momentum back in favor of United. That over goes for 23 runs. I think everyone's forgotten about that wicket earlier as we have a look at some of the ECL groups.
Yeah, exciting times as we go and have a look at the ECL and the teams there. And excited to see the Danish team, Skanderborg. It's the first time that we won't see Svan home, so we're going to get a new Danish champion come across. Also, Gamblers we'll get to see from Portugal in Group C. Haven't seen much of them. Paris University Club in Group D. Haven't seen them before. Where else? Crosby from Isle of Man. Obviously, they're new in the Group E. So that's one thing nice about the ECL. You get to see some new teams that have obviously had good years by winning their club competition.
Yeah, I remember Gamblers from the night series in Portugal. Should be an exciting team to have at the ECL. Is this one going to clear the fielder? Yes, it will. It's just going to roll in front of the commentary tent. So sixes raining right now for Sweet United.
Yeah, these two at the crease are enjoying these sort of slowish half volleys, and they're putting them away.
Oh, this one's going to get punished as well. It's going to get absolutely battered. It's another huge 6. Kadir.
That has to be close to all. For me, that time, I know it's slow and that it can dip, but that's high. Oh, maybe not, It's really tough. I guess when it's so slow, the bowler gets a little bit more of a margin.
Oh, that's another incredible hit. They are hammering these bowlers all over the park.
Yeah.
It's sixes galore.
Yeah, all of a sudden overseas who were fighting back and now facing a bit of a gauntlet of power hitting in the last, I think, 10 balls or less than that. Let's say last sort of 6-7 balls. I think there's been 5 sixes.
6 sixes of the last 7 balls. Just a 1-dot ball splitting them. Is this going to be another 6? Yes, it will. 4 consecutive sixes this over. 7 sixes of the last 8 balls. This is an incredible battering.
Well, yeah, it is. It's you're right. 7 sixes in the last 8 balls. So that's You look at the last 6 ball total there, but there's one more 6 you could add to it. It's actually 42 runs in 7 balls. Crazy.
And finally, a dot ball. That one was just outside his arc, a little bit wide, so he misses it. But these last couple of overs have brought 47 runs. Incredible. Complete change in this innings. Right when you thought overseas had maybe pegged back United a little bit with 4 wickets in the space of 3 overs. We see Krishnan comes on. He batters 3 sixes up his first 3 balls. And this whole game is turned on its head.
Yeah, good signs for Swicky United, just in general in the competition, that they've got batters all the way down the order that can bat like this. That really just shows all the other teams, you know what, you're going to have to bowl very well to keep us to a low score.
It's going to be Cost coming on to bowl. This first over went for 20 runs. Struck for 4 boundaries in that over. Oh, was there something there? Heard shouts of catch it. Was there bat or pad? It's given it wide, so there was clearly nothing.
Yep. There was shouts of catch it. Keeper didn't catch it anyway, and I don't think it hit anything. Almost went onto the helmet, actually.
This is going to be struck towards mid-wicket. It'll be a single.
Yeah, this score has turned out to be pretty fruitful for the batting unit. Well, it was, I think Malta was saying this year it's 11.5 here so far, and this first innings is going to help it go up. And by the end of this tournament, wouldn't be surprised if the rates are around that 12 mark.
And this one just bat slightly turns in his hand, and it's going to be another single.
How fortunate are we with this weather, though, Nish? Nice warm day today. You can feel it. Beautiful day out here in Malta.
A great day for cricket.
Yeah.
He just tries to make some room to get it away, but he misses out.
25 and sunny today. Tomorrow, 25 and sunny. Thursday, 25 and sunny.
Oh, he just loves to look at the weather forecast and
yeah,
see bright yellow suns.
Yeah, very happy to be here. That is for sure.
A good ball there by Cost. He's done a pretty good job so far this over. He saw the batter advancing and just yorked him with a nice delivery.
Yeah, good over this. He's come in after, well, an array of 6s. We had 7 in 8 balls, and he's bowled an okay over here, Vincent Cost.
Just 4 runs away from a half-century partnership, Kadir and Krishnan. A great ball there as well. Just mixing things up well this over. Cost. He's kept the 2 batters guessing. Just think things got a little bit too predictable for Cable and Stewart during that massive 6 onslaught we saw between overs 7 and 8. Final ball of the 9th.
And he toes it. I don't think he's got enough. Oh, he does. That just shows that with these grizzly balls, you do not need to get it near the middle for it to go to 6.
Yeah, it comes off the bottom end of the bat, but he's got enough power to elevate it over the fielder. Have to feel for Vincent Cost. He deserved a bit better than that, but it's still a fairly decent over. Just 10 runs off it. Sweet United going along really nicely at 142. We'll have a look at the bowling figures. Yeah, not too much to cheer about if you're an overseas supporter. Jurg Hershey managed to get a couple of wickets. I think he'll be pleased by that. But everyone's been taken apart by some very, very impressive hitting. It's going to be interesting to see who bowls this final over. Doubt they go back to Cable. He went for 23 in his first over, so looks like they're going to introduce a new bowler here.
Yeah, I don't think many people would have been lining up to bowl the last one, but it does look like it's going to be Michael Hart. Said, I'll do it, and I'll see what I can do. Good luck to him.
A bit of a nice and gentle left arm seam. Starts off with a single.
Yeah, I think that's not the worst, you know. I think there's an opportunity for him to bowl a little bit more in this team. Left arm seam, always different angles and a different equation for the batters to try and work out.
Shouts at catchy, and he gets the wicket, so a top edge goes to the fielder at third. And Michael Hart with a nice start to his over.
Yeah, he looks like he's more than capable compared to some of the spinners we've seen in this innings. He just keeps it, that seam nice and upright, keeps it pretty simple, a little bit of swing, and buys himself a wicket in this last over. Very nice indeed.
Yeah, the last time he bowled in a T10 game on the European Cricket Network was all the way back in 2021. Bowled 4 overs, gave up 40 runs over those 4 overs. Here comes Bipari at number 8. He's going to play a big role in the second innings when Sweet United are defending their total. Oh, great ball there by Hart. Jams in a Yorker. It's been a nice little recovery here by Overseas these last 9 deliveries.
I think that Hart should bowl a little bit more for them. I think instead of maybe that middle section where they have 4 or 5 very similar spinners, put Hart in there and give him 2 overs. He looks like he can do a job for them.
Certainly can, and that's the advantage of having that double header. So the second match, you might see him bowl his full quota of 2 overs. 2 more balls to come. Another terrific ball. Again, he makes a good adjustment when he sees Bipari coming down the wicket. Just intelligent bowling by Hart, keeping things very simple. This final over so far, we've seen just 1 run given.
Yeah, great bowling. They're not going to make 150, which Overseas have done super well to keep them under that.
And another terrific ball. And Hart, with a sensational bit of work, gives just 1 run off this final over.
Yeah, remarkable. And Bipari, who missed that, didn't want to run, so he's going to be run out because he walks out of his crease. Watch this. So dot ball, the keeper's alert. He's just angry. And he's going to be even more angry because he starts walking off and he's the one that's actually run out. And he looks at his partner and goes, oh, okay, so he'll be disappointed because that will that will ruin his career average. And credit to Hart, credit to Overseas. Look, there's lots of runs on the board, but they pegged that back nicely.
They did a really good bit of work. Just 11 runs off those last 2 overs after we saw 47 runs between overs 7 and 8. Let's have a look at the highlights of that innings. It was a really entertaining innings, of course. Qasim and Ajmal looked terrific to start things off. Qasim made 26 of 12. Ajmal was in his typically good form. A rare fielding mistake there from David Marks. And this is just a look at some of those really good shots until Ajmal was dismissed.
Yeah, quite remarkable. You could see a little bit of frustration there, but realising his mistake, he did pick up the wicket though. And, well, Overseas, they're coming up against a very good team. We know what Swicket United can do with the bat. They hit the ball to all parts. They're a very dangerous batting lineup. They had a little bit of luck, which you don't mind if you're a batting unit. Disappointing for the bowlers. And yeah, it wasn't easy for Overseas, but I'm just proud. Well, I'm not proud, but I'm happy with how they stuck about it. They didn't drop their heads, Nish. They took their chances when they came, and I think they gave it a good effort.
Between the overs 5 to 7, you saw them put on a nice little recovery. You saw Jurg Hershey and Liam Stewart giving up just 15 runs between overs 5 and 6. Managed to pick up 3 wickets there as well. We saw the Jas Cable pick up a huge wicket of Bilal Khan. That one right there. And you just thought maybe Overseas even have a chance to restrict United to under 120, but then Jas Cable's over would be absolutely ruined. The last 3 balls of his over went for 18 runs because that man right there, Anil Kader, stepped up, smacked 3 consecutive sixes. Then we see the very next over bowled by Liam Stewart also go for 4 straight sixes. A tough day for Liam. Obviously his first over was pretty decent, but then his figures were spoilt in that 8th over he bowled. Vincent Koss and Michael Hart did a terrific job in the last couple of overs, just giving up 11 runs between them. Michael Hart in particular, I'd be really surprised if he doesn't bowl 2 overs in the second match these two teams are involved in. He bowled 1 over and gave up just 1 run in that final over. We'll have a look at the scorecard for Sweet United. A really good performance by the top 4. Everyone chipping in with some runs. And then, of course, Krishnan coming in at the end, making 21 of 7. Most of those runs coming in that over where he hit 3 consecutive 6s against Jazz Cable. Not too much to cheer about if you're an overseas fan looking at that bowling card. A lot of runs given up of extras as well. 13 runs of wides. But Michael Hart, he's a bowler to watch out for. I'd like to see him bowl a lot more in future games. Halfway through this game, Sweet United have posted 143 runs on the board. Overseas will be coming out in a few moments to try to chase down a target of 144.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second inning of our opening match of the day. Sweet United posted a target of 144 for overseas. We're winless so far this series, and you kind of see that reflected in the match predictor. Sweet United, 90% favorites heading into this innings. It's going to take something special from overseas, in all honesty, to pull this one out. But they have managed to score runs a few times this series. They have a couple of scores north of 120. They're going up against a really, really good United team who have consistently done well in the European Cricket Series here in Malta. We just have a look at the field setting to start off for United. Two fielders in the deep are stationed at deep third man and deep point. It's going to be Shah bowling this first over. Here we go. First ball of this innings. Starts off with a very wide delivery there, Shah. Might just, that might have loosened him up now, and hopefully the next one is going to be a lot straighter from his point of view. Yeah, just really shouldn't be looking to play that one on the leg side. I think if he hits that in front of point on the offside, there's plenty of runs to be had. Cable hasn't played too much, as we mentioned, throughout this series, so let's see if he can find his groove now. Again, just the wrong shot selection for Jazz Cable. A bit too leg side oriented. Comes off the toe end of his bat, and it's a good work there by Hari Krishnan. He made sure it didn't get past him. It's 3 consecutive dot balls. Got to get him move on though overseas. They need to be really aggressive during this power play. Take advantage of these fielding restrictions. They need to be at least 45 runs at the end of this power play. That one is nicely played away by Cable, but straight to the fielder, a square leg. They actually brought point in after that last delivery, which suggested that Shah might bowl the next one a little bit straighter. And it's going to be Stewart on strike. Yeah, that one's going to be a wide. Just needs to start this a little bit straighter, Shah. This is a play towards mid-on, and it's going to be a dot ball. Goes straight to Anil Kadir. Quiet start, I mean, overseas. Got to start stringing together some boundaries. They've already dug themselves into a bit of a hole in this first over. This is, looks like it's also just going to be 1 run. Are they going to push for a second? No, they won't. 4 runs to start off the first over. And of course, Corey Rutgers is back in here with me in the commentary box. I think we've got some interesting stats we might want to look over again.
Yep, because that is interesting. 200, the double century is up, and, well, it makes you question why we're here. I'm only here for golden balls, so hopefully we get one. This is quite interesting. I'm enjoying this because it just shows you how the ECS run rates. I mean, Croatia was 8 and over. That is so low when you look at sort of the average, I mean, even Bulgaria was at 10.4, so that probably has to do with the outfield. The biggest thing for me is quite amazing to see how Malta at the start of the year was less, as we see the old traditional French cut. The French invented it, and the French love it.
And we finally get a boundary this innings. How much of that has got to do with the weather? I mean, what was the weather like here back in February? I assume a lot colder than it is now.
The island got flooded. I remember now. There was a 3-day period where it had monsoonal type rain. I mean, and when I'm talking, if you walked outside our hotel, the water was up to your knee. It was pretty serious. So we were camped inside for a few days. And I imagine that would have made the outfield pretty wet as that is pulled through mid-wicket. They'll hope for 2, or no, they'll settle for 1. Yeah, so that obviously made the outfield extremely slow. But I think it was also sort of that start of the year. When you're in the start of the year, people haven't played for a little bit. Runs aren't usually easy to come by. This is the end of the year. A lot of these players have been playing all year, so they're in a bit of form.
This is... it's just going to be a go past the fielder, so Jazz Cable strikes a boundary.
Yeah, that's good for Mr. Jazz Hands. He needed something to get going, and he does get that pull shot away. So slightly short, timed it okay. For a brief moment, there was a chance at a catch, but not too sure who that was out there. Ran straight past it.
The interesting thing was that the ECS in Milan had an average run rate of 9, and when you think about it, this one is struck down the ground. And has it have enough to go for a 4? It certainly does. So a couple of nice shots here by Jazz Cable. Usually Northern Italy has a very heavy representation in the Italian national side.
Yep.
And it's a little interesting that Milan has one of the lower run rates.
Well, we've got one more ECS to come, and it's in Barcelona. And if I know one thing about Barcelona and the batting up there, is that's pulled away for a single. If people get in there, they go massive. That could actually top the charts by the end of the year. Expect some big scores. We've got some new teams that will be playing it for the first time, so it'll be very interesting.
How do you think, though, the later into the year you get into an ECS starts to affect bowlers? I mean, well, certainly when you're in the middle of the summer, it's nice and warm. Yes, you think it sort of plays any impact? I mean, if you're a fielder, say you're playing early in the morning, you got a lot colder hands.
I get what you mean. I reckon there'd be some tired bodies of people that have played a lot in the year. So that obviously comes into it a bit, fatigue and just a general source. But when we have an ECS somewhere, a lot of the players are super excited. They sort of lift a level because they're being on TV as a club cricketer is something 5 years ago. Don't think any of them ever envisioned they'd ever get to watch themselves play, and now they get to watch themselves play with the very good production, thanks to Spring Productions. So I reckon it plays a little bit of a factor for some of the bowlers that might have a bit of fatigue into the year, but they're overly excited. The adrenaline takes over. Over number 3 now.
Jazz Cable just
got to remember he's got an offside, Jazz Cable. He's got a little bit too leg side this morning. That should have been cut away this time.
Yeah, short and wide. Could have been struck over the fielder at point's head. This time, again, he's looking to make some room to hit it on the offside, but there's already plenty of room, so.
Love to meet Mr. Cable's parents and know the story of why they named him Jazz. I don't think I've ever heard a name like that.
Yeah, me neither. Can't say I have either. And this is going to be played out towards mid-wicket. It's just a single.
Yeah, hasn't got his timing just yet. That was off the toe. The bat made a clunky sort of noise. And, well, it gets Stewart back on strike. 19 for none. No wickets is good, but that run rate's just a little bit slow at the moment.
He'll swing and miss of that one as well, Stewart. Good bowling by Shah. Yeah, so far this innings, he's bowled 10 deliveries, given up just 5 runs. And overseas have already, well, they've put themselves into quite a hole. That required is already starting to creep up past that 17 mark. So unless they can hit a few boundaries quickly, they're going to be past the point of no return very early in their innings.
Yeah, it's not looking great, is it? At the moment, they are in a bit of strife. No wickets, but that run rate required is ballooning.
They batted quite well against Ajmal when he was bowling in the second over, but they have no answers to Shah so far. Is this going to go away for a boundary? It will. So the first boundary struck off Asif Shah's bowling. Nice little swivel there to strike it behind square leg. It's going to be a boundary, but Asif Shah with terrific figures of 0 for 9 over his 2 overs. And he's pretty much single-handedly put overseas in a very difficult spot to start off this innings. Just 23 runs off the power play. Not what overseas would have wanted.
No, that over a 14 was good, but only 5 off that third hurts. Now the field will spread, just making that a little bit more difficult for the batters at the crease. So Khan 007 on the back is going to come in. Has Cable on strike, who's on 11.
You can see Sweet United were 50 for 1 at this stage. They were off to a flyer in the power play. Overseas, not quite able to match them so far. This one is going to be played out towards mid-wicket. It's going to be another single.
Dealing in singles at the moment. Not enough, though, unfortunately, for overseas, who staring down the barrel of another loss.
Oh, and he cleans him up. Great delivery there by Khan. Leg stump Yorker. That's the end for Stewart. He'll make just 10 runs this morning. And finally a wicket for Sweet United.
Yeah, just gets it full, gets it straight, and the wicket goes. So easy work for Swicky United at the moment. They're keeping the run rate under control. They do pick up the first wicket. Full Yorker on leg stump, well bowled. And overseas, a little bit of strife here.
New batters come out. It's going to be Raj, for overseas, a very experienced cricketer. Has more ECS runs under his belt than anyone in this overseas team. And Khan will bowl a wide to start this one off.
Yeah, it might be a slow going in this second innings unless they start hitting some boundaries, Nish.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have to. I mean, as things stand, it looks like United are on course to get a huge net run rate boost, along with a couple more points for their cause. Over pitch delivery, struck towards long on. That's just going to be a single, so Raj gets off the mark.
Joey, what other sports do you follow closely? Do you follow any other? I know I think you mentioned you're a bit of NFL fan. Anything else?
Yeah, certainly I do. I think once you go to university and stuff, it just gets harder to follow all the sports. But yeah, certainly I'm a keen sports fan, I would say. What about you? Have you? Well, I mean, I've seen you getting into the GOAT debates during a few of the night series we had in Portugal.
I love all my sport. I'm a big fan. I like the basketball, the football. I support Liverpool for a few years. Essendon in the AFL back home, and there's no sport I probably won't watch, in all honesty. I love it. Bit of a sports fanatic.
Same here, absolutely. Was a sports journalist for the school newspaper back in school.
I would love to read what you would have written up for the school, as that's going to cannon into his pad, be a dot ball. Go on then, who's your tip? Are you tipping India for the World Cup? You think that it's just they're looking that good at home?
I mean, the thing is, I kind of don't want to jinx it either. It's very, you see, I'm somebody who isn't too complimentary to teams I support.
Yeah, okay.
I'm a negative sort of a fan.
Do you believe in superstition?
More than I'd admit. This one is played away behind for a single. But in all honesty, I mean, it's hard to look past them as anything other than the favourites.
I find superstition quite fascinating, that people fall for that trick saying you can't say this or you can't do that because it's going to ruin the flow. It's just make-believe, isn't it? People
no, I completely agree. And I think I don't too often say things critical of my parents on the broadcast, but I will here. This is your fault.
Oh, bless him. That is good.
Yeah, I got a few superstitions at home, for sure. I think my mom has the thing where she often won't watch India bat in like major games. And I often tell my mom, like, why do you think that only you watching the game makes a difference? What about the other billion people who tune into Indian broadcasts? Or do they not make a difference?
Tell you what, if we've got 1 billion viewers, we're doing something right as well. Do you know who? Did you ever hear the stories about Neil McKenzie from South Africa?
Oh, no.
He was arguably the most superstitious cricketer that ever played and had a pretty good career for South Africa. I'll tell you a little bit about what he used to do the night before games, which is just weird. That's into the body, be another dot ball. So he used to, the night before a game in the hotel room, you know how these national cricketers have 4, 5, 6, 7 bats. He would sticky tape or glue his, or somehow find a way to get his bats from the ceiling hanging down over him. Yeah, superstition. It does weird things to the human mind.
Wait, what was the point of doing that?
I
Like,
don't
did you think
know.
it'd make a
Well,
difference?
I'm not Neil McKenzie, but there was an amazing amount of stories that would come out about what he would get up to before going out to bat, and yeah, quite remarkable. That's pulled away into the deck for a single. I remember when I was younger, I was a little bit more superstitious, just a little bit. Like if I'd hit 100 the week before, I would then want to do that exact routine the next week, whether it was the same breakfast, the same thing. That, I guess, is a little bit superstition. And then I think I hit middle of 20s and I thought, Corey, what are you doing? Pull your head in. None of that actually matters.
Yes, hitting 100 and following the same routine the next week is certainly not a problem for me. It's this one's going to be thrown back towards the bowler. Of course, I meant that in the sense that hitting hundreds is not something that happens for me, as Raj is currently on 3 of 6. No, it's rather interesting. I mean, when you read about player superstitions, I think things like, I think when you get into things like the same socks and underwear, that's where it really begins to get gross.
Yeah, it does. It looks like we're going to have a run out here. They're going to go up to the limited review system. Did he ground his bat in time? Well, he's sort of run on a funny sort of arc. He goes right here. Get that bat down. Rule number 1 in cricket. Get it down.
Has he got it down?
Yep.
Just about.
So he'll get away with that. Bit of luck there. So last ball of this 5th over at the moment. It is all Swicky United. That's going to cannon into the pad. Keeper decides to kick it to 45, and that will be the end of the over. The score at the end of 5 is 32 for 1. Give me a group that you want me to analyse here.
Let's go with Group A, since that's not a group we talk too much about.
Yeah, it's an interesting group. I think Skanderborg, it's the new Danish champs coming across with Cobra CC from Hungary, and Gina Brescia. I'm hearing a lot of people, actually. The Blue Crew's pretty switched on. They go around, obviously. They see all this team. They're saying they're a genuine smoky to win the competition. If they bring their full side, they're very good. So Group A, there's always a little bit of pressure, I think, on Group A as well, because everyone tunes in, mostly Group A. They want to see the level that the teams are, how the competition's looking. Group A is great to play in, and we get to do it with Spain, as that's inside edge for a single. So, interesting group. Skanderborg or Gina Brescia will get through that group for me.
Yeah, it should be a nice group to kick off the series. Have you ever heard about Marshawn Lynch? He used to play for the Seahawks back in the day. He was a running back. I think he had some very weird superstitions. I think he'd have a thing where he'd have Skittles after he scored a touchdown. And
Really?
Yeah, I think there was an even funnier one where he said he'd have Hennessy before a game. Not sure that's
Wow.
particularly athletic.
Now we're talking. That is very good.
Struck away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. And you can now see the win predictor as a tick down to 0% for overseas. So Intelligent Cricket don't really see a way for United to lose from here. that required is over 24 now, so.
Yeah, it's not looking great, is it? That's well, that might have flicked his foot, so it'll be a dot ball. Question from Sai in the chat saying, is it common for them to take singles like this? Well, yes, it's one of those innings where it's not like they're blocking it out or anything like that. Unfortunately, it's more just they're struggling to time the ball. So what you'll find is if you're not being able to hit the boundary, you're mistiming it to the men on the boundary who are fielding, and you're just getting a 1 every time. So that's a nice looking stroke, and finally we get a boundary. Lovely batting from Cable there.
Really, really nice shot. Just it's a bit too full, so he meets it with the full face of the bat and plays it towards long off.
Yeah, traditional stroke. We don't often get straight drives like that, so a bit of brilliance there from Jazz Cable, who probably admittedly would say he's not had the best timing in this innings. He goes to 19 off 17 now.
Nice meme posted here by Crew 111, the old Michael Scott. I'm not superstitious, but I'm a little stitious.
Just a little stitious is okay.
Yeah, it's a full toss towards.
Yeah, it's been signalled as well from square leg straight away. So he felt in the one look at it that it was a little bit high. So we've got a free hit now. And well, Raj, you've got the immunity cloak. Harry Potter used it really well. Can you? I wish I had an immunity cloak, invisible cloak. That'd be fun.
This is a top edge. Does it have enough to go with the boundary? It does, so he does manage to strike a boundary, probably not in the intended direction. And he'll now move on to a run a ball.
Yeah, and just inside the boundary rope. So 4 runs to the total. A couple of boundaries coming into this is still 100 off 25. They're not going to be able to pull that off.
That will clean him up. Khan gets another wicket, courtesy of a brilliant Yorker. We saw him dismiss Stewart with a similar delivery, and now he'll bring Raj's innings to an end. Fantastic ball. And the second wicket falls here for overseas. They're 44 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, good bowling. Full straight, you miss, I will hit. So wicket goes down, and seems like just a matter of time now before this one is all over. You can see plenty of batters there, but too much work to do. So 4 overs remaining in this Tuesday morning fixture. Krishnan has convinced the captain to give him the ball, get a go here and try and pick up a couple of wickets.
Yeah, Krishnan batted really well in the first innings. Hit 3 consecutive sixes to start off and really piled the misery on overseas early. Oh, gets that ball to come back in a fair bit. A little bit of an inside edge is what spares Cable over there. Just the 1 run.
Yeah, Cable still trying to find his full mojo at the moment. That would have been run out with a direct hit as well, but unfortunately missed the stumps for Swicky United.
It's a Vaseem on strike, so it's been a single to free hit, so it's a no ball. And here we go. Can he capitalize? This one is popped up in the air. It's going to be taken by fielder in the deep payosh, but it won't matter as it was a free hit, so they just get 1 run for that.
A good throw from the deep as well, but batsman was safely in. Swicky United looking at a bigger net run rate boost here as well. They're going to win this probably by plus 70 or something like that. So handy for them. The men in orange and black. Rangya.
This is an outside edge. It's going to go over the fielder at third for 4 more runs. And of course, you know, we've been showing a lot of stats throughout this day regarding how, you know, just the run rate has picked up so much in T10 cricket. I mean, do you see these par scores just continue to balloon in European cricket over these next couple of years? I mean, we could maybe be coming to Malta in 2 years' time and find a par score is 150.
Potentially, yes. The way batters are developing and the game is changing, I think so. Just misses the stumps. Question coming in from Apple Sami in the chat. Any thoughts on a potential SA, South Africa versus New Zealand final to make it the double this year? Obviously, they played in the Rugby World Cup final. That would be pretty amazing for both those countries to come up against each other again in another sport in the same year. I don't think so, though. Australia or India, one of them has to get through. You'd imagine, but I did tip South Africa before the World Cup. I had a feeling that this might be their year, as this should be run out, and it is quite comfortably. So the throw comes in to the keeper. Another wicket will go, and Swicky United just going about their business well here.
This is hit straight towards the fielder, a score leg. A good throw, straight towards the keeper's end, and he runs him out. Yeah, that was a very tough loss for New Zealand. I mean, I'm not a rugby aficionado by any means, but looking at that final, it was a really, really
They might be just
loss.
making sure here, Nish, that he hasn't hit the gloves. That's out for me. I think it's gone into his gloves and his gloves have hit the stumps. So yeah, so they just want to make sure that when he collected the ball before he knocks that bail off. I'm pretty sure he has. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's out. I'm sure of it that he's got that ball in his hand there, and then the bail comes off. So that's out, and yeah, it's been given out. So fair enough. They just want to make sure they get it correct in the match referee's 10 and just take a couple extra looks, but that is out. And now 51 for 3, I believe, or is it 2? 2 down. 3 down, just hasn't been updated yet. But yeah, it'd be amazing if they had a back-to-back final, I guess, those two countries. Will that happen? It's not odds-on favourite, but you never know.
No, you certainly never know, especially when it comes down to the knockout stage. Again, you just need a few of your batters in the top order to have a tough day.
After what happened to New Zealand in the last World Cup final, I think a few people around the world wouldn't mind if they did get up and win it. Sort of heal some wounds, I imagine.
Yeah, they just keep making it there, but unfortunately haven't been able to lift it.
Well, they didn't lose in 2019. It's the only game in the history of cricket where a team has lost and scored the exact and hasn't had a run extra scored against them. Only game in the history of cricket. I mean, I know Vinny says a lot. He thinks retrospectively that in 50 years' time they'll share that World Cup. He reckons that it'll get changed, but I don't know about that.
Oh, that's going to be a single. I mean, at that point, I mean, it wouldn't even matter, would it? The whole point of winning the World Cup is actually getting to celebrate it on the day.
At that moment. I might, you never know. But I don't wonder if there's been any other incidents around the world in sport where 10, 20 years later a result has been changed to, I don't know, heal some wounds.
Oh, we've had teams have their titles taken away from them for
I know
corruption
that's
scandals.
happened, yeah. So like, I know in the NRL, I think it was Melbourne Storm had like 3 titles taken off them, and
Juventus as well. The
yeah,
Serie A.
you get it's like an asterisk, isn't it, next to the name? So they won it, but it's a shallow win, and it's sort of stricken from the record.
We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Of course, these two teams will be out there again in 38 minutes time, ready to do battle. They're hoping for a much better performance from overseas to make that a closer game. Just have a look at some of the birds around this cricket ground. Very, very nice setting here in Marsa. Beautiful sports complex. You got a lot of great sports happening around us, and people playing tennis. To our right, we've got a golf course nearby as well. You
see that also a lot with sort of doping scandals. If a team in athletics. So wasn't it Marilyn Jones? What's her name?
Oh, okay.
Sure, there was a runner from America there, I'm pretty sure, and Carl Lewis it might have been as well, that got done for one a gold or one a silver, and then retrospectively that got taken off them. So you do see it happen.
About to catch it. Is it going to land towards the fielder? It will. It's a good catch taken. As the 4th wicket falls here for overseas. We'll take another look at that one.
Yeah, it just got big on him, didn't it? And he has to go. But yeah, let us know. It's a good little topic, that one, actually. Let us know in the chat of historic sports results that after maybe 5, 10, 20 years were then changed due to scandal or, well, due to anything.
I'm curious, though, when Juventus had those titles stripped away from them, did they then give it to the team that finished second?
Can you do that?
Serie A? I'm not sure. I'm curious if anyone in the chat.
What years? What did Juventus do? Was it a salary breach?
No, it was much worse. A humongous corruption scandal, bribing lots of people across the Italian FA.
Really?
Calciopoli, probably not pronouncing it right. Oh, he just sticks a leg out.
Yeah, it looks like Juventus, just having a look, 2004, 2005 titles were taken away. Imagine being a player from that year, and you're an innocent player, and you've just gone about it doing your job for your club football team, and then all of a sudden, 3 years later, like, well, no.
The thing is, their fans still pretend they never had them stripped away, so when they talk about how many titles they have, they still include those two.
Has it ever happened in the Premier League, in the football?
I don't think in the Premier League, no. Or maybe there was an incident I'm just unaware of. Certainly not in the Premier League era. Maybe, wouldn't be sure what happened earlier in the 20th century. Highly unlikely, I would say. Yeah, he's going for that Yorker over there. Mipari. Marks is unable to get it away. Run up will saying he's from South Africa, so be stoked if they could bring home the double. Of course, he says, pardon the pun. Yeah, England did have a dismal performance at the Cricket World Cup. I think they did just about manage to make it into the Champions Trophy, I believe, so at least they'll take part in that. And Julian Dawson pointing out the law of averages. Yeah, I agree, Julian. I think that's kind of why I wanted India to lose at least one match in the group stages, just to get one loss out of the system. Oh, well, that's rather funny. He just inside edges it and strikes the pitch and then hits him on the helmet.
Yeah, that's not ideal. Not what you want on a nice warm day of cricket, but thankfully he is wearing a helmet. They'll do a quick little concussion test, actually, because it might have, on the angle it came up, might have missed the hardware. So hopefully he's okay as we get to the very back end of this match.
Yeah, as you can see, overseas going at barely above run a ball.
Yeah, Phil Foster in the chat saying Ben Johnson's 100-metre. Yeah, there's a lot I know that have happened in the thing. Well, I guess Lance Armstrong would probably be one of the more famous ones. How did he get all these Tour de France victories were given the asterisks, or why do they give them an asterisk? Why don't they just take the name out, say no winner? Why do they still have the name there as a... Or is it more shame having an asterisk?
I mean, I'm no cycling expert, but surely half the cyclists that day were doping. I think cycling has always been a sport that's kind of been plagued by the doping issues, and I might be wrong, but surely there were other players who also might have been involved in something illicit in those races. Yeah, this is struck firmly. It's going to be a boundary. Not seen too many boundaries so far this innings. That's just the 8th one we've seen. Good little shot here.
Yeah, nice shot. Handy boundary. We haven't seen many, you're right. I'm just doing a bit of a search around the old Google and seeing what I can find. Seems like Marseille's French and European championships were taken away in 1993. Juventus, as we mentioned. Melbourne Storm. I remember this was big in Australia because they were such a dominant rugby league team at that time. As that's bowled, good length, hitting the top of the stumps, and Hershey has a long walk back as another wicket will fall in this blowout of a morning. But yeah, Melbourne Storm, they were in the 2000s a very good team. They won it many years in a row, and then they got done for the salary cap. And in Australia, you don't mess around with anything. As their 2007 and 2009 titles were completely stripped away.
So what exactly was their infringement? Did they
overpaying and hiding it on the books, and so that they could get the best players and things like that?
So did they like just set up shell corporations and then try to pay players through them?
Must have been.
Yeah,
must have been.
I remember there were accusations that the Patriots were doing that to Tom Brady as well, because he would take pay cuts so they could sign other players, and there were these accusations that they were paying him through sort of other groups, and like he'd just get really high consultancy fees from groups that happened to be affiliated with the team. I don't know if those accusations are true in the end. They went nowhere. And I think if any Patriots fans are tuning in, they just say that's just a typical conspiracy by the league against them because they're jealous of their success. Oh, there's another wicket. So Christian's going to be on a hat-trick here. We are going to be on hat-trick watch. Michael Hart, who bowled terrifically in the first innings. He will depart for a golden Derrick over here. Let's take another look at that ball. Brilliant Yorker.
Yeah, he has to go, so he'll be on a hat-trick and gives himself a chance to get on our famous list. And you wouldn't put it past him. If he can get it full and get it straight, he's definitely got a good chance here.
Yeah, especially against the lower order for this overseas side. Is he going to be the 43rd hat-trick hero of this year in the European Cricket Series? Let's have a look at some of the hat-tricks we've seen so far this year. Yet to get one in Malta. Haven't had one since couple of weeks ago in Croatia. We were lucky enough to see 3. And it's going to be Stosh on strike.
I guess the most notable one would have to go down as Lance Armstrong. I guess so, because that really went global about that. Anyway, Krishnan, can he get 3 and 3? And can he get them all bowled?
Oh, it's just down the leg side. He spoils his hat-trick with a wide. Yeah, absolutely. Lance Armstrong is huge news. Even people who don't typically follow sports heard about that one.
Yeah, he cheated the system and he got the W. The way I like it. I guess we don't really have anything like that in cricket. I can't remember anything in cricket. You get sort of people that obviously do, like Hansi Cronje got up to some naughty things and that, but never I can recall the tournament or team being stripped of anything.
This is gonna, it's a good bit of fielding, a bit of foot fielding out in the deep. So they'll scamper across for a run over here. No, thankfully no, we haven't seen anything like that in cricket.
There was a big one in the AFL footy years ago. Essendon got themselves in a lot of trouble for like 3 years due to their actions behind the scenes. And yeah, it's amazing what can happen. It always makes big world news when sports teams or individuals get themselves in a little bit of strife. There's the bowling figures. Pretty nice reading for everyone there. They've had it easy. And well, if you like good games of cricket, you'll enjoy the next one because overseas have won the toss again and elected to bowl first, which beggars belief. Can't imagine why they would do that. It's as if they like the pain. The only way they're going to get a win is runs on the ball and then bowl well.
I mean, I know you're a big baseball fan, but baseball's had obviously huge issues with steroids, and a lot of records have been voided because of that.
But that was the whole era. Barry Bonds, Tim Maguire, all of them were juicing up and smashing home runs an absolute mile. And then it all caught up with them. So now I'm pretty sure they've all got little asterisks and the home run. That's still a very big soft spot in baseball in America because it throws in America, they love records. Records is everything to them. who can hit the most home runs in the air, this and that, who steals the most base. So, but it's put this sort of grey area over everything there. Oh, watch his back foot there. Watch his back foot here, Nish. I'm going to put you on the spot. Do you think this is a back foot no ball?
Oh, let's have a look at this. Where's that back foot? Ooh.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You see that back of the heel that's on the line.
This is a rule I think that I would get rid of, because how's an umpire meant to spot that?
No, it's really tough for the umpire.
As we see a reverse smash. But yeah, you're meant to be looking at the front foot and then looking up at the batter. Almost impossible. Almost impossible.
To be fair, I've actually seen that called a few times.
Yeah,
in some of the games I've covered this year.
You'll sometimes hope the third umpire will help you, as we'll get a little run out to finish here. So obviously a little bit of chaos at the end. It happens as the teams are trying to get every run possible. This is unlucky. Watch this. Off the bat of his partner and then run out. So do you get an assist as a batter for that?
He'd certainly hope so. I mean, anything to improve his numbers at this stage, as overseas are struggling, having scored just 63 runs. But they'll be put out of their misery soon, as Sweet United are closing in on a victory. But yeah, going back to that point, of course, it's sort of almost become an expression, at least amongst casual fans, where they say most home runs outside of the steroids era, or something along those lines. And I believe a lot of those guys might even struggle to get into the Hall of Fame, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think there is big issues about the Hall of Fame, as we see Sant get excited, try something different, and all that's going to happen is a golden duck. Well, at least he had a little bit of fun. I think that was Mark's, actually. So, yeah, trying to mess around on the crease, and doesn't pay off for him.
Yeah, that's one hung up in the air, and David Mark's a really important player for his team, a good bowler as well. Has to depart. He's gone for a golden duck. We'll just take another look at that one. It's popped up. And a comfortable catch out in the deep for Vidya Krishnan. Yeah, so Imran Amir is not on the hat trick. Just need to point that out. The
run out doesn't go to him.
Yeah. It's a full toss anyway. That's struck down the ground for a single edge. It just shows you Sweet United having a bit of fun. They put a slip fielder in for the final over. Yeah, this is really good for them. Team that went 18-0 back in February, and were then absolutely gutted to lose their first knockout match. And that should be it. They'll get the run over here. And Sweet United can celebrate a very sweet victory. They take this one by 78 runs overseas. They've got about 20 minutes to contemplate what just happened. And they better hope they come up with a stronger response, as they'll be out there bowling very soon. Some hugs all around. A lot of respect between these two clubs.
Yeah.
We'll, of course, have a look at the fantasy dashboard. And then we can see Senthil Raj right up there for overseas, 190 points. Great wicket keeper. They're going to need some runs from him as well when they play in the second match. As for United, it's just been incredible for them. It's hard to look past them as one of the big favorites to win this entire tournament. We'll have a look at the highlights of this innings. Not too many highlights, to be perfectly honest with you, if you're an overseas fan. We saw some good strokes by Jazz Cable. He struck 4 boundaries, made 26 runs. Liam Stewart managed to hit a couple of boundaries as well, but Umar Khan rolled some great Yorkers. That was one of them to get wickets. This was a good throw that would run out the batter. That would be the end for Vaseem. That's a nice shot there along the carpet by Jazz Cable. And this was another good throw to the keeper's end for a run out. And we're just revisiting some of the moments from this innings. A nice catch taken over there by Vidya Krishnan. And this was another great ball by Umar Khan, his second wicket. I think he bowled terrifically. Very impressive performance by him. Hard with the part for a golden duck. This was extremely unfortunate. Comes off his partner's bat, goes to the other end. He gets run out. Bilal Khan, nice throw by him. That would be the end for Stosh. You can see the skipper, Marks come out. He'd swing his bat at one, but he'd pop it up for a fairly simple catch for Vidhu Krishnan. Imran Amir getting the wicket over there as the innings came to an end. Overseas end up with just 63 runs. We'll have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, it was not much really. The opener, Jazz Cab, made 26 of 24, 10 off 9 for Stewart, but overall no one can really get going for that overseas team who seem to be lacking power. And, well, it's a bit of a canter for Swicky United. The bowling was good, 2 wickets there for Krishnan, 2 wickets for Khan. Bapari only going at an economy of 2.5. Game, set, match. So, do join us back in a little over 20 minutes for game number 2 on this Tuesday. It's a bye for now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. We're ready for match 2 between Overseas and Zwickau United. Zwickau United, we know they're a very good team and they bat very deep indeed. Overseas, look, they're trying to improve as much as possible, probably lacking a little bit with the ball. I'd like to see the left arm bowler Hart get 2 overs, maybe bring him up. And also, if they can get their running between the wickets going with the bat and someone bat deep, maybe they can spring an upset. I would be surprised if Overseas elect to bowl first again. I think they've got to get runs on the board this time because obviously it's the only way they can get a victory. Let's go to the coin toss with Metagooch for the match.
Hey, Overseas to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We'll have a bowler then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Overseas won the toss. They're having a ball over to Corey and Ish in the commentary box.
Well, thank you very much, Maida. And we're back for match 2 of this wonderful 9th day we are joining you from here in Malta. Let's have a look at this gorgeous drone shot of the Marsa Sports Complex, where we'll be playing all our action over this incredible 3 weeks of cricket we'll have for you from here in Malta. Let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard for match 30 for our second game between the Overseas and Zwickau United. If you're Overseas, I think Senthil Raj is going to have to come out and have a big performance with the bat in hand in the second innings. I think we haven't seen enough runs from him. He has just under 600 ECS career runs. Meanwhile, for Zwickau United, they'll just want more of the same because they're fancied as massive favorites heading into this match. 88% favorites, and I don't think that does them any injustice. And the players are about to come onto the field. It's probably going to be Ajmal opening the batting, but it's going to be interesting to see who's going to be his strike partner. They've shuffled a little bit with who opens alongside Ajmal at the other end. I'd expect to see David Marks bowling this first over, the captain for Overseas. Terrific bowler, was just unable to get a wicket in that first match. I did enjoy the battle between him and Ajmal. It was one of the highlights of the first game. I think we're going to need to see a big performance here from Overseas with the ball in hand. Let's see if they can restrict United to something under 110 or 120. Good to have you all joining us from wherever you are in the world. Hope you can get a couple of nice games here. Of course, we got another doubleheader right after this. So plenty of cricket to come. 3 more matches today. This is just our second game of this day. And as soon as the clock hits 10:30, we will bowl this first delivery of the innings. Here we go. First ball. Down the leg side. It beats the keeper as well, so it's 5 wides to start off. Really, really difficult start here for the marksman, who can't quite find the mark over there. Not very accurate by him. Was a little bit expensive in that first match as well, David Marks. And you just wonder if this Overseas team are still feeling a little bit of a hangover from that heavy defeat to start off this morning. They're going to need to have a bit of a goldfish memory here. Forget that game. And put in a strong performance here. Oh, there was a chance. That would have been some catch if Marks had been able to hold on to it. A great effort. Let's have a look at this. The ball just tailing back into the right-hander. Plays it back. If that sticks, that would have been a magical moment. So it would have been really, really special. Qasim would have been gone for a golden duck. It would have been a huge wicket. Oh, here's another chance. It is taken. That's just what Overseas needed. Some early wickets. That's the second chance Marks has produced. Now this time, Jörg Hershey, who got a couple of wickets in the first match, Takes a nice catch at mid-off. Gets down low. And that's going to be the end for Qasim. Derek's going to come out to greet him. A chance for him to stretch his legs. There he is, waddling around. Qasim won't be too happy to see him. But a good start here for overseas. Let's see if they can just get on a bit of a wicket-taking flurry here and put some pressure on United. Keep in mind, this United team are very deep. They've got a lot of hitting. I think we saw that in the previous game. So they've got to keep chipping away. And a lot of it comes down to that man, the marksman, David Marks. A good ball there, right on the money. It's bowling a nice line of length here. It's in the channel by David Marks. Getting some movement back into the right-hander as well. Love to see another battle between him and Ajmal at some point this innings. First one was so entertaining. Overseas still winless, of course, starting off with 5 straight losses so far this series. And in all honesty, none of those 5 games have been particularly close. Oh, there's a bit of an edge there. And, well, oh, the fielder makes an effort. They somehow managed to keep this in front of the boundary rope. Looks unlikely. Well, we'll take another look at that. You can just see Hart's coming across. He can't quite get to the ball. He's trying to reach out at it. Oh, and this isn't looking too good for overseas. This right here will be the conclusive angle. Oh, is the ball? I think the glove's touching the rope while he's in contact, while he's made contact with the ball, so should be a 4. And a rather unfortunate boundary given up here by overseas. Got one more ball to come this over. And this is no real problems with that one. That's definitely a 4. So a couple of boundaries to end the over. Marks does get the wicket of Qasim, but 13 runs come off this over. And of course, I'm Nishchay. But alongside me in the commentary box, Corey Rutgers.
Yeah, good to be back. Having a look at this is the scores all year during our ECSs. It started very well. It's low at the bottom with Croatia 8 and Switzerland all the way at 13.3. So a 5-run differential there. And looking at Malta this time, it's in the top 5, tied with Romania, but 11.5 is the par. So 110 runs there, thereabouts. And yeah, very exciting to be able to bring you all those statistics thanks to Spring Productions. As Ajmal will be on strike overseas, electing to bowl first in what best could be described as a team that enjoys pain, because I cannot see them winning this game. If Swiki United bat like they did this morning, they're going to put on a big score here. As Berger comes in, and Berger gets pulled through the gap for just the single.
Yeah, we had a good time making a food 11 on Monday when Neil Berger was involved. I remember and he sent a few messages into the chat asking if anyone had any suggestions for names for the food 11. Had a couple of nice days early in the series coming up with some 11s. This one's gone high up in the air, and it's going to be a catch here for David Marks to the second wicket fall. Singh departs for just 8 runs. Good start here for Berger.
Yeah, Berger gets himself a wicket. He burgled it, didn't he? Going across the right-hander, off the toe of the bat, straight to Marks. He's not going to drop that. 2 wickets gone. Are overseas potentially going to cause probably one of the biggest upsets we would see.
Yeah, it would be a huge upset if they could knock off this United team. Let's have a look at that one. It's mistimed. Probably not the right shot selection either by the batter. Pops up. David Marks, the captain, takes the catch. A very good start here for overseas. They have United 14 for 2. Out comes Imran Amir. An opportunity for him to play a big innings in a situation where his side is in a spot of bother. You know, Amir's had a difficult series so far. He struggled to make runs in these opening matches for United. Departed for a duck in the first match of the day. Let's see if he can make amends. Oh, he won't! What a terrific ball by Berger. He's going for that toe-crushing Yorker. It hits the pad, ricochets onto the stumps, and he's on a hat-trick. Superb start for overseas.
Well, Imran Amir's in terrible, terrible form, and he has to go for a golden duck. He's falling as he tries to clip this off his legs. Means Berger will be on a hat-trick. Overseas believe they could cause a massive upset. Let's have a look. It's a horrific-looking shot, but credit to Berger. He will be on a hat-trick, and you never know.
Yeah, no real balance, as you pointed out. His head's leaning forward. He's falling away. And Imran Amir, he's just trying to explain what happened to his teammates.
Well, that's just, there's nothing he can explain. You see how much he's falling there. His head's almost pointing to deep point. So, anyway, he has to depart. Golden duck for him. And hat-trick time.
Well, we come close a number of times so far here in Malta, but we're yet to get a hat-trick. And can overseas pull it off? Can Neil Berger etch his name in our Hall of Fame by getting a hat-trick? Here we go. Kadir on strike. Neil Berger bowling the hat-trick ball. Oh, it's a nice delivery, and in the end, Kadir just gets out of the way. A terrific bowling by Berger. I love the way he's bowled. It's been a great introduction into this overseas team. He's made a huge impact. Didn't take part in that first game.
Well, overseas, just want to show they could potentially pull something massive off. They have a long way to go. The key for me, they got to get Ajmal out very early. He's still there, just faced the one ball.
Ajmal, 3 half-centuries so far this series. We saw him get out rather softly in the first game off Jörg Hershey's bowling. So are they going to be able to get him out twice cheaply in the same day? Another very, very good ball by Berger. Kadir, not quite sure how to play it. Went for like a horizontal bat shot. Yeah, just look at that. Just snaps through it right at the end. 2 overs in the books. Bit of trouble here, United at 14 for 3. We'll take a look at the standings. Overseas are in a lot of trouble themselves. 5 straight losses to start off. Them and 0 United. They're going to need something really special at the back end of this tournament if they want to crack that top 4.
Yeah, it's a long way back, isn't it? So, not easy, but you focus game by game. And overseas, if they can get Ajmal out right now, game on.
Oh, great ball here. And you'll love to see this. David Marks against Ajmal. I highlighted this battle right at the start of the day. It was one to look out for. And it's good that we're getting a second helping of this. Really enjoyed the exchange between these two in the first game.
Yeah, that one just sliding down the leg side. Wants to get a tad straighter for that LBW or bowled.
Once again, he's getting this to angle back into the left-hander.
Much more positive, though, from overseas. I love them outside the power play here. Instead of going to their sort of dibbly-dobbler spins, go to Michael Hart, the left-arm seamer as well. Go bring him in straight away and see what you can do.
A little bit shorter here. It's not quite going to carry to the fielder at mid-wicket. They're creating lots of opportunities overseas. They look like a completely different side.
Different side at the moment. You can still, they're only 30% on the win predictor, and they have a team at 15 for 3. So obviously everyone waiting for the Swicky United sort of train to arrive. Hasn't come just yet. They've got plenty of batting to come though.
Yeah, that win predictor is largely going off United's reputation being such a quality team. Thing is, they have no Arif Muhammad today. He's a very, very good middle order batter for them, so that makes a huge difference. And a swing and a miss here for Cotter, so he's not looking like the Cotter we saw this morning when he was playing some really good-looking shots, just trying to hammer everything towards the leg side. You can see on that rehearsal he's playing the stroke he should have.
Yeah, very sedate start at the moment. Just wants to get one out the middle. Just leg side happy, and that is really, it's dirty slogging. There's not much cricket education about that, but Marks is doing his job and he'll be very happy.
Mark certainly has one ball left in Mark's spell. Can he produce another moment of magic here and really put United on the ropes? Oh, this one's just been spliced away. Doesn't have enough to go to the boundary. Not quiet. Just the one run, so he gets off the mark, Cotter, but in really nervy fashion. And this is a terrific power play for overseas. Just 16 runs off it for United. And overseas pick up 3 wickets. Really, really good start for them. Love seeing the way they're playing so far this game. We have a look at this graph over here. Just 3 runs off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, it's a remarkable change from what we saw this morning. The question will be, can they keep it up for a longer period of time? Try and restrict them to under 100, and then you need someone to go big with the bat. So a lot of work to do for overseas still.
Continuing with Berger over here. He caused Cotter a number of issues in that second over. See if he can continue to bother him in this over. Oh, that's a wayward delivery. Rare mistake by Neil Berger.
Yeah, that's going to be a wide. He got that one to actually swing back in, but started it down the wrong line, and just a wide in the end.
Back to live action. Oh, there was a chance. There was a chance. I was going to say it wasn't the best delivery because it was down the leg side. But Gerald Sant, he had a chance to hold on to that one.
Yeah, it's a half chance. Boy, though, if he had held that overseas, they would have been in dreamland. This is a much better start. Ajmal is still there. We know how good this player is. If he gets going, he will rescue Swicky United a little bit here.
He's getting that nice little movement away, so if he starts it straighter, he could draw Ajmal's edge. Keep in mind, Ajmal faced only 4 balls in that power play, so credit to overseas for keeping him off strike. Nice. They continue over the wicket. For a second, it just looked like he was going to round the wicket, which didn't really make much sense to me.
No, stay. Yeah, you're right. Just stay over the wicket, get that swing.
Ooh, full toss. And it's going to go away for a boundary. That's the first boundary we've seen since the first over. Just needs to get a little bit of control here. Height, might be some question marks about that.
Yeah, that's close. I think he just gets away with it. Just a couple of signs here. Berger's losing a little bit of rhythm. He has to be careful not to give it away too much here. He's bowled well. Try to finish his spell.
Oh, this time he overcompensates, goes a bit too far down the leg side, but there was something there, so it's not given away.
Very lucky that wasn't away for 4. No one at deep backward square or fine leg. He actually gets the toe of the bat. Good keeping. And he's just lost his line and length a bit here, Berger. Feeling the pressure maybe a little bit.
Oh, and he absolutely nails that one. How often do we see that? A couple of wide ones. And when the bowler finally finds his radar,
Good
nails
comeback.
it with a brilliant Yorker.
Very good comeback. Gets the Yorker in. Well played by Ajmal as well. Just to jar down on that one. 2 balls remaining in this over.
Another terrific delivery. I think Ajmal, the first time he's A little bit all over the place with his shot selection.
Yeah, he's maybe feeling the pinch a bit as well. Swicky United should know, though, that overseas do struggle for their 5th and 6th bowler, so don't have to panic just yet.
This one's gone up in the air. Is this going to land safely? It will. Ajmal living dangerously to start off his innings. There's a couple of half chances he's presented. We saw one just fall short of the fielder at mid-wicket off Marks' bowling, but this is the most uncomfortable I've seen him look 9 balls into an innings. Great start for overseas. They have United in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they do have them in a bit of trouble, but this will be the key. Who do they bring on in the middle? Looks like they're going to go to Hershey, which is sort of the bowlers now with pace off. I really think they're missing a trick. You've got to go to the heart. The other left-arm seamer, who bowled only 1 over in the previous game that went for 1 run in the 10th. This is the risk. When you bowl these sort of bowls, yes, they might pick up a wicket, but they tend to go at 20 and over.
Yeah, we saw Hershey, yeah, as you said, he got a couple of wickets, but he did go for plenty of runs. Hart came up just 1 run. We've seen left-arm seamers do quite well so far. Would have been a good idea to continue with him rather than Hershey, but Hershey starts off with a dot ball.
Well, if Hershey can just stick it out there 5 more times, he gives himself a decent chance. Doesn't want to get too straight to Ajmal, who seems to have lost his timing completely at the moment.
Yeah, that's going to be a dot ball.
Oh, run out chance.
If
Oh!
only he collected that one cleanly.
Well, I reckon if he holds on to that ball and hits the stumps, I think he's gone. Yeah, it would have been very close. I think he'd be in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, keep in mind that's an unofficial line. And oh, what a great catch there by Marks. I think it's clean. He's just in front of the boundary rope. And that's going to be the end for Ajmal. David Marks, a terrific fielder out in the deep, takes another really good catch. You've seen him take some good catches throughout this series. And Hershey, he's just found a way to take wickets throughout this day. He gets rid of Ajmal.
Well, big moment, and it was only another couple of centimetres away for 6. He takes the catch right in front of the rope. Just the hat actually goes over the rope, but he has caught it. That is out, and it's a big moment in this game because Ajmal goes overseas remarkably. Have Swicky and I 24 for 4.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, when this inning started off with that 5 wide, we had a bit of an eye roll in the commentary box. We thought it might be more of the same, but it's been anything but that. This overseas team have been terrific with their bowling so far this innings. They've been good in the field as well. They've taken their chances. Full credit to them. United 24 for 4. And now Krishnan. Well, we know he's capable of giving it a good batter. Saw him hit 3 sixes off his first 3 balls in the previous innings, but this is a very different situation. Tons of pressure on him and Kadir.
Well, we know that the middle order and lower order showed their ability previous game. Can they do it again? No.
Oh, gets a bit too much turnover there. And it's going to beat the keeper as well.
Given leg buys, so obviously got a bit of leg. That's actually a blessing in disguise not to go for wides. That's a lot of swing. He is swinging that a long way in the air. Swing in the air, so it's not off the pitch.
Yeah,
Oh!
incredible amount of swing over there. It's in the air.
Oh my word, that is so close to the stumps. Oh, that would have been amazing if it was bowled.
Oh, we had to believe in the leave moment yesterday. This one would have topped that.
Wow, what an over. It's a wicket maiden at the moment.
Shouts to catch it. Oh, it's
what?
been put down. It was almost going to be a double wicket maiden.
Why is he jumping? Why? We'll see this on the replay, but tell me why he jumps in the air to catch it. He made good ground, but watch this. He jumps up and, well, it's another wicket goes begging, and that would have been massive as we have a quick look at where we've been this year.
Well, we've been all over the continent, had a great privilege of bringing you cricket from some truly beautiful places. Of course, start out and end the year in the Mediterranean because of the climate, and then you get to tour around Central Europe during the height of this summer. Had a great chance to go to countries like Italy, Austria, Bulgaria, Sweden, Romania. A couple of tournaments in Germany as well. And we're back here in Malta for the second time this year. And we'll round out this year's calendar with a series in Spain. And Olton, we didn't really see a bowl in that first game, comes on, takes a bit of pace off the ball there. I really want to see Michael Hart bowl, though, at some point. It'd be a real shame if he didn't bowl 2 overs this inning.
Well, if he bowls 2 at the end and he bowls 2 good overs, they might be chasing 70 or 80. And that's the max out. I don't think they can get near 100. I think they need to be chasing 70 or 80.
Gets hold of this one. Is it going to clear the rope? No, it won't. David Marks holds on to it this time.
No, I think that's Cash there. Cable, sorry. Cash.
Yeah, it is Cable. Beg your pardon.
Yep, and well, overseas right now are potentially on for one of the bigger upsets we've seen on the network. They truly believe that a couple more wickets and look, we know they're not the greatest batting team. What did they make in the previous game, chasing that massive score?
I believe it was 60 odd. So
was it 60 in the end?
It would have been around 64, 65.
I'll have a look for you and let you know what their score. They made 65. Look, can they keep them to 80 and then have a bit better of a batting innings? And they've got a chance. But what a remarkable sort of turnaround we're seeing here. The first ball went for 5 wide, so they've only conceded 21 in the last 5.2 overs.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
I mean, overseas actually batted pretty decently back on day 1 against Mater Dei. I remember they had 2 scores above 110. But since then, yeah, their batting's kind of fallen away.
They've got this ball to swing. I don't know if they've picked out a good one in the bag or in the batch, but this is swinging, and Alton's getting that to go away quite a lot. Hershey got it to swing in. Interesting. Very, very, very interesting.
It's just been terrific. I mean, we could have had a double wicket maiden in the previous over.
Well, they haven't. Yeah, they've only had 1 run in the last 9 balls. Oh, no.
He gets that one badly wrong.
Oh, he's so lucky that wasn't a 7-up. And that's the one thing. If you can bowl just the rest of the balls outside off you, you're chasing 80. Don't give anything away like that. Big 7-up or anything crazy. But it will be a free hit, which does release a bit of pressure.
Yeah, I think the real danger man here is Vidhu Krishnan. We know he's a recognized batter, but they can just deal with him. Well, and as you said, you know, they could potentially restrict them to something under 80. And a really good ball there on the free hit by Alton.
Needs to get out of this over. He gets away with the free hit. Look at that swing. It is going. But if he can go dot ball or single, you take that. Get your left arm seamer in for 2 overs with Hart. I mean, keep them to 80. That should be their target.
Oh, beautiful movement away there by Alton. And as he said, he's just keeping it outside his arc, and Krishnan fails to connect.
Big movement again. Really late movement from the hand and late. I think they've pulled out a good ball. They've got this ball going around corners.
Oh, again, just great swing. And no real foot movement by Krishnan either, so he has no chance to play a ball that's hooping around that much. Just 15 runs since the first over. It's been all overseas. We'll have a look at that scorecard. I don't think any of us saw this coming.
What a weird game this has been so far. 7 extras. They've only made 9 extras, sorry. They've made 19 runs off the bat. Swicky United versus the bottom team. So, yeah, hard to describe. They're going to go back to Hershey with these slow in-swingers. He's not really a spinner. He's a bit of a hybrid. Spinners run up, but actually just swings it in. And it swings a long way. Can they get a bit of a wriggle on Swicky United? Every run's vital. They know that overseas don't have the greatest batting lineup.
About to catch it. There's a fielder coming underneath it, and he'll take it, Jazz. Jazz Cable takes his second catch, and Krishnan departs. Swicky United, 28 for 6.
What is happening out here? And Well, he goes for that slog across the line, and Jazz Cable isn't going to drop it. Nice, safe catch to him. And remarkably, this is a massive shock. No one, and I mean no one, would have seen this coming after what we watched this morning.
Keep in mind, Sweeney United, they've always got these odd, really shocking performances up their sleeve. There's been a few times where they've turned up to games and laid an egg. And most famously in that semifinal earlier this year where they were dominant during the group stages. They turned up on semifinals day, post just 65 runs, and they ended up losing. We might see something shocking here as well.
This could be a low-scoring thriller. Even if Zwickey United make 60, it's game on. It is definitely game on, and that's what they've got to tell themselves. So Khan comes to the crease, and he'll be challenged here by the swing.
Yeah, that one's going to be leg by. It just clips the side of his thigh along the way.
Oh, he's given it wides. Well, I thought that had hit his leg. Oh, it definitely deflects off his leg. Bonus runs. That's poor umpiring. That's a big miss. But so wides are being given, and extra runs for free.
Oh, look at how much that ball just hoops back in to Krishnan. This is the same Krishnan who started off his innings with 3 straight sixes in the previous game. He had to get off the mark.
Overseas just have to stay calm here. Stay calm. I really hope they go to heart for 2 overs at the end and don't go to spin.
Oh, an edge is just going to flick the keeper's glove along the way. Would have been a very sharp chance if he'd managed to hold on to that one.
Hershey's got outstanding figures with previous game bowling. This did not work. He got hit around a bit, but this game it's working because he's getting the extra movement. Yeah, wow. Just wow. But I mean, 60-70, game on.
I think he has got his length right as well, Hershey. That was something he struggled with in the previous game. And look how much the ball comes back in.
They've picked a great ball out of the batch. They have to. The ball did not swing like this 2 hours ago.
Well, and this is ooh.
This is what the wickets have done. They're playing within themselves a bit here. Because of the wickets column and so much time left, they're not really looking to be overly aggressive like we know. So credit to overseas. They know a big 3-over finish here with the ball and chasing anything low. They got a real shot of a huge upset.
Is this going to be a chance? No, it won't. It's going to clear the boundary rope. That's the first 6 we've seen this innings. I didn't think we'd have to wait this long for a 6, considering the kind of form United have been in. First 6 comes at the end of the 7th over. Great spell by Hershey. Terrific bit of bowling. Gives up just 11 runs over the 2 overs he bowled and picks up 2 important wickets.
This is our ECL next year. Looking forward to this. Obviously, all these teams have had successful seasons in their domestic competition, and they have earned the right to come to Cardamar 26th of February to the 22nd of March 2024. Beautiful competition, and very excited indeed. Looks like we're going to get what we asked for. It looks like Michael Hart will probably bowl 2 overs at the end here, so he'll become the finisher for overseas. Left arm around the wicket. Now he's got a job to do. Zwickey United, they say 27% chance, but this game's still a 50-50 for me.
And good work here, just cramping the batter for Room Hart. Love the way he bowls, just keeps things simple, pitching on a good line and length. If
Zwickey United get to 70 or 65, they just restricted overseas to that score, so they're not out of this game. I mean, it says 78% chance to overseas, but they haven't won a game. I don't think that's right. Cricket Intelligent, or Intelligent Cricket, if you're listening, this is still a very close game.
Oh, it's a leave. Well, he's completely misjudged the line of that one, Khan.
Look at that swing. He sees it start wide, and he thinks, oh, that's going to be a wide, and it swings all the way in. They have got this ball to talk, and it just goes to show playing swing changes the game massively, and they have got it to swing massively.
Down the ground. It's just going to be run. I mean, if he's moving the ball back into the right-hander that much, would he not be tempted to tell him go over the wicket?
No, I think for whatever reason, he's comfortable with this. He hasn't given a boundary from the previous game, so why would we risk it?
Yeah, exactly.
So you just say, keep going about your business and try get out the over as good as you can. See, that's fine. He's sneaking these inside, and the batter might say, why is this potentially a wide? But that's inside for me. It's good umpiring.
And we just got a bit of breaking news coming in the chat regarding our Gibraltar representative. It's going to be the Calpe Giants representing the nation of Gibraltar at the ECL.
Yeah, very exciting for the Calpe Giants, I'm sure, and he's bowled. Swings it in. We've been calling for Hart to come into the attack. Let me remind you, overseas haven't won a game. They were smashed this morning by this exact team, and right now they are so on top it's ridiculous.
That one is going to clatter onto the stumps. A great bit of bowling there. Hart should say the territory of Gibraltar as we got a one ball to come in this 8th over.
Are we allowed to say that word? It's almost like Voldemort can't say that word. So they're allowed to come. That's good. Congrats to the Calpe Giants who have qualified, and I'm sure we'll have to get our graph updated because I think that only leaves Turkey, and I think there was one other team on that graph that needs to wait to get their representation and see who wins the domestic comp, so we're waiting for that. So, Khan and Khan facing Hart.
Gets that good Yorker right at his feet. Another great over by Hart. Keep in mind, bowled 1 over in the previous match as well. Gave up just 1 run in that. Took a wicket, so 2 overs so far today. He's given up 3 runs and picked up 2 wickets. Love the way he's been bowling.
This really plays in the hands for overseas because they've got someone like Jazz Cable who for me looks more like a T20 50 over player, but if they're only chasing 60 or 70, that suits him. It probably suits David Marks. It suits their batting lineup to chase something small because they don't have to slog or power hit. So Alton to bowl this one. Hart will bowl last. If they can concede less than 24, unbelievable. They've got a chance in this.
They certainly do, and that was the point, I think, when I was talking to Andy House from our very own Blue Crew this morning. That one is going to be wide. I think he made that very point about Jazz Cable that, he's a player who sometimes has a few issues adjusting to T10 cricket, but certainly you can see he's technically very gifted. And if the required is at around 6 to 7 and over, you'd really back this overseas side to pull off a remarkable upset. A big swing here by Bilal Khan. And it's the lower order, a bit leg side oriented, I think. His partner at the other end, Umar, is just telling him, get some bat on ball. It's at least try to rotate the strike. Alton's just been getting this lovely movement away from the right-hander.
Looks like the robot's just letting us know that obviously just the Turkish team we're waiting for, and he mentions Pakai Care. The robot, we already knew about Pakai Care. That's definitely not out. I think both feet are behind the crease. But yeah, robot, if you're paying attention, we've been mentioning Pakai Care winning the last few days, who are the Spanish rep. Yeah, his bat's down, hands are down. This would, for me, I've seen a lot of ECN cricket, but compared to what the match was this morning and the level of these teams, this would be one of the biggest losses then to wins from a team that I honestly, going into this, thought, well, overseas are going to get smashed again here. They've got a genuine chance to beat Swicky United, and Swicky United just haven't played the swinging ball well at all.
I think in the past, some of the upsets I've seen of sort of similar nature. Now, is this a stumping opportunity? This could be really tight.
Well, they're going up. They're going to limited review system. The umpire's nodding. He has the ball in his hands there. Gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. That's out for me. The ball is still... That's the only question. They might have a little, but I'm pretty sure the ball is still connected to his hand as he hits the stumps, and he's been given. So, 42 for 8. Remarkable. Swicky United have dug themselves a hole and they haven't left it.
Yeah, this is really shocking. Let's have a look at this. Great stumping there. Sharp bit of glove work by Senthil Raj. Alton gets another wicket. And just going back to the point, some of the upsets where we've seen where there's been a huge swing in the margin of victory in the past have mostly involved, say, a side where maybe there's only a couple of good batters in their team. And the first match, say, they get out for a cheap score. Then the second game, they go on and play a big innings.
Yeah, but we're talking about a team here
a
that...
complete team performance, that is.
Like, overseas this morning were demolished. They haven't won a game. They haven't looked like winning a game. Right now, they have a team that's fighting to be at the top of the table, 42 for 8. And the first ball of this game went for 5 wides. So, hard to describe what we're witnessing, but they've got a huge chance in this one. And they are through the main lower order batters now as well. I mean, they're into the tail enders. They're not going to... They keep it under 60. You get a couple of wides. One person makes 20. You win.
Yep.
Amazing. Really amazing.
To also come in this penultimate over. Oh, could there be another stumping here? This is a really, really tight one.
Well, the keeper's got this funny habit of when he's going for the same, the ball comes loose eventually. He comes out the crease, takes it just behind, the foot's down. So this will be not out. Got it down in time, but quick hands. The umpire went up to the LRS, limited review system, and that'll be given not out, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, he should be safe over there, Shaw, but it's another dot ball. And Alton, look at those figures, 2 for 3. He's bowled 11 deliveries so far. And the win predictor has overseas at 94% over here.
Just remarkable. Overseas, though, we will touch on it again. This morning could only make 65, and they got lucky to get to 65. They haven't won this game yet. Well, we could be on for one of the smallest defences here as well. It's a low-scoring thriller. Last ball of the 9th over for Alton, who has amazing figures.
Another one there. The umpire just shakes his head, so we won't even go to the LRS for this one. Very sharp bit of glove work. Shatters those sets of stumps. But another terrific over by Alton. Just one run off. That came off a wide. Picked up another wicket. And you won't believe it. Sweet United are 42 for 8 with an over to come.
I'm a bit confused by the batting. There's a lot of playing and missing. An extreme amount of playing and missing for a team that hits most of the ball. So I know the ball is swinging, but yeah, I don't know. Something feels funny about this. I've never seen a team play and miss so much after striking the ball so well literally an hour and a half ago.
Yeah, it's going to be Hart, unsurprisingly, bowling this final over. If Khan can just strike a couple of boundaries here, maybe he can give his team a chance. Look at that very odd stance, very close grip stance.
Yeah, when you get down to those tail enders, they're always a bit funky. You're not sure what you're going to get. I'm sure he wasn't picturing himself getting a bat in this game. I mean, there's 14 extras in this as well. I mean, they're on 29. Oh, he's a cross-handed bandit. He's got his... Oh, here we go. Oh. That's the one run as the fielder out there hesitates a little bit, but just the single. Yeah, just a very, 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 very odd batting innings.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw any of the action yesterday. I mean, I think we saw that the cross-handed grip didn't work out too well for batters who played around with any of yesterday's games. Oh, great Yorker. He jams that one in. This should be a run out.
Yeah, it is run out. Well, good work from the wicketkeeper from overseas, Raj, who identified that the ball didn't go that far, collected it quickly, composed himself, didn't throw it to the bowlers, and turned around and effected the run out.
A very intelligent cricket, very impressed by Raj. He's one of the more experienced players in this overseas side, and we see that on display over there. Jams in a good Yorker, and it's very smart cricket, denies them the run, and more importantly, number 11 is going to be on strike.
What is going on? What is going on? I don't think any of the viewers could have called this. I don't think anyone around the world could have called what we're witnessing. This isn't just they've struggled and made 80 or 100 or 70. They're 44 for 9.
And for a team with a pretty deep batting order as well, no one stepped up. Has he just about managed to sneak that one in, though? He hasn't.
The only thing is 15 extras is what stepped up. Extras have got them to this score. So, yeah, I'm a bit in shock, if I'm honest.
Without extras, this would have been a real Hall of Shame score for United. That's another wide, so...
well, Hart has just to get... He's bowling to the number 11. You don't actually need to bowl wide, outside off a wide... Well, he's not trying to bowl down there. Just needs to go straight here, because you can actually end the innings, and you can't imagine the number 11 was prepared to bat in this one. That's good. Sneaks that in. But yeah, I'm in a bit of shock up here. It'll be very interesting to see if Swicky United, how they come out with the ball. Are they going to be revved up and a little bit embarrassed by this performance?
Oh, that one's another one down the leg side. You just wonder how low this score would be without those extras. That's the 17th run of extras so far this innings. Top scorer for this United team because they haven't had a single batter in double digits. Just imagine if the score was under 40. This is a sent up in the air, and it's going to go for 6. So Bipari batting a whole lot better than many of the more recognized batters we've seen so far. Looks rather confident out there, and he managed to get one out of the middle of the bat.
Well, every run's massive for overseas. Like, they don't want to chase 60, and another 6 could easily get them there.
Oh, and...
dot ball.
It's going to be a dot ball.
Well, maximum they're going to chase a 60 if it goes for 6, but they'll desperately want 1 or less overseas, and we've got a pretty interesting second innings coming up, that is for sure.
Oh, great delivery. Great bit of bowling here by Hart.
Yeah, well, that'll do it. That's the innings. So, 53 for 9. Trying to describe what we've seen. The ball swung, but a team like Swicky, who bat deep and have been smashing the ball all tournament, to then play the bottom team again and bat like that, I don't have many words to surmise what we've seen. Very interesting batting.
Yeah, rather a hapless performance from Sweetie United. Certainly not something we saw coming. We'll have a look at the highlights of the innings. Of course, it started off with a 5 wide, and when we saw that, we thought it might be more of the same, but it couldn't have been any more different. They were creating plenty of chances overseas. That was the first wicket that fell. David Marks almost took a blinder, as you saw, and then shortly after that, he got rid of Qasim. This was a good catch to dismiss Ajmal. And we saw Amir, who's had a nightmare of a series so far, depart for a golden duck. Neil Berger got that wicket. He would also get rid of Singh shortly afterwards. And we're just going to continue to see some of this good play. Great boundary catch there by Marks.
Yeah, it's very good catching. That was one that got away. But overall, credit to the bowling unit. They did what they had to do, and they tried Swicky United to counter it, but I guess the ball moving just made it that little bit more difficult for them.
Absolutely. We saw Aaron Olsen coming into bowl as well. He took that wicket. He just got some beautiful swing away from the right-handers. He did a terrific job. We only saw a couple of 6s hit this innings. That was the wicket which Michael Hart managed to take to get rid of Christian. We saw some good bit of glove work by Senthil Raj. He was involved in a run-out, got that stumping of Khan. That would be Aaron Olsen's second wicket of the day. Intelligent work there again by Raji. Just witnessed the run out he was involved in. And then we saw Bipari at the end. He did manage to hit 1-6 as the final over went for 11 runs. One of the more productive overs for this Sweetie United team, as they would end up with just 53 runs. None of us saw this coming. You look at that scorecard, it looks like a phone number. It's all single digits. And no real scores of note. Nobody can be particularly proud of their batting performance against Bipari, the number 11 coming on, making 6 of 4. He'll be pretty pleased with that. but not too much to be happy about if you're a United fan. You look at the bowling figures, a terrific performance all around. Everyone did a stellar job. Aaron Olton, pick of the bowlers with figures of 2 for 3. The one big concern, though, for overseas would be the 17 runs they gave of extras. Imagine if they'd managed to restrict United to under 40 runs. I think we could have been in for a very, very quick finish in the second innings, as overseas have to go at under a run of ball to pull off one of the most remarkable upsets of this ECS here in Malta, and maybe one of the more remarkable upsets we've seen on the European Cricket Network. Join us again in just a few moments when we'll bring you the second innings.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Welcome back for the second innings in what has been an absolutely remarkable morning. We saw Overseas lose in absolutely crushing fashion in our first game of the day against Sweet United, and then they come out in the first innings, put on the bowling performance of their life, and restrict United to just 53 runs. We just took a look at that win predictor, and we're going to have a look at the ECN Hall of Fame, the lowest totals defended on the European Cricket Network. If they can somehow pull it off over here, Sweet United, it would be the lowest total ever defended. But they've got some decent batters, though, in this overseas side. I think this lower run rate will suit their batting style a little bit more. They've got some stroke players rather than power hitters. And they can now just pace their innings accordingly. Let's see if you see a big response here from Sweet United. They'll be feeling absolutely humiliated after that terrible showing with the bat in the first innings. In comes Asif Shah. Here we go. First ball. And this is struck straight to the fielder. Cover. Oh, that's a terrible throw. Oh, he gets that one badly wrong there, Bilal Khan, but it's not going to cost his team because there's some decent backing up. Here is Sant on strike. We saw Gerald Sant. He had a pretty sharp catching opportunity in the first innings. He wasn't quite able to hold on to it. A good ball there by Shah. Gotta say, nice lines and lengths by him to start off this innings. Again, just because this target is 54 doesn't mean that Sweet United are out of this game. Keep in mind, Overseas are winless. They've had plenty of batting issues. They managed to make just 65 runs in the first game. United themselves are a terrific bowling unit, so this game could be a lot closer than you think. Played away towards mid-on. That's going to be a single. There's a chance to welcome back Corey Rutgers into the commentary box.
Well, I'm in a bit of shock here at the moment, as Swicky United don't look like they want to be out there. They've got every single player on the ring, and they're not usually this negative, but they've got every fielder on the ring here, and it's not an overly aggressive field, and when you've got barely any runs on the table, you need to be aggressive. They should know that, and if they don't take some wickets...
I was just about to say, they look a rather defeated side. I wonder if that's just the case because they're kind of where they'll probably make it to the top four anyway. They don't believe they'll actually be able to defend this target. But yeah, very casual to start off this first over, not what you want to see. For Overseas, if they can secure this, it'd certainly be a victory to cherish, their first ever ECS victory. This one is played into the pitch. It's a dot ball. 7 runs off the first over. That's usually a bit too quiet for an opening over, but Overseas need to go under a run of ball to win this game, so they'll be perfectly happy with that. It's been 201 matches since we last had a golden ball in the European Cricket Network, and if we get one here, I'd be absolutely stunned. That would really cap off a remarkable morning. And it's going to be Singh bowling this second over. Cable on strike. A quality player, Cable. He's a good stroke player. At times, he's maybe had a few issues with T10 cricket. And they will just push this one away towards mid-on for a single. I think he's a sort of cricketer who's more suited to the longer format of the game. But with the required as low as it is, he can take his time, play his strokes. And he gets back on time there. That's going to be a single. Both Zira United and Overseas are winless in this group. So a victory here puts Sweet United over Zira and still has them in the race to grab that fourth and final spot to make it to the quarterfinals. It's an edge, and it lands short of the field. Recover. It's a good throw. Amir will back that one up.
Yeah, so with everyone back at the moment, if they get bat on ball, they're actually able to sort of jog through for a single. They've got to get some fielders tight. It's only 54, I know, but you've got to get tight. Be a dot ball. You've got to find a way to sneak back into this game. So a tight cover, a tight point maybe, and just try and buy yourself a wicket or two. It's the only way to get back into it.
I'm surprised they don't have more catchers around to put a slip fielder in as well. In this kind of situation, we saw them getting plenty of swing in the first innings, and don't know if they're getting as much movement here. That one just goes past the fielder.
Well, it's the same fielder that just threw it wildly, and that might be run out for the 2. So let's have a quick look. So a lot going on here, a lot to digest, and this could be run out, which would be a disaster for overseas.
Jaspal Singh was involved in that. Let's have a look at this one. Just plays it uppishly. It just sneaks underneath the fielder. And it's a good throw by Shah to the non-striker's end. And has he run him out here?
I think he's in trouble.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Bat's still in the air.
Yeah, that's going to be out. So the first wicket will go, and will that give Swicky United a bit of belief that they can fight back in this game?
And 9 for 1, the first wicket falls. And is this just a little break Sweetie needed? And it's going to be David Marks coming in at number 3, the captain. Well, you've heard this cliche a lot, of captain's innings, and this would be a hell of a captain's innings if he steps up here and guides this side to their first ECS victory. It's actually going to be Ivan Stash, beg your pardon, coming out to bat for overseas. So it's not going to be David Marks. He was listed as the number 3 in the lineup, but they've decided to shuffle it around a little bit, and it's going to be Ivan Stash.
Yeah, so first wicket goes down, and well, overseas, this is their chance, isn't it? At a big upset. You don't get many chances like this in the sports world, and they've done the job with the ball. Still no fielders coming in tight, and it's what I think, that if you got only 53 on the board, you have to stop the ones.
And Stash will just play this away towards third. It gets past the fielder. He's off the mark with a single. Yeah, new batter in play, Stash. You want him to be on strike for a few balls. You know, keep him on the mark, have him a little nervous. You can't give him up cheap singles like that.
Well, it plays into overseas' hands, and they just need to be getting bat on ball and make sure they keep ticking the strike over. That would be the best result for them.
And this will be blocked out. Stash will stay on the mark. Cable will be on strike to start the third over. 11 for 1 at the end of 2 overs. So as we told you, even though this is a pretty low total, we could be in for a rather close game just because of the difference in these two teams. It comes down to quality, and that standings tells quite a tale.
You look at that table, and overseas being on a -6 run rate and all the way at the bottom, it really would be a massive upset. So credit to them to get themselves into this position, but can they close it off?
Keep in mind, until that previous innings, overseas it struggled to keep anyone below 130. So it was rather remarkable that they came out, bowled that well, restricted Sweet United to 53, and just tells you anything can happen in cricket, particularly T10 cricket. I think the beauty of T10 cricket is it just opens it up for all kinds of upsets. Oh, that's a really poor bit of keeping of it there.
Well,
and they'll pinch an extra run.
Well, poor keeping now. They're going to get that extra run, and a lot going on out there. That is Swicky United probably a little bit angry about their batting performance. Need to switch on here. Hits the keeper in the shin, and good match awareness to get back for the next run.
throw wasn't the best either by the fielder. Yeah, this is a really, really nicely played, good-looking shot by Cable. Love him. He's a very classy cricketer.
Yeah, good shot, and this is exactly what overseas need. The odd little boundary relaxes all that pressure, and wow.
Gorgeous flick off the pads as he moves on to 14 of 9. Getting Cable's wicket's going to be incredibly important for United. He's not someone who's going to have too much of an issue going at a run of ball. I think he can pace his innings well. That's a full toss, and he'll get a single. It's not going to be any more punishment than that. Binge watcher saying Swede can still win this. They need a more aggressive mindset. Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think it's a touch too negative to start off this second innings. That's another dot ball.
Yeah, another dot ball. Well, Cable's there, and we know how important that man is. If he can just bat through, they probably get to that famous victory. Stash, can he offer a little bit of support? Looks like they've brought a few fielders in now, so interesting to see. It's taken 2.4 overs to finally bring the field in.
They just move Imran Amir on the 1 at mid-on. They're still offering a single at mid-off, though. This one is struck straight back towards the bowler. And yeah, they're getting a little bit more aggressive. They're starting to walk in a touch tighter now, United, as the power play comes to an end. Just 18 runs off it, but that's more than good enough if you're overseas. And the overseas need to make sure they don't retreat into a shell and play too negative. They don't want to stretch this game too late into the innings. As we have a look at the graph over here.
That graph was amazing. How many overs of 2 in 1?
It really was remarkable during that middle stages. I think really took control of the innings overseas. We just saw lots of swings and misses. They were completely unable to pick up any of the swings.
Six overs went for less than 2. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's not often you see that for a quality team like United. Just digs this one in a little bit shorter, and it's nicely pulled away for a single by Cable.
Well, Stash is there. He's only on 1. He has a job to do still. He has to keep the strike ticking over a little bit.
Yeah, it's probably just struck him a little bit too high.
So yeah, he has to make sure he does his job and not put too much pressure on this batting lineup still. And well, he's 0 off 5, and don't want to say it, but he does have to make sure he plays some shots here.
Played away towards long on for a single. He'll finally get off the mark, Stash, but yeah, as he said, he needs to just keep the strike ticking. You know.
Yeah, you don't want Cable to feel pressure. You don't want him to start thinking, I need boundaries. So, yeah, can he get going? Cable's 16 off 11, batting well.
Oh, we've seen this overseas team make over 110 a couple of times back on Monday. However, they're batting rather negatively here. You know, they have a lot of issues with their net run rate, so you would like to see them play.
I don't think they're worried about that, Nish. I think they just want the win. They just want to get a win. They don't care how they do it. They need the 2 points.
No, certainly not. I think they'd just be happy to get a win as, he sticks his foot out to do a bit of foot fielding, but he's unable to prevent it from going for a 4.
Yeah, good shot, and that's a vital boundary. I mean, in a low-scoring game, you want your fielders diving on it, so that'll be frustration for the captain of Swicky United, and this is looking like a crazy upset. No one could have picked this.
Lots of double teapots around the field. I think they look like a completely demoralized side. United. Is this one going to go away for a boundary as well? Yes, it will. Back-to-back boundaries, and I think increasingly you're seeing Sweet United just resign to the fact that they're probably not going to get this one. Couple of boundaries there, and Overseas are closing in on their first ever ECS victory. You can currently see that required just starting to trend upwards after that over. The first over, where we saw double digits amounts of runs. We'll have a look at the ECN Hall of Fame for the lowest totals defended. This would be the all-time best defense, but as things are going right now, it doesn't look like we're going to get it. Overseas looking fairly comfortable. They lost just 1 wicket. They've still got Cable out there. So unless we see a hat-trick this over or something really remarkable, I think we're going to see the first ever Overseas European Cricket Series victory. As he found the gap over here, it's going to be quite a chase for the fielder, and oh, he could have done better. Imran Amir, well, you'd like to see your fielders putting in a bit more effort. He just slows down a little bit. You know, you've got to put your body on the line, try to stop these boundaries.
Well, Imran Amir, who is someone that usually highly aggressive and into it, seems very calm at the moment. And Zwickey United, very odd performance. They'll be disappointed.
Yeah, just 23 runs needed now to pick up this victory. Plays one across the line there.
Well, it's Overseas' game, isn't it? They'll have to fall over both feet, even them, to lose it from here. They need 23 runs, and you'd imagine they would get there. Stranger things have happened, but 23 runs, 9 wickets in hand, plenty of time.
Oh, a nice bit of movement back in. It's actually moved too much. That's completely missed the stumps. Yeah, getting plenty of swing over there. Saw how much swing Overseas managed to get in the first innings.
Yeah, very close indeed, just going past the leg stump. So, again, Starsh just getting himself under a little bit of pressure.
Oh, again, just gets plenty of swing inside. I think Krishnan's been the first United bowler I've seen that's actually managed to get a fair bit of swing.
Yeah, he's getting it to go late and in.
Yeah, hands on heads. I think a lot of these United players are just as stunned as us at what they're witnessing. And Stosh is just going to knock this one away for a single, so he's going to keep ticking the runs off the board over here.
Yeah, they're doing enough here, and that's where you got to have fielders tight for players that aren't accelerating too well. But they didn't have it. I think Zwickey United, their energy seems very low.
Again, they're just giving up those easy singles. This is intelligent by Cable, saying, look, if you're going to offer me the single, I'm going to take it. And I found it a little baffling that Khan just moved himself away from the one to the edge of the ring. More importantly, Cable keeps strike as well to start the next over. We'll have a look at the stats gun, of course. This game's been nothing like the cricket we've been accustomed to here on the European Cricket Network. We've seen lots of sixes, some great hittings. This Malta Encore, we've seen an average of 11.5 for our run rate. That's half a run above the average for this calendar year.
Well,
In comes Bapari, hit 1-6 in that final over. Let's see if he can do a job with the ball in hand. Shouts to catch it, but it's going to be well clear of the fielders. Really good shot there by Cable. Bit too short, bit too wide. Gets punished.
Yeah, it does get punished. It is short, it is wide, and they haven't kept anyone tight. So just has to time it in the gap, and that goes for 4. And Zwickey United don't seem like they want to be out there at the moment. They seem like they are, I don't know. It's very difficult to describe what I've witnessed in the last hour and a bit. They have really taken their foot off the gas.
And big appeal over there, probably going down the leg side. A very good morning to you, Jules and Di Maria. Great to have you joining us. I think, well, you'll all be rather surprised by the result we're just witnessing. Swee United, who picked up an enormous victory this morning with a margin of just under 70 runs, are now facing an absolutely mammoth defeat at the hands of a team we're yet to win a game so far this series. Has Stash cleared the boundary rope? Not quite, but it's one bounce and away for a 4.
Yeah, it does go for 4. He times it well enough, and it's not just a win. This is a thumping, which no one could have picked this. You just couldn't in your right mind assume this was going to be the result. Question marks will have to be over Swicky United and how they've gone about this. Very disappointing.
A very bottom-handed stroke as well by Stash over there. This one is again played out to the deep. It's going to be 1 run, so a couple of shots away from victory now overseas. And I don't think many of us would have called this one. Overseas have the chance to win this game with a good 3 overs to spare. Unless Cable's got something special planned for us.
Well played. That's nice. Just punching that for 1. And well, the whole time they've kept the field back. And yeah, for that reason, they've been able just to push the ball for singles and do what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I think when you're defending this low a target, you've got to be a bit innovative. Think outside the box. Try to have a lot of players on the one. Maybe just leave one catcher out. But we haven't seen anything like that from overseas. I think, well, maybe they just want to focus on damage limitation. Let this this innings stretch out for as long as possible to reduce the damage to their net run rate. There have also been a few fielding errors, so it's just all been too casual in all honesty.
Yeah, it has, and it's going to cost them. But credit to overseas, they'll get the win. This is our one of our massive events coming up, and yeah, it's looking forward to this one, really. And we always are. The ECL 4th edition should be exciting, that's for sure.
Of course, the big bit of news is that Gibraltar's representatives will be Kalpa Giants in Group G, alongside the Mufflons, of course, from Cyprus. Usually Cyprus has the Punjab Lions representing them, so it's the first time there's going to be a different representative. We'll see the Cypriot national team involved this weekend, so a chance for some of you to get to know some of the Mufflons players. Meanwhile, in Group C, we're still waiting for the Turkish representative. That's the only team we're still unaware of in the ECL, and maybe a direct hit, and he could have been in a little bit of trouble, but it's hard to say. A couple boundaries away now overseas from winning this game. Cable has batted superbly, made 30 of 18. And he plays this one off his pads. It's going to be 1 run, so 7 more needed to win. And what an incredible story this would be. Overseas Cricket Club playing in their first ever European Cricket Series here in Malta. They're very close to pulling off a really, really special win against the Swee United team, who went 18-0 in the group stages earlier this year. And it looks like they're going to do it comfortably. They're just going to trot along over the finishing line.
Yeah, it looks like it's curtains here. What a bizarre game.
And it's going to get a wicket over here. Khan Stash just playing across the line. It clatters onto his leg stumps.
No reaction either from Swicky United, as the wicket will go late.
Yeah, I think United are just resigned to the fact that the result of this game is pretty inevitable now. 7 more runs needed.
Yep, 7 more to get. It gives someone the chance to go out there and hit the winning runs and win their first game of the competition for overseas, and that'll give them a nice warm feeling after having a pretty tough tournament so far.
And if Vaseem comes on for overseas, well, he'll be one of the players who will have the pleasure of knocking the winning runs in overseas' first ever victory. You can just see they're absolutely delighted in that ECS, in that dugout. Can't hide their grins.
So we get to the very back end here. 7 runs required for the victory. Fielders still stay out. That's a massive wide. But yeah, they've not had any intent, Swicky, to bring players in and try and win this game. They've quiet. They've seemed below the 8 ball, and yeah, it's not been a good performance.
Really hasn't. 6 runs needed to win this one. One big blow will do the trick. Will overseas finish this game in style? Let's see. Yeah, he certainly wants to, but he's just going to pop one up for a fairly simple catch. Vaseem is going to be greeted by a golden derrick. Amir takes that catch for the bowler. Umar Khan, he'll be delighted. At least his own figures will look a whole lot better at the end of this game. Yeah, there he is. Derrick comes out to greet Vaseem. A little bit surprised David Marks hasn't come out to bat yet. He was listed at number 3.
Probably doesn't feel the need to. It just thinks, why not? We see it off with the other boys who want to have a bit of a hit, but yeah, all they have to do is keep it on the carpet, run a few singles, and this one will pretty much be over as the field is still deep.
Still rather deep here. Oh, big appeal over there. Let's have another look at this one. So probably going down the leg side, maybe height a question mark as well. It's not too much going for it. The umpire can't really give that good over there by Umar Khan. 2 wickets off it. Just 3 runs. As overseas, there needs 6 more runs to pick up a victory. We'll have a look at the ECL groups once again as we got that big piece of news that the Calpe Giants are going to be in Group G. Should be a very exciting group. Of course, we got Cluj from Romania, also Cricket Club, as well as our Irish representative. So I think there's going to be some very interesting teams there. Of course, the Mouflons and Cluj and Oslo might be slight underdogs there against the Irish and Gibraltar representatives. But a big opportunity for those teams. Of course, we'll get to see some Mouflons players this weekend playing for Cyprus here against the Maltese national team. It's a full toss. Really good looking shot. I love the stroke play by Cable. Maybe the fielder could have done better to cut that one out, but it doesn't really matter at this stage.
Yeah, good timing, isn't it? Really nice timing. Well, we can sit there and say Swicky haven't put in a good performance, but credit to overseas, you can only play what's in front of you. They've done what they needed to do, and this is a really big victory for them after losing so many on a row. So it's always tough, but they've come here. Looks like they're going to win, and an impressive win.
Yeah, they continue to play with the right attitude overseas, and Cable has a chance here to knock away the winning runs. Yeah, he's just going to push this one towards cover. You often see players, you know, especially when they've had a big knock, they want to end the game in style. They want that spectacular finish, but not Cable. Full credit to him. Just plays the right cricket stroke, gets Raj on strike. He'll tell him, knock away the single. Let's take this win. No real changes in the field for overseas. I think they'll just move one fielder in at cover. I think, yeah, maybe. Yeah, they're starting to bring everyone in now for this ball, but it's I feel it's all a bit too late. And he'll play this one away towards point where was a bit of a gap. They'll get this single, and they'll pick up the win overseas. So one of the most remarkable upsets. Overseas Cricket Club have stunned Sweetie United, who are on an incredible 4-game winning streak.
Yeah, it's a funny old game. Overseas, they do it with the ball, really. The bowling performance, the fielding performance, and Swicky United, well, that's going to hurt their net run rate a little bit. It opens up the group, and what an odd sort of game of cricket. I don't think many people saw that one coming. And Swicky United, hard to describe.
Certainly hard to describe what we've just witnessed. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. Cable was the standout batter for overseas. He made 36 runs of just 21 deliveries, struck 6 fours. We'll have a look at some of this. This was a really good throw towards the non-striker's end to get rid of Sand. He would depart having made just 2 runs of 4 deliveries. Stash, whom we just saw strike that boundary, he made 12 of 17. He played a sort of supporting act to Cable, who was the one who accelerated and tried to get them to kick on. We see some of these strokes. That would be the end of Stash's innings. A good ball there by Umar Khan. He would pick up a couple of wickets as a Vasim would depart for a golden derrick. And then Cable right there at the end. He struck that really nice boundary. I love some of the flick shots that Cable plays. He's got such a well-balanced cricketer. His technique is magnificent, and I feel he's such a joy to watch him in the longer formats of the game. 20 over, 50 over cricket. As we'll have a look at the scorecard, of course, Jazz Cable top scoring with 36 of 21. Gets to play the match-winning knock. We saw Stash hang around with him for quite a while. He made 12 of 17. Meanwhile, for Sui United, well, not much to say. They bowled pretty decently, but this game was really lost in the first innings. They could have maybe been a bit more aggressive with their field setting, shown some more intensity. That unfortunately just wasn't there. They looked very dejected and defeated as soon as they stepped out on the field. We saw a remarkable upset in match 34 here in Malta. Overseas stunned Sui United to pick up their first ever European Cricket Series victory. We've got a little bit of an extended break before we bring you match 3, which will come around in just about 49 minutes time, as you can see on your screen. Join us again, as we'll be back in the commentary box for a great doubleheader between Essex Knights and the Southern Crusaders.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
It was a very interesting morning. We witnessed an incredible upset where overseas managed to pick up their first ever European Cricket Series victory. We now turn to our final doubleheader of the day. That is between Edix Knights and the Southern Crusaders. The Southern Crusaders are finalists from the ECS we had here in Malta earlier this year, but they've had a rather challenging start to this tournament. They picked up a couple of wins against the winless Zira United and then followed it up with 2 losses against Mater Dei, so they're going to have to put in a much bigger performance. Meanwhile, their opponents, Edix Knights, they have been absolutely perfect so far this series, winning 6 out of 6. The big news for them is that they have Basil George, who used to play for the Southern Crusaders, so he's now playing against his older side, and it's going to be interesting to see how it's going to feel for him to play against a few familiar faces. Him and Sam Stanislaus have scored almost 500 runs between each other for their sides, and that's going to be a really important thing to look out for, as guess what? The Edix Knights have won the toss and they've decided to bat first, so we're going to see those 2 danger men out there very shortly.
Oh, welcome back. It's the second doubleheader of the day. It's between the Edix Knights and the Southern Crusaders. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. The Edix Knights won the toss and decided to bat first. Really good for them. Of course, Stanislaus, Basil George, they have been the 2 top performers for this Edix Knights side. Incredible amount of runs between them. And as for the Southern Crusaders, we really need to see the likes of Gopal Thakur, Ryan Bastians, Afi Khan, Michael Gunatilika, that top 4 click and score a lot of runs. Edix Knights, rightfully so, fancied as big favorites. 6 wins in 6 for them. The Southern Crusaders, 32% for this game. They're a quality side. They made it to the final earlier this year. Of course, they had Basil George when they made that run to the final, and now he's playing for their opponents. So, well, how's he going to feel playing against a few familiar faces? It was a remarkable run for the Southern Crusaders to that final. They finished in 3rd place in the group stages. They won 12 of their 18 games. A couple of games were washed out with no result. Crusaders then went on a really remarkable run during the knockout stages. There's the first ball. It's a swing and miss for Basil George. They beat the Bujiba Blasters in a thrilling, low-scoring game where they defended a target of 97. They won that one by just 8 runs. They then beat the Royal Strikers, who they lost to in the final game of the group stages by 44 runs. And then in that elimination match, which I was referring to, they came out there and they absolutely walloped the Royal Strikers. They won by 8 wickets with an over to spare, chasing down a target of 141, dominant showing. Just, gets past the fielder at point, and some good running between the wickets here. George makes it back on time, almost runs into the keeper. Those two should know each other rather well. So that's Afi Khan. And oh, well, Basil George just makes a turn to his left. Almost running into the keeper. So he just pulled out to avoid taking a big blow. A little bit short, played away. That's going to be a single. And this one is struck straight down the ground. It's going to clear the boundary rope easily. Look at that one. It's, well, it finds itself stuck into the ground. We had quite a bit of sprinklers overnight. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, it's a bit like a chip in golf, isn't it? Boom. Just lands right on the ground. So it's a huge 6 here for Manu, who is opening the batting. A little bit surprised we haven't seen Samuel Stanislaus open the batting instead, but maybe the edict's nice. Just want to shuffle things around a little bit, give a few other players a chance to bat at the top of the order. The way that George and Stanislaus have been batting, hardly anyone gets a chance. Oh, there was an edge there. Would have been a tough catch for Afi Khan. Oh, that was tough. This gets a top edge. Not an easy opportunity for Afi. We'll have a look at the stats gun. Brought to you by HCL Software. Here are some of the run rates we've seen in ECS events throughout the year. And we've averaged about 11 and over during most of the European Cricket Series we've had. Malta this time around is 11.5. You can see Malta earlier this year was 9.5, so we've seen a big pickup in the net run rate. Of course, that was very early in the season. A lot of players were probably still getting settled into the season, but now, well, we're at the back end of what's been a very long year for Maltese cricketers. A lot of these batters got their eye in. They faced plenty of balls. If anything, they're heading into their off-season very soon. So they're right in good nick. As this one by Basil George just elevates it over the fielders, goes away for a boundary. That's another 4. Good shot here by Basil George. Just gets the length wrong there. And it goes away for a boundary. 1 hop over the boundary rope. Alex Knight's already a 71% favorites. And it's a good start according to Intelligent Cricket. They've just bumped up the Knights' chances to win 3% after looking at these first 7 balls. Oh, shouts of catch it. It's played uppishly. Beats the fielder at backward point. Goes away for a 4. Basil George was so close to being dismissed cheaply. Got to watch out for his shoulder there. That's Sahan Nalayakara. Ah, it lands on his left shoulder. Don't want to lose him. It's an important player lower down the order. And we might see him bowling as well at some point in the middle overs. One's a bit too wide there. Yeah, Mossy just gets the line wrong on that delivery. And they just sent out a deep cover. Yeah, doesn't quite time that one as nicely as you'd like, George. It's just a single. Meanwhile, though, of course, we talked quite a bit about Alex Knight's incredible form. Southern Crusaders, they've not been as hot to start off the series. Picked up a couple of wins against Zero United in their 2 opening fixtures. I wouldn't say they were the most convincing wins. There were a lot of question marks about the Southern Crusaders side in those 2 wins. Keep in mind, Zero United are now the only winless team in this series after Overseas picked up a win in our previous match. And then they got absolutely hammered by Mater Dei in 2 big defeats for them. So despite the fact that they're finalists, I think there's a lot of question marks about them. A number of teams have proven themselves so far this tournament. And this team right here, Alex Knights, they're right up there with the heavyweights. Easily a class apart so far this tournament. Just running away with Group A as things stand. So I'd like to see a big response here from the Southern Crusaders. We're looking at guys like Gopal Thakur, Ryan Bastians. Thakur, of course, plays for the Maltese national team as well. Oh, he pushes this towards mid-off, and it's a good throw to the non-striker's end, but yeah, that's going to be the end of the second over. Alex Knights are 24 for no loss. They still got a 1 ball, beg your pardon. And this one, has he got a hold of it? He certainly has, Manu. Clears the fielder at long on. That was a good effort by him out in the deep, but he gets a desired result. Just a bit too full. Doesn't get his length right. Oh, well, might need to grow a few more feet to have a chance at that. The fielder out at long on was Zishan Yusuf. We'll take a look at the standings for Group A, as I mentioned. Alex Knights off to the perfect start. 6 wins and 6. They look dominant in all 6 wins as well. Meanwhile, for the Southern Crusaders, 2 wins against the winless Zero United, and then a couple of humblings at the hands of Mater Dei. They've got the great privilege of being joined by Corey Rutgers in the commentary box, and well, good start here for the Alex Knights.
Yeah, good to be back. Good start for the Edix Knights, and thanks to everyone at the Malta Cricket Federation for a lovely lunch, just finishing that off, so thanks for covering for me, Nish. And yeah, it's a interesting day so far. The cricket we've seen has been a bit bonkers, to say the least. Some shock results, or a big shock result, as Yusuf will continue. Basil George will play a thunderous pull stroke, but picks out the man at mid-wicket. So, once again, the ECN network never ceases to amaze, and we've had a peculiar day, and looking forward to these afternoon fixtures, how it's going to go. That one's hit away to the leg side. A little bit of yes, no, but they'll get through for a single.
Yeah, they decide to push Manu up the order rather than Stanislaus, who typically opens alongside Basil George. You have to say Manu's done a terrific job. It's good to see them give a few other players an opportunity to bat, and they're taking full advantage of it.
Yeah, and that's what you want. You want to get more players in form, and the more batters that get some time at the crease, Nish, will help them when they get to finals time, because they basically confirmed finals with starting this competition so well.
This is a push towards cover, and it's going to be a single. And also, it's important to note that unlike previous tournaments where we've used the eliminator format, there is no real inherent advantage to finishing top of your group, other than the fact that you play the 4th place side from the other group. So regardless, I think the important thing is to tune up and be ready for the quarterfinals. This is elevated all over the inner ring, but it's going to fall just short of the boundary rope, and it's a 4.
Yeah, Basil George just going about his business nicely. He gets offered some width, and we know how destructive he is. He really is probably the one batter in Malta that, if you get it wrong, he just seems to climb into anything.
Oh, he's such a great cricketer. He has such fast hands. You know, it was a real shame that couldn't get to watch him live at the Continental Cup for the Maltese national team. We're getting a nice and up-close view of him here at the ECS. And we'll, of course, hopefully see him in action for the Maltese national team when they take on Cyprus over this weekend.
Yeah, looking forward to a weekend of international cricket. Nice to change it up a little bit. A little inside edge this time as that goes away for a single. So Yusuf, his figures aren't that bad actually. He bowls 2 overs in the power play. That only go for 17. The score's 36 for none after 3. So having a look at that power play. Not too bad for the Edix Knights. Looks like another bowler. No, it might be Massey again, so quite interesting to see they're not changing it up. They're going to back him with the new ball despite his first over going for 19. That's going to be a massive wide. Really getting that one wrong. Shot and 6. Basil George, he's a very good player, as we've talked about, and another nice shot. Just over pitched and smashes it for 6.
Yeah, Basil George will be taking part in the ECI over this weekend. The squads are out for both the countries that will be taking part. So certainly be something we'll be discussing throughout this afternoon. Comes off the toe end of George's bat. Yeah, some interesting names here. You got Sudarshan is going to be playing for Malta. Mehboob Ali is going to be there as well. Big Lala.
Yeah, so ECI is the criteria to play is a little bit less restrictive than an ICC event. So if you have a residencia card in Malta, you qualify. So that's why Mehboob Ali, who's only new to Maltese cricket, will get a chance. And there's definitely some good names there. Looking forward to that. It's a nice little way to change the competition up a little bit and break the ECS with some nationals, as that is miles high. And you better believe that's 6 more. So Manu moves to 20, and that brings up the 50 partnership in a very quick 21 balls.
Very, very quick partnership. I've loved the way that Manu has taken full advantage of this opportunity. You know, Stanislaus just push down the order a little bit to allow someone else to get in on the run making. And Manu cashing in. I think this Edix Knight side, they look so dangerous. It's going to be very hard to see someone in Group B beating them. And I'd love to see a matchup between them and a side like Gozo Zalmi. That would be really, really good to watch. This one is struck behind. Point for a single. Yeah, a few interesting names there. Suraj Durai as well. I think you were calling for him.
I think he's very talented. I really do, the way he strikes the ball and everything.
And again, the fact that he's not playing for the T20, the fact he's playing in ECI means he is eligible despite being fairly new to Malta. So we'll get to see a few players don the Maltese red for the first time.
Yeah, exciting. And this is what the ECI's nice. Oh my word, that's Carr. Uh-oh. Oh, that is not good. I'm going to go look. I'm going off the air because that smashed into something.
That has definitely smashed into something. Really concerned. It could be someone's car. We've seen this a few times from Basil George. Let's have a look at this. Baseballs this one. Humongous hit. And oh, this might have struck a car. This might have struck a car. Basil George has probably done a fair amount of damage to a number of vehicle owners here at Marsa Sports Complex. Definitely heard a horrible sound. Stacey asking if we had pea pies yet. No, unfortunately, haven't had the chance to get around to that. Yeah, stoppage in the game. because of that. I think Corey will give us an update on that when he's heads back into the commentary tent. Yeah, I really do fear that could be a car. Just gave it the sound that it might have struck a hood or something. Oh, I hope it hasn't left a dent. And there's someone's vehicle. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's hard to tell if it was that particular car, but I think we should be getting an update soon on.
Welcome back to the car update. I've gone for a look in the car park, but there's about 50 cars parked there. There was a huge crash, and I hate to say one of them's got a dent, but I can't find it. I can't find the dent, but during the innings break, I'm going to go for a deeper look because that made a huge noise.
Yeah, certainly did. We'll try to get you a picture of that if we can as well. That run rate is just under 16. Alex Knight, well, they're not only crushing the bowlers' morale, they're also damaging people's vehicles. Yeah, it looks like we have some of our finest from Springs Productions going out to have a look at that. Chris Stubbs is on the case, and we'll get you an update about any potential vehicle damage. But it's hard to imagine he hasn't, because that place, there's so many cars out there. You just heard that sound where it looked like it crashed.
We were talking about the insurance the other day, weren't we? And
yeah.
When Basil George is at the crease, especially, as that's in the end, that should be the first. Oh, wow, it's actually landed perfectly between two, just the one. But he's the one man that, the way he strikes it, the left-hander that going into that's the main car park as well, where there's actually a car wash there as well. So it's like a false sense of security for people that want to get their car washed.
No, certainly is. And again, he's a left armor. The parking lot is around mid-wicket as well. I guarantee you, he doesn't park his own car anywhere near the parking lot. He's well aware of his own power.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, take the bicycle or take the bus if you're coming to the Marsa Sports Complex. Oh, it's gonna land short of the fielder. He's actually wrong-footed himself, and it's gonna go past him. Will just allow Alex Knights to steal a second run.
Yeah, he's gone for the catch. It's spun a little bit the opposite way, and he's wrong-footed himself. You're correct, Nish. Watch this. Look, there goes the spin. And well, a little bit of egg left on his face there. As the partnership is looking pretty healthy for the Knights right now. It's very high.
Very high, yep.
It's straight, and I can understand the appeal, but very high. Little Alan in the chat saying we need damage cam footage. We might try, but I haven't found the dent yet. Me and Nish will go for a look in the break. We'll go for a little look at the cars. Oh, how's that missed the stumps? Wow.
Yeah, no idea. That was really close. You know, he's Basil George just played a few false shots here. These last few deliveries, he's looked fairly comfortable for much of his innings. He's batting on 40 of 21. Oh, almost takes out his strike partner's head. This one's rolling towards the commentary tent. It's just gonna. It's a good thing he's played this one along the ground. Otherwise, we might have been in a bit of trouble as well. But yeah, we come to the end of the over. Here's a look at some of the great places we've had the brilliant privilege of visiting. It's just,
I think we need to say a big thank you to those places, don't we? Because it's hosting an event isn't easy, and those places always say we've got 8 or 9 teams that can take time off work to play.
No, certainly it's a lot of these countries have been great hosts. Everybody from the players to the board themselves.
Were you at the one in Cyprus on 10th of April?
Yeah, I was there for the first week. It was really, really good. Got to commentate alongside Rico over there.
Did you live close to the ground?
Oh, no. Very, very far away from the ground.
Oh,
it was,
really?
Either I had to stay at the hotel most days, and a couple of days just had a really long commute.
How far are you from the ground?
90 minutes, I would say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Other end of the country. Anyway, 70 off the first 5. Manu promoted up the order.
This is struck towards extra cover. It's going to be a 4. Nice shot there by Manu. And yeah, speaking of the cricket over in Cyprus. We also have the Cypriot squad out as well for the ECIs in Malta. We'll probably get back to the Maltese squad at some point as well. Some interesting names over there for Cyprus. Chamal Sadoun is going to be playing. Really athletic fielder and a good all-rounder as well. Very classy cricketer. This one is it's taken a little edge through, and it's well taken by the keeper. It's a late call by the umpire, but that's the end of Manu's innings.
Yeah, a bit of extra bounce, as you can see there. There's definitely a little noise, and the umpire, I don't mind this sometimes, has just taken a bit of time to think about it. There's a lot of things going through an umpire's head when something's going on, and just took a little bit longer than he thought and gave it out in the end. I think that is the correct decision. It did look like there was a slight deflection.
Absolutely, and a big representation of the Sri Lankan Lions and the Sri Lankan Cricket Club in the Cypriot national team. We got the likes of Mangala Gunasekara, as well as Roshan Siriwardena playing, as well as Nalan Pathirana, the captain of the Lions. Got a couple of players from MDOX as well, Preetij Dale and Vimal Kanduri. Some representatives from the Muflons as well. Waqar Ali is in there. Got some terrific Punjab Lions players too, Tejvinder Singh, Taranjit Singh. It's going to be a great opportunity for them to play against this Maltese national side. Of course, the two teams faced each other in the ECC as well, which Malta took that game, and a great drive here by Samuel Stanislaus, who's been in outstanding form throughout this series. It's him and Basil George out there batting once again. Stanislaus now moves on to 6 off his very first ball. Stanislaus has already managed to make 220 runs before this game.
Yeah, he's a pretty good player to come out at number 3, isn't he? He's been in good form and loves playing the T10 format.
Certainly is, and they just gave Manu a chance to bat higher up the order.
Yeah, it's good. I like that. It's good for management to do that. Give them a chance to get more people in form.
Oh, it's a false shot there, a rare false shot by Stanislaus. I think one name that we're all going to be rather interested to see, just going back to the Malta squad again, is that they've decided to go with Narendra Negi in that squad. Didn't see him feature in any of the T20Is for Malta, but he will be playing. Yeah,
another good player. I mean, that Malta squad, I think that some of the names you're saying there are definitely very extremely talented players. And the good thing about the T10Is is because it's not ICC criteria, you can get pathway players involved. And that's a nice looking shot, dead straight, 4 runs. Oh, no. Well, isn't that worth it? That could be a sitcom. A Tuesday night at 7 p.m. Tune in to watch 2 players from the Southern Crusaders have a disagreement about who's going to field the ball.
Just splits the 2 fielders, and they're both looking at each other. I don't think either one of them was getting to it in the end. But it's another 4. Edix Knights 85 for 1 at the end of 6, eyeing the score probably north of 150. They got plenty of wickets in the bank. So just look at some of the hitters they have left. They got the likes of Nitin Babu, Ajay John. Some really good players in this team. Jace Matthew as well, the captain. Probably going to see him more involved with the ball in hand in the second innings.
Oh, that was funny. One of those few comedic moments.
Here comes Rahman. Had a good first over, but the second over starts off with an enormous 6. That one is sent over the fence, and it just hits the side of the tennis court. Massive hit by Stanislaus.
What a shot. Really powerful shot, and such a good player to watch. And yeah, he's in, isn't he? Enjoying himself. Actually, what I'll do in the chat as we're talking ECIs, Spain, we've just recently announced our team that we're taking to the ECIs. I'll just upload the link in the chat. There it is, if you want to see the team that we've selected for the Romania-Portugal T10s as well. Do feel free to get any questions in while I'm here, because obviously it's my team. We've got a couple of pathway players as well coming into that lineup. I've got a bit of background about them if you want to know, but it's a very strong team we've picked for those T10s.
Yeah, of course, the big one being Mustafa Salim Dar and Shiraz Akbal, of course, who you mentioned. He got some,
do you know who Mustafa is?
I certainly do.
That's Hamza's brother. Looking for, and arguably hits it harder than Hamza.
Ooh, well, I mean, looking at how hard Hamza was striking it at the ECC, if he strikes it even harder, I think found yourself a real gem over in Spain. This is an edge that's going to go away for a boundary.
Yeah, another boundary to the total.
Expensive start for Raymond. 10 runs already off these first couple of balls. This one is skied. It should be a catching chance, and he spilt it. It's gone right through him. Gopal Thakur, well, maybe he's a little bit disappointed that he wasn't included in the Malta national team for this weekend. Yeah, this one is popped up in the air, and oh, it just goes right through his hands.
Just not going their way at the moment. Runs are flowing and mistakes are happening. Basil George is on 48, looking at another 50 on the network.
He just pushes this one towards cover, and it's going to be a single. Basil George now just 1 run away from a half century. Couple more balls to come in this over. 12 runs off it already. That's a full toss. He's going to get away with that one, Rahman. Usually Stanislaus would batter a ball like that 10 feet beyond the boundary rope. Not the case there. He just had to reach out at that one. Might have been better off leaving it alone and accepting the wide.
In again, hammered, but does he have enough? No, and it gets dropped for 4. And sometimes, Nish, when it rains, it pours.
It's just not been their day. Basil George will get to his half century. He'll take him however they come. And the bowler, this is a pretty good one. He just manages to deceive Basil George there, produces a chance, and it slips right through the fielder's hand. He didn't even get underneath it while he was trying to catch it behind his head. 53 of 25 for Basil George. The over comes to an end, 17 off it. And of course, I think the biggest thing that we all notice in the squad is that Daniel Doyle is not involved. I believe you said he was traveling over this period.
Good old DDC. You got to love him. Well, he's not European at the end of the day. He's South African, DDC. He's a South African boy. So this is how his year has been. He flew over in February. He played T20s for us against the Isle of Man. As it looks like new bowler coming in and new bowler going out. That is 6. Big 6. Nice shot. Yeah, DDC had a busy year. So he came for Isle of Man. Then he played for Paco Care in the ECL. Then he went to Holland, played the summer in Holland with Hermes Cricket Club. Came back to Spain for us to play in the ECC. But he is South African. He wants to spend some time at home. So we can't hold on to him for just the little events. So he usually will go home. He wants to play a year in Australia in the future, but he's in South Africa now probably till March 30. Shot for 1. So he'll go back to South Africa and play a proper season there. And I've told him to keep pushing because I think he has slipped through the cracks in the South African system. Anyone that coaches him or works with him, he's a freak talent. He is so good. Even the English coaches at the ECC are like, get him to England. They want to have a look at him. So he'll go back there, and good luck to him.
So any chance, you said March the 30th, so that's right at the end of the ECL. So any chance we see him there?
I don't think so. I mean, every team can get a wild card player, but I don't think so. Not this time. Unless Paco Care beg him to come over, I'm not sure it'll happen.
This one goes through to the keeper.
So yeah, no DDC, but we love him and we know we'll see him soon. He's done a lot of good things for us, and we've got some T20s next year in April actually, so I'm sure we'll see more of him soon on the network, as that is for the bottom half of the bat. And well, misfield again. So errors have crept into this, but no, we've got a good team going there.
Yeah, good question coming in here by Meyer Patel. Good to see you after a while. Meyer asking, obviously everybody knows how strong the Spanish national team's batting is, but after the ECC, might have been a bit of an edge there. That's going to spoil the wide. What sort of discussions have you had with your side about how to combat strong opposition batters?
We took a very new bowling tack because of most of our main spearheads were missing, so to speak. Last ball of the 8th. As that's chipped over the offside. And we always knew we were 2 bowlers short. I mean, the only recognised bowlers were Raja Adil and Atif, and then Hamza as well. But Hamza's actually used as meant to be our 6th bowler, but he was our 3rd. So unfortunately for the ECC, we were missing out on Kami, Shafat, Atif Mahmood, 3 left-arm seamers, Hassan Ali, 4 left-arm seamers for finals week, Charlie Rumi's in Australia playing, Sebastian Hughes playing, we couldn't get released from Durham because he was busy there. So we knew we took a very light bowling attack. For the guys that went, it was a massive learning curve. But that's how you learn. You have to be under the pump and you have to figure out how to play cricket at that level. So we talked a lot about different tactics and that, but they'll learn. It was a very young bowling attack. We had young Matty trying to bowl over, and we were very short with bowling. We know that. As that is hit in the air, and that is 6 more. I mean, we were trying everything. We went to Baba Khan, who we never really would ever use. We went to Isan, a keeper. So we were really all hands on deck. Even DDC was bowling, and realistically, when Spanish cricket's at its strongest, DDC never touches a ball. He's not a bowler. So we were missing a lot, and it's just availability sometimes is so difficult in Europe. But that team there, let me check the list. Remember who I picked, because I picked it, I think, 2 weeks ago. We've got a bit, this is actually probably a more balanced side than our ECC side, quite remarkably. Obviously, that's been, well, this is a misfield, and that'll go for 2 if they're quick enough. Yeah, they'll get 2. Yeah, so funnily enough with this team, it's actually more balanced in the way that Hassan Ali's back, so you get 1 left arm quick. Muhammad Atif's there, 2 left arm quicks. Adil Raja, 3 left arm quicks. Prince Daman comes back in because he's been unavailable for most of the year. Prince is a brilliant all-rounder. And then Mustafa Salim Dar and Shiraz Iqbal are our pathway careers. Mustafa's a very talented left-arm off-spinner, and Shiraz Iqbal's an all-rounder that we want to have a look at. So very exciting for them as that ball is skied. And chance of a catch? No, just over the top for 6 more. So it's sort of some familiar names. Lorne Burns will be there to bowl some leggies as he comes from outside. And we're taking young Matty with us as the development player. He won't be selected, but he's there to still learn with us. We actually hold Matty's batting in a high. He's a seriously good batter. He was never meant to be more of a bowler. It just worked out like that at ECC, but we think he's got a long future with the bat, and good to have him around the group as well.
Hammered away for a 6. That's a big shot. And yeah, I believe Lauren had that incredible performance of 4 for 9 during the ECC. So it's going to be good to see him playing during the ECIs. I think one question I would like to ask you, though, is...
Go on.
Since you obviously you played in Group A and were then involved in Championship Week, you had quite a big gap between your final group match and your first match in Championship Week. What did you do during those weeks to help your side prepare for the Championship Week?
We can't do anything. We don't train Spanish cricket. Spanish cricket's this weird enigma at the moment that we shot. That's going to be 4, short, wide 4. And, well, it looks like 50 for Stanislaus, and these two are really enjoying each other. There it is, and, well, pretty big celebration for Stanislaus.
Yeah, 2 half centuries for 2 players who have dominated this ECS so far. They've are largely responsible for the LX Knights' 6-0 record.
So the guys will, when they're away from me, send videos in, and we've got a couple of apps that they work with me and Alistair on, so we can monitor what they're up to and help on any techniques that we have to. But realistically, we don't have great facilities in Barcelona. where most of the players are from, and we make sure we train as soon as they get there back to Cardamom. We always try and spend some time together for well bowled, for a day top-up or 2 top-up, as that's probably 4 buys, I imagine. No, runs, so it might have been an opportunity. Let's have a look. Yeah, maybe a slight inside edge. That's going to go down as another drop. But yeah, we rely a lot on raw talent and then moulding that talent in a very small space of time to then go put in good performances. We're very blessed to have such talented cricketers, like someone like Prince Deman, who couldn't come, and everyone forget Prince is a seriously good cricketer. We've got Snaneeth Reddy there as well, who we haven't seen much of. He got to face 3 balls at the ECC. We picked him as a bat and he hit 3 boundaries. So sky's the limit. Mohammed Yassin's there, great left-hander, first-class experience. A good team. It's a good bunch of boys, but I'm looking forward to seeing... my most proud thing about Spanish cricket is we've had about 22 debutants since I've started, and we've got 2 more coming, and I like to see more faces. I like to give people a go, because you never know who's going to fly at national level and really succeed.
No, I mean, Spanish cricket has had a huge improvement since you've joined them. I mean, before, back in the ECC in 2021, they picked up just 1 win in championship week, and now they're regularly right up there contending.
Yeah, they finished second in their group that year, but that year it was different. It was 2 teams went through the group, so good to see the improvement. But I'm super happy about our T20 team. T20 team's been on a roll as well. I love the T10s, but I do love T20 cricket, and we've got a good balanced side and a bunch of good players. And Yasir Ali gets to be captain for the first time after 8 years playing for the country, so I'm pretty happy for him. Chris, I mean, we miss Chris a lot at the EC. People don't mention, I know our batting was fine. I know Chris is a batter, as that's high in the air, and that'll go over the top probably for 1, 2. They'll get back for 2. Yeah, Chris, obviously, he would have batted, but he would have batted at 5 or 6 and maybe had a few little innings. But we miss Chris's captaincy. Danny did a good job, but Chris is a great leader. So probably the biggest miss for us in that finals week was Chris, because Chris is, the way he fields at the straight position and the way he captains those boys is brilliant. He has to be one of the best captains in Europe.
This is struck towards the leg side. Is it going to beat those 2 fielders? It will. We've seen a few mix-ups in the field between them. They've not quite been able to cut out those boundaries. I think the Southern Crusaders have kind of shot themselves on the foot at time. This total could have been a little bit lower if they'd just been a bit more clinical with some more controllable aspects of the game. See now, I think 160 on the cards here for the Knights.
Yeah, you have to say the fielding effort's been a little bit lacking here from the Crusaders.
And where is this one going to land? It's going to be a single goes to Ryan Bastians.
But yeah, just so that ECI weekend with Porter, we're going to change the team a lot as well. It won't be always sort of Bubba and Hamza at 1 and 3. We want to give people a go in this and see other people at the top of the order. So looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Expect to see quite a bit of experimentation with your bowling as well.
Yeah, massively. It's a trials weekend.
Oh, we got a question here from Jeffrey Mobbs, as this one is struck out towards extra cover. He's asking if you do any other coaching elsewhere during the year.
So during the year, I do VOC Rotterdam. I have in the past. Kept coaching at Dutch level and done some work with over in Holland for a few years, and quite a few years actually. And I've done a couple of franchises. I went to the PSL for 2 years and went to Qatar and Dubai for the T10s over there, which was T10 at the highest level, and that was great fun to watch. Great fun. Last ball of the innings.
This one is hung up in the air, and it's a good catch here by Ryan Bastians as the innings comes to an end. A terrific partnership of 74 runs. Keep the questions coming in. We'll have plenty more discussion in the second innings, as the Knights are going to end up with a really, really good total of 148. Another stellar batting performance by them, courtesy of 3 great innings by Basil George, Manu, and Stanislaus. These 2 men who you currently see walking out of your screen, they have been formidable throughout this series. No one seems to know how to get them out.
Yeah,
and,
it's been a funny old innings in the field, hasn't it? They missed a few opportunities, Nish, and well, when you miss opportunities, this is what can happen. We know how good Basil George is. He doesn't need second chances. And, well, they experimented with the lineup a bit, and it looked good, didn't it?
It certainly looked good. I think Manu came in. He played a very handy role at the top of the order, made 26 runs of 10 deliveries. Basil George got away with one early in his innings. He presented a chance, and he certainly made the Crusaders pay for not taking it. We saw him potentially hit strike a ball at someone's car. We still haven't been able to find that dent in the parking lot. We sent some of our finest from Spring Productions to take a look at it.
Yeah, we didn't find it, but we're hoping we do go find it. As it was a massive 6 that got hit into the car park. And, well, these were the drop chances. Unfortunately, you don't let good players off. And Stanislaus and his good old buddy, I should say, Basil George. Those two love batting together. They seem to always hit runs, and there was a big celebration and good smiles, and you can understand why. Why not? That took us right to the back end, and yeah, another wicket finally fell, but it was all little, too late. So, we are at the halfway stage of this one. 56 not out for Basil George and 62 for Stanislas. A quick fire 26 off 10 for Manu. It was a good innings for the batters, and they've put on a pretty good score. Have a quick look at the bowling figures, shall we? And well, they tried their best, but the fielders couldn't back them up, and when you drop chances, this is what can happen. 46 off 2 for Massey. Oh no. And pick of the bowlers, 1 for 18 for Karasum, and that was basically it. Not a great economy rates for most of those bowlers. We are at the halfway stage. 149 required. Do join us back in the next 10 minutes for the All Excited Run Chase.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and BizAway.
Welcome back for the second innings. It's our first match, the doubleheader between ECS Knights and the Southern Crusaders. The ECS Knights were superb in the first innings. Another big performance by Stanislaus and George. The two of them batted terrifically and continue to add to their incredible run-scoring tally for this series. Manu chipped in with a great 26 of 10 as well. We'll have a look at the win predictor. ECS Knights, rightfully so, 88% favorites. And we're going to need to see something really special here from the Southern Crusaders. The finalists from the ECS earlier this year looked like they might slide into a 2-3 hole unless you see a big performance from players like that man, Bastians. Going to need to see him step up. And that, as he so often does, haven't quite seen any big performance from him yet so far this series. And I'm also looking at guys like Gopal Thakur. Now here's a chance for him to show the Malta national team selectors that leaving him out of the ECIs was a bad decision. Just having a look at the field setting, you can see trying to plug all the gaps on the offside. We've got a deep backward point and a very fine deep third. And good ball there by Babu to start off. Might need to be a little bit careful with that line. I think the sort of field setting he has, maybe he wants to bowl a touch outside the off stump. It's a good field setting to go over the wicket to, if anything. I think he can get that ball to go across. That'd be pretty nice. Oh, great delivery. Fantastic ball. Cuts him in half. As take another look at this ball. Outstanding work. Brilliant ball. Of course, joining me, Nishchey Bhatt, for this third game of the day is Corey Rutgers, head coach of the Spanish national team. Had a lot of good questions about Spain coming in. Keep them coming. Of course, want to continue this discussion?
It's good to interact. And yeah, if you do have any questions about national setups or how nations usually work in Europe, I've got a pretty good idea. As that's down leg side wide. Yeah, so a lot of the questions just at the end there, I think Jeffrey was asking about training and that. So people don't think about the geography enough. When you're looking at Spain or Italy or Germany, Italy and Germany have a lot of funding, it's basically training camps, whereas only countries like the Netherlands, Belgium, Luxembourg, they will train weekly. When I coached at Belgium, we trained Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, and the boys grew very quickly. The hard part for the geography for big countries, we don't have funding to just train weekly. How do you train weekly? It's impossible. So if the facilities get better in Barcelona, maybe I can move there, but it's a little bit tricky. All these European nations that are geographically, you're all spread out. I mean, we've got players in Malaga, Alicante, Madrid. How do you do a weekly session? You just can't. You just can't. It's a shame. And then the funding to get the boys together, to train together, it's an absolute nightmare, to be honest. It's not enough. ICC, if you're listening, please send.
So when you were over in Belgium, where would most of the players be based around, and where would you hold your camps?
Yeah, so for Belgium, because of it being so small, I created our home base was Antwerp. We had used one of our Antwerp Indians Cricket Club, actually. We used their main ground.
This is just going to trickle over the boundary rope. It's a 4. Good shot there by Bastians.
Yeah, so Belgium was good fun. I had a good 18 months there. We pretty successful. I think we won 8 out of 9 before decided to move on onto bigger things. But we just we made an agreement with the club teams that had a really nice ground, really good outfield that I wanted to use for fielding practice, and we would then use that as a national team. We trained there. It was on a Wednesday, Friday, and then the optional training was a Sunday morning. So it was 3 a week over 18 months, and Belgium cricket grew. We had a lot of debutants, same sort of system I set up to Spain, and we unearthed a lot of talent. There was a lot of talent in Belgium. I think found that little left-hander, Manib Mohammed. Khalid Ahmadi, a smiling assassin, I found him playing tape ball in a park, and I was like, this guy is that good. He can play hardball, and he's now dominating for Belgium. So it's good to see some of the guys I found a few years ago doing so well still.
Certainly, it's a great growth for Belgian cricket.
They're going a little bit backwards now, though, unfortunately. The last few ECCs, they've struggled and haven't got through the group stage, and really they should. If they were run with a good sort of system, they could easily win the ECC. They focus too much on... They're a team that focus... I love the mantra, let's hit sixes and win it. That can take you so far, but if you can build a good fielding unit, it's always their fielding that lets them down. They seem to drop 2-3 catches a game, and if they can sort that out, a good fielding 11 with that power, they'll go close. As we're up to 202 things. Fun fact, that's my highest ever score. I only ever hit one double, and it was 202.
Was that back in your time in Australia?
Back in my old days when I could actually play. 202 not out. I got there on the last ball of the day. It was a 60 over game. I finally got there, and I was exhausted. And I was in a actually, the fun thing about my double century was I was on 0, and I nicked one between first and second slip, and they just both looked at each other. And no one touched it. Went straight through 4, and on another day, you're just out.
Yeah.
Cricket's a funny game.
No, it really is. It's comes down to little moments like that. I think we saw plenty of that from the Southern Crusaders in the first innings, and yeah, that must have been a great 202.
Yeah, the glory days. I'm too old now. I don't really miss playing, to be honest. much more into the coaching and the commentary. It's a fun little combination to do together, as it looks like Sukumaran will come in and bowl, and Sukumaran will be dispatched. That is an audacious shot for 6.
Really nicely struck there by Bastian. Sukumaran gets punished on his very first ball. It's right in his arc. Bastian pummels this one away. I think it's going to be a 6. Yep, just in front of the boundary rope. Great shot. See, the second ball is this over is coming up. A little bit of width there. Is that one a wide? Umpire deems it illegal delivery. Of course, one thing that's quite apparent from looking at your coaching style is how innovative and modern it is. How's your Spanish national team looked at integrating things like advanced analytics into your approach?
We use an app called Ludimus. Yeah, that was it. Hold on, let me make sure I pronounce that correct. So it's a Dutch app.
God, this one is just falling all over the place there, Bastians. That's definitely a wide.
Yeah, Ludimus, Ludimos. So we use an app called Ludimus that if you're in the national setup, for me, you have to have that downloaded and send in your videos and your trainings. And I can actually, when I don't just watch the video, I can draw lines, I can slow it down, I can use whatever I want to do to be able to still frame it, take shots, put my notes on certain bits and then correct them from afar. So that's super helpful as that goes for 6. And then a lot of it is also cricket education, and a lot of education and changing their mindsets onto how we want them to play, and also trying to mix one of the biggest things, trying to mix 7 different cultures. And we've got Pakistani, Indian, Bangladeshi, obviously Australian. There's English. Lorne and Adam are English-based. Spanish, Chris, South African. We've got, maybe it's even 8 these days, and Australian coaches. So yeah, that's one of the big challenges, is making everyone mix well, and the Spanish boys love playing for each other now, which is great.
Oh, this one's going to go past the keeper. It's another wide, just struggling to start off his over here, Sukumaran. I think that's 15 runs off the first 3 balls. He's asking too much of his wicketkeeper. Maybe he could do a better job there, Ajay John. Going to need all these freebies. The Southern Crusaders, huge asking rate for them to go at over 15. This is just pushed away towards square leg. It's going to be a single.
Yeah, so 149 is the target. Long way away, but if you can get on a bit of a run, maybe cause some nerves in that opposition. Saw a pretty big upset today, and upsets do happen.
Now, of course, as a coach, I mean, you obviously set big plans, certain targets for subsequent years. Is the way that you construct the Spanish team? We'll take a look at this ball. This is going to take one bounce over the boundary rope and go away for 4. So a lot of international sides tend to build around major tournaments. So their 4-year plan for the next World Cup, say. Yeah. Would you go with, sorry, a 1-year plan for the next ECC, or is it even more long-term?
No, we've got now a 3-year plan. So we actually missed out on a 50-over spot by 1 spot, and it came down to 1 game. Saudi Arabia upset Qatar on the day before the cutoff. And if they didn't do that, the Spanish national team would have been going to Malaysia in February for a 50-over qualifier. So we were pretty heartbroken to miss out by the barest of margins, which means now we set our sights on it. We've got a 3-year cycle, so we've got a 3-year plan at the moment. The ECC is still this fun event for us that actually gives us our biggest social media and news platform. When we do well at the ECC, it goes through Spanish news now, so that's important to get us government funding and to put our name there, so that's why that's become important. T20 is our main format for the growth, but also we want to get 50 over cricket back for the funding. So, yeah, 3 years now is our new aim, and next ECC, let's hope we go far again, but yeah, very difficult to tell.
That's some good questions coming in here from Jeffrey Mobbs. A very good afternoon to you as well. room as we're just about to start this final over of the power play. Babu's going to bowl it. Just going to ask you the question Jeffrey has over here after this ball. Yeah, is this going to beat the fielder? Certainly will. And, oh, it goes over the boundary rope as well, so that's a 4. Nice shot here by Khan, and Crusaders are keeping themselves in this game. The first over was a little bit quiet, went for just 6 runs, and they got that big 20-run over of Sukumaran.
Staying in it, and they're doing what they need to do.
Yeah, they're certainly hanging in there. Here's a question from Jeffrey. He's quite curious how Spanish cricket's funding works, and also how you go about scouting players.
Yeah, it's a funding's always a funny thing with ICCs. That is a proper Steve Waugh slog on a knee, out for 6, and what a shot that is. Good batting, and they're still in this chase. Yeah, with funding, obviously we get an X amount from the ICC, but being honest, and I'm sure other European countries in it, it's not enough for what we want to do. Nowhere near. We try our best, but to get everyone together and to use Desert Springs or Alicante costs thousands of dollars, and we don't have that much for what it is. We're trying to get government backed, and if we do get government backed, it's a game changer. Italy have it, Germany have it, Denmark have it. I think Malta get a little bit from the government, maybe, I've heard. Not much, but a bit, as that might be shot of the day. Oh, Afi Khan. That's a glorious slog sweep, back-to-back 6s.
Oh, back-to-back incredible shots here by Afi Khan. Well, have a look at this. Just gets that one a little too full. Beautiful shot. Full face of the bat. Bang. Hits it away for 6.
So
deposited into the tennis courts.
Funding-wise, difficult. If we get government funding or more sponsors, we can do more. We can contract players, or even hosting a series costs a lot of money. Traveling, air flights, everything. When it comes to players, I'm sort of blessed being a commentator for the ECN, so I get to go around in Spain. I also spent some individual time in Barcelona because that's where a lot of our players are. So I was, in my first few months, I went around to the different cities, watched some local cricket. That's where I found Mohamed Kamran bowling 140. Then I see Lorne Burns from Costa del Sol bowling beautiful leg spin. You look these guys up, they've got careers back in their own countries. Lorne played 8 years at Kent in the 2s. Cammy's played high level in Pakistan. Found Mohamed Yassin. Speak to him. Mohamed Yassin played 39 first-class games for Salcott. I mean, you can't play first-class cricket and be a mug, and he's a genuine left-arm bat. And also started going around the world. I started contacting cricket agents, created a flyer, and spoke to everybody I know about P players around the world, if there's anyone with a Spanish word. Found Daniel Doyle, then found Joshua Tremberth Morrow through an agent, called me and said, hey, I've got a guy on my books who's got a Spanish passport. He's in Australia, playing Victoria 2s. We've got a lot of talent, and then we contacted all the counties, and we've just found a left-arm off-spinner playing Durham 2s, Sebastian, so we want to bring him in soon as well.
This is another one that's going to be sent away for 6. Huge shot there by Khan.
Lovely batting, and they are right on here. I mean, they're up there with the rate, and he loves getting down on that knee to play this sort of shot. Good batting. But yeah, so you have to go digging, you have to work hard, and then you mix the players you find from outside with the players you find inside. So we're very lucky to find some players locally. Mohammed Ihsan has come in, Prince Daman has come in, and you just have to go looking for them, blood them, train them, and some people will go really good and some people will struggle a little bit, and that's cricket. We had the same with Belgium when I was there. When I came in, I think we found 10 new faces that had never been given a go.
Oh, just inside the tram line. He's really frustrated with himself there. Khan slams his helmet in anger, but this is still a really good power play for them. They managed to get 48 runs off him. But that incredible story about how you located the player by contacting agents, for me, that has to be one of the best things I've heard today.
Yeah, I contacted every cricket agency that promotes players around the world, and then all of them said, no, we don't have anyone. And then I was watching the Ashes a year and a half ago, and one of them messaged me at midnight while I was watching the cricket. He said, I think I found you a Spanish player. And that's it. You just got to make these connections. So, yeah, that's how you do it. You work hard and you get good results. And then you got to make a family atmosphere. Everyone has to play for each other. There's a nice message from Wasim Abbas in the chat. And, yeah, I brought Belgium here 2 years ago when I was coaching them. And that was a genuine young Belgium team. And those boys could field. I picked a fielding team because everyone in Belgium can bat and bowl. Everyone can hold a bat and ball. But with Asian-based cricketers mostly. If you can find 11 fielders that can all do that, all of a sudden the team is so strong and it makes a big difference. You watch England and Netherlands at the ECCs. Do they ever miss anything in the field?
Absolutely nothing.
And that's why they win it. Black and white.
And you even see that a little bit in these ECSs where some of these teams have had that privilege of going to the ECL, getting some good coaching. They just go head and shoulders above the rest of the competition because their fielding is so much better.
Makes a huge difference. People don't talk about fielding. I think we just watched the first innings, and didn't Basil George and Stanislas both get dropped?
Yeah.
It's massive. Fielding is everything in European cricket.
And this one is pitched outside the leg stump. I think one team it's really apparent for is the Roma Cricket Club back in Rome, where they've been to a few ECLs now, and you can just look at them. They're a class apart from everyone. They're backing up well in the field. They just look like a different unit, and they just don't give up any chances, while some of their opponents give up a couple of chances, and that's the difference in the game. Another
thing that has to change in European cricket with a lot of countries is the mindset about squad balance. Now, squad balance is never spoken about enough, but it is basically everything. It is everything. You have to be balanced with who you select and why you select them, and give people roles. Not many people talk about the roles of teams and that. So I see a lot of teams around Europe, and everyone will list themselves as an all-rounder. And then you've got, oh yeah, we bat to number 9, and we've got like 2. It doesn't work like that. You have to have genuine bats and genuine bowlers in your team, not all-rounders. There's no... When you think about the world of cricket, Ben Stokes is a genuine all-rounder, but now he's probably not as much because of his knee. Cameron Green, genuine all-rounder, but maybe his batting's going away a bit. To be a genuine all-rounder, you have to be a gun at both, a full-blown, he can bat and bowl for it. There isn't many, and people all think they're an all-rounder, but they're not. In squad balance, you've got to go 5 genuine bats. You might have 1 proper all-rounder, and then you pick your best 3 or 4 bowlers in the country. Now, if your 3 or 4 bowlers can't hold a bat, so be it. But you have to be it like that, and I see so many teams in Europe say, oh, we bat to number 9 and we've got 9 all-rounders. It just doesn't work like that, and those teams generally will lose. And you'll also get a lot of infighting because everyone wants to bowl, everyone wants to bat, and there's no balance. Balance is so important.
This is chipped up in the air, and it's going to clear the fielder. It's a 6. Another terrific hit by Khan. Khan keeping his team in this game. The Southern Crusaders continue to fight hard. A little bit of a check swing. It's cleared the fielder. A great effort by him. That was Jace Matthew, the captain. I wonder if he's going to have to come in at some point to bowl to just stem the bleeding.
Afi Khan's on a bit of a heater here. That's probably the best shot of his innings because he just timed that beautifully. Over extra cover is not easy.
Yeah, oh, that's going to be given a wide. But yeah, going back to your point, a lot of these European teams, of course, predominantly play T10 or T20 cricket, so I think that plays a huge factor into how you balance the team. You tend not to bat that low down the order anyway, and those the 2 shortest formats of the game.
Yeah, a lot of teams get confused with squad balance and why they pick people, and if you have to drop a good batter because you've already got 5, so be it. Shot, great shot, short, and he pumps that for 6, and well, he's ticking here, and the Crusaders, they truly believe they're in this chase, and well, you couldn't put it past them at the moment. Afi Khan is batting beautifully.
It just takes 1 big innings to give your side hope. Afi Khan moves on to 35 of 11. This is a great opening stand on par with the brilliant one we saw for the Edix Knights when Manu and George were doing so well. They've set up a great platform here. They're going above the required rate as well, which is the key from the Crusaders' point of view. And you can just see that win predictor now. It's down to 50-50. And when we started off this innings, it was about 88-12 in favor of the Edix Knights. And so far, it's been easy going for the Edix Knights throughout this series. They've won 6 games fairly comfortably. Is this the one where they're actually going to have a bit of a fright? This time, it's a good idea by Khan. Fine leg inside the ring. He's looking to strike it over him, but he coughs a blow instead.
Yeah, good game we got on our hands. It's been an interesting day. Knights are still ahead on the win predictor. Long way to go. Afi Khan's pretty important as he's 35 off 12.
This is pushed away for a single, so Khan keeps the strike to start the 5th over. The Crusaders move on to 64 for nothing at the end of 4.
Yeah, 64 for none, and they've definitely breathed some life into this game. Who's going to win it? Tough to tell at the moment, but they're above the rate, and they've got 10 wickets in hand. That's all you can ask.
So it's going to be Jace Matthew, the captain. He's decided to take charge of the situation. Both these teams in a roughly similar situation at this stage. The Knights were 63 for no loss right now. Crusaders are 64 for no loss.
You know, another way that I found cricketers, Liam in the chat. Liam in the chat. I put it out to the viewers here to help me find a Spanish cricketer, and Liam in the chat has found me 4 in the last month.
Are you thinking it's taking Liam on as a potential scout for Spain?
He is a spick out for Spain. I owe him a couple of beverages as that is pumped by Hafi Khan and goes away for 6 more.
Another great shot here. Just gives him a bit too much length. And he gets underneath that ball. And as he said, he just pumps it away for 6. Khan moves on to 42 of 14.
Well, he's really motoring along at the moment. He's 42 of 14 and he's timing the ball perfectly. He's got good support in Bastinaz, and while those two are there, good signs for Southern Crusaders. But yeah, I already owe Liam let's just say a couple of cartons of genuinely good liquid, and he deserves it. So he's got we've got a women's cricketer that's going to debut at the ECS. Liam found her. Unbelievable story when you think about it.
I think the passion for cricket amongst our ECC faithful is really something to behold.
So interesting stage in this game. 70 for none.
And this is going to be played towards cover. Needs to get a sharp single here. Puts in a good dive. And that just tells me how much this means for Khan. And they're going to pinch another run off overthrows.
That's pretty tough on the fielder. I think that's that must have been Basil George. Watch the throw here. He does nothing wrong. There's a chance at a run out. The bowler's in the position. It hits the edge of the pit. Sometimes the cricket gods aren't on your side. See, what are you meant to do? If he hits the stumps, it could be out. The bowler was in the right spot. Just a bit of bad luck.
Yeah, it's just unlucky. Kind of one big blow away from a half century. Just going to see the keeper. No, beg your pardon. That's Hafi Khan. Never mind. Of course, he's the keeper for his own team, the Southern Crusaders. Oh, low full toss. Isn't quite able to get it away. It's just a single. Win predictor now. It's at almost 50-50. It's a real tight game on our hands. And we just showed you the golden ball streak in the previous innings. This could be one that could help us shatter that streak. I think we're in for a very close game.
Yeah, looking forward to the end of this. One of these two has to bat the whole way, you'd imagine. That is gone. Well, we put the kibosh on him. It gets a bit big. It hits high up on the bat, and Matthew picks up the wicket.
It just cramps him for room over there. Matthew does the trick. This is one of the best overs we've seen both so far this innings. And that pops up for a nice and simple catch. Matthew takes that one. And I think it's going to be Gopal Thakur. Well, surprisingly enough, he was left out of the Malta squad for the ECIs this weekend. He's played plenty of cricket for the national team, so here's a chance for him to make a big statement and remind everyone in Cricket Malta why he's still a very important player for this team. Good catch taken there by Matthew.
Yeah, Thakur comes out here at number 3, and his one job is not to get stuck here and waste any time, at least to be scoring 2 a ball, you'd imagine, from here, and they'll go close.
Yeah, that wicket now just shifting things a little bit back in favor of the Knights. You can see that predictor going up to almost 60% now for them. Bastian's is such an important player, but the main thing is that Khan is still out there. Oh, Takur hits this straight, but it falls just short of the fielder. Heart and mouth moment to start off this innings. Doesn't quite middle it.
He sort of pulled the parachute early there, I think, Babu. Just got a little... not Babu, sorry. Yeah, it was Babu. He just didn't go and attack the ball hard enough, and maybe a chance missed. As these teams will definitely not want to miss a chance when they're at the ECL 2024. We talked a lot about fielding and coaching in this, and probably one of the better fielding teams will go on and go very deep in this competition. Looking forward to it, and through it, the reigning French champions will be there, and they'll be hoping to go back-to-back, which no team has been able to do just yet, but you never know.
Alwyn John is going to bowl this over. Just wants to get that field setting absolutely spot on. Just moves the fielder over to deep third. And he's a lot of protection on that leg side boundary. And Gopal Thakur will look to hit this straight down the ground, but he finds the fielder, Nithin Babu. He just avoided him earlier when, as you mentioned, Babu pulled the parachute and did quite attack the ball, but this time he presents a catch straight to him. Thakur departs, having made just one run.
Yeah, he'll have to go. So another wicket, and just a few wobbles now happening in that Sun Crusaders team, and they need to keep up that high tempo, which isn't easy to do.
Especially when you're losing wickets at quick intervals. Yusuf getting a promotion up the order. He was originally listed at 6. Surprised we haven't seen the captain, Gunatilaka, come out to bat yet. Oh, this one's going straight to the fielder and long on as well. It's another wicket. Well, they've turned this game on its head. He departs for a golden duck. We've seen 3 wickets in the space of 4 balls. Everything was going so nicely for the Crusaders, and now they're in all sorts of trouble.
Boy, can you believe it? He gets caught, lets that ball fly, and oof, lucky, almost takes the bowler out on the comeback, but 2 in 2, and this game just changes once again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just having a look at the fielder. I think he got a bit too passionate with his celebration. He's now clutching his wrist after that one. We'll have a look at this. Takes the catch. Look at that celebration. Just tosses the ball. Lands just in front of the bowler. You can see the batter. He's a complete dismay. Hat-trick ball coming up. Alwyn John, will he be the 43rd player this year to pick up a hat-trick? Masi on strike. The captain, Gunatilaka, who originally said he was going to open the batting, still hasn't come out. Let's have a look at this Hall of Famer. Yet to get a hat-trick here in Malta. And this entire game, well, it's been turned in the space of 4 balls. It was going so nicely for the Crusaders 5 deliveries ago. But here we go. Hat-trick ball. Oh, shouts to catch it. But it's going to fall just short of the fielder, so we're still waiting for our first hat-trick here in Malta. It's been a couple of weeks since we've had one on the European Cricket Network. That was all the way back in Croatia.
Yeah, those wickets now just make it a little bit harder for Afi Khan, who's played a really good innings, but 16 and over is not easy to go for the last couple at this level, so can he keep ticking?
And has he cleared the fielder? Yes, he has. He might be able to keep ticking. He brings up his half century with a huge 6. Afi Khan, he might be the last hope for the Crusaders.
Yeah, you feel he is. You just feel he is the one man that, in this form, if he can keep going like this, he'll get them close at least, or a shot at the end. 7 sixes, 1 4, striking at 283.
Yeah, everything down the ground.
Good to see that. Really nice to see. A good wagon wheel.
31 runs through mid-wicket so far.
Umpires just had to tell them just to calm down a little bit there as well in the field.
And are we going to get some more runs through mid-wicket? Oh, that's a terrific bit of fielding. He's denied a certain boundary. That's saved his team a couple of runs. That was Nivyas Muhammad.
Yeah, there's some tension out there. The umpire just in that previous ball had to tell some of the Edix Knights fielders on the offside just to take a breath because there's a lot of yelling and shouting going on. So these teams, they definitely want it, that's for sure.
Love to see this high-intensity cricket this afternoon. Tries to bowl a short one. Gets that one a bit wrong there, John.
Yeah, good game. Afi Khan can't get out now. Has to keep going. And he's going to need a bit of support from the non-striker as well if they are going to get close.
Oh, great ball there by John. At least Khan will be on strike to start the 7th over. 11 runs off this one, but John got 2 huge wickets of Tucker and Yusuf.
Yeah, so this game still on. The good thing, I guess, about Thacker and Yusuf, even though they got out early, they got out quickly. You don't want someone getting a 1 off 5 or a duck off 4. It really throws you behind. Because they were quick dismissals, it's actually not the worst thing in the world. But Afi Khan's going to have to go deep. He might need an 80 or a 90 here if they're going to get close.
Has he middled this one? It doesn't look like he has. Oh, the fielder holds on to it. Nitin Babu for a second. He just wondered if Vishnu Tulasidaran was about to run into him. But he takes that catch, and that might be the catch which ices this game. It was one shot too many for Khan. He was batting superbly. Just needed to go on for at least 2 or 3 more overs to give his team a chance.
Yeah, and that's why it's so hard at that club level to chase things around 149. And that one hits higher up on the bat. A little collision, but he holds on to the catch. And, well, good innings comes to an end. He couldn't keep it going. 54 of 21. He did his job. He needs someone else to stand up now.
Incredible innings. Jace Matthew, he's bowled really well. The Edix Knights captain, whenever he's come on, he's made a good impact with the ball in hand. We'll take another look at that catch. Yeah, he just pulls out in time. Vishnu Tulsidaran. And look how much that means to Matthew. You love to see it. This has been a very hard-fought game. As Gunatilaka finally comes out at number 6. Really surprised he sent Masi ahead of him. Masi with a career average of 7.
They've also just got to be a bit wary of the clock here. They're probably a little bit behind, and if you add another 5 runs to the total, always helps. But 2 new batters, someone has to start smacking it everywhere.
Oh, he's going to throw his bat at this one. Does it have enough to go for a 4? No, it doesn't. They're going to need a quick bit of running between the wickets here. They'll come back for a second.
Yeah, good running. Every run counts. What are we looking at? 61 off 21. Yeah, a lot of work. Let's pretend they do get penalty runs, though. 56 off 21, because they've got to bowl another 2.3 overs in 7.5 minutes. That's not easy. Looks like they're trying to speed up now. Oh.
Well, maybe he knew something about Masi. Masi managed to smack this one away for a 6. That's certainly going to help his career average.
What a shot. He's got that open blade, and he smokes that. So that goes for 6, and they're just not giving up the Edicts, the Southern Crusaders. They're hanging in there.
Oh, another one pops up in the air. Is this going to be taken? It will. That's another good catch there. That's Samuel Stanislaus. We know the damage he does with the bat in hand. Now he takes a catch as well. Masi, having hit a 6, departs right after that.
Yeah, obviously he has to keep going at it, and very next delivery, straight in the air, dismissed. So the wickets have started to come in this middle stage, despite the Southern Crusaders going okay, and it looks like they are going to fall short.
It's going to be really tough for them to get it from here. Gunatilaka, he's quite a pretty decent career average, but his strike rate is just around 120, which it's going to be hard to see him hitting those big shots.
Yeah, he needs to get on a heater, really. Not easy at all.
Karyawasa with a big wind up there, but hits it straight to the field. Recover once again. It comes off the edge of the pitch, but it won't cost them.
Unbelievable. He's done that twice, so Basil George can hit the end of the pitch if he wants. It's unbelievable he's done that. The bowler is complaining, but you mean you can't complain about that. It's just something freakish, as these 2 teams will come up again in about 30 minutes' time.
That'll be the final match of the day between the Edix Knights and the Southern Crusaders. It was a good fight the Southern Crusaders put on, to be fair to them. I think they're just going to need to clean up their act a little bit with the ball in hand and with their fielding. As you can see, the Crusaders have won the toss and decided to bat first. So let's see if they can put a big total up on the board in the first innings of the next game and put some pressure on the Knights in the second innings. We're, of course, blessed with plenty of great batting talent, boasting the likes of Stanislaus, George, now Manu as well, stepping up with a big innings. Oh, this goes straight to the captain, Jace Matthews. Stanislaus comes in to do a little bit of bowling himself, and he gets rid of the opposite skipper, Gunnar Tilaka, who departs having made just one run. And now you really feel this Crusaders innings is just fizzling away.
Yeah, they were up with the rate for 5 overs, but at club level, we talked about it a few times in this competition. The number 6, 7, 8 just don't have that batting depth as a national level, so chasing a 149 is rare. It is rare. Obviously, ECC was different, but credit to the Edicts Knights. They've held their nerve and they've held their catches, where if you look at the opposition, dropped a lot of catches, and once again, you could say if they held those, maybe they were chasing 120 and it's game on.
Oh, it's a good throw there to the non-strikers, and the Stanislaus can't quite hold on. He's got his hand on his head. We'll have a look at the replay to see how close that one was.
Well, I don't know how this has happened. Stanislaus has just missed the ball. He gets into position. All he has to do is catch it, and he drops it. It would have been run out by a long way.
This is played away towards mid-wicket for a single. Jeffrey Mobb's asking us about the damaged car.
Yeah, let's go for a look after this game. Let's go for a walk, because I reckon it's up there. There has to be. We heard the noise. That noise doesn't come from it hitting the road. That was a bang. I'm going to go find it.
I had a quick look there during the innings breaks. Of course, Christophs from Spring Productions was there as well. And yeah, I couldn't locate it, but must be there surely. Maybe with a bit more time,
yeah,
we'll be able to find it.
You and I are going for a little voyage after this game. Let's go see who can find it first.
Struck hard and struck away for a 4. There's Diana Oros with a burrito. She got a perfect shot of that brilliant looking stroke.
Yeah, right next to Diana out there, who's doing a good job on the photography as per usual.
This is played away again towards square leg. It's going to be a single. 47 runs needed for the last 2 overs for the Crusaders.
Yeah, 47. That's probably too little too late. They just ran out of gas at the wrong time. But credit to the Edicts Knights. They're a good team with bat ball, and you can see the wickets there have made that worm go the wrong way. Sort of like the Titanic now, just sinking slowly and not looking good. That ball pulled away, and that might actually go for 4. It does. So 4 more to the total. Manu's been given the over maybe to try and bowl 6 balls off a couple of steps quickly so there's no penalty runs. But it is a little bit too little too late. I can't see them getting 43 off 11. Nah, no way. That one rears up. Good work from the wicketkeeper, AJ John, who does well to not let any buys go. A little bit of extra bounce and a bit of self-preservation, if anything, as he stops that in front of that helmet. Not the biggest of men, AJ John, but did well there. And you can see they are getting the ball back quickly, so they would have been informed from the umpires and the officials that they're a little bit behind the time. And you can see that he's just coming off 1, 2, 3, 4 steps run up to get through the over quickly. So that's clever as well, as that's a misfield from the captain, Matthews, for a single.
Yeah, we're coming to the end of this game, and even a boundary off every ball probably won't be enough for the Crusaders. It's they're going to have to mix in some sixes as well. 41 of 9. Raymond just placed that one back onto his foot. Of course, it does look like the LX Knights are about to make it 7 wins in 7. They've certainly, despite being a side who we didn't see in the previous ECS, they've very well this ECS is going to go away for a boundary.
The question will be, that's going to be a no ball boundary as well. So we're going to look at the side on. That is probably too high. Oh yeah, that's a massive no ball. So no ball. Now we have to see if it's a 4 or a 6. Ooh, I reckon it's 4. Tough to tell. Here he comes, gets a hand on it. Where's that ball? You see it bounce up there. It looks like it's inside the rope. So I think that'll be a no ball 4 if they've picked that up in the match referee's tent. Definitely 4. And yeah, the free hit signal. So the no ball's been called as well.
I think from our initial vantage point as well, because we had a pretty clear view of it, it looked like it was a 4. And it's going to be 5 runs here for the Crusaders. And fails to take advantage of the free hit there, Ramon. Of course, T10 cricket has certainly revolutionized European cricket. And it's taking the cricketing world by storm.
This is interesting. Sorry to interrupt you. This is a 7. This is a no ball 6, and that time is getting closer. Imagine if he bowls another little wide here and they get 5 penalty runs, hits the free hit for 6.
Oh, we could still have a game on over here, so we'll just have to hold our hats and have some more excitement. The clock there.
Yeah, the clock's there-ish. I mean, he has to just make sure he doesn't lose the complete plot here and bowl another wide. But
the batter's got to be a bit intelligent here, maybe take a step out.
Free hit again.
It's going to be a dot ball. He's probably survived the penalty runs as well, so 29 runs needed at the last over.
Yeah, shame he didn't get... If he had hit those 2 free hits to the boundary, well, that would have been interesting, that is for sure.
I think just going back to the point, of course, a lot of our viewers are certainly very accustomed to watching T10 cricket. And certainly for you as a coach, you know, you talked about the importance of T20 cricket for you as well. But how would you say the sort of the frequency with which European cricketers in particular have become used to playing T10 cricket, how has that affected your T20 coaching? As this is going to go down to 3rd.
There's certain players that can use that T10 in the T20 format, but they have 2 very different formats. I think it's important not to get too confused. But I think the T10 batting is sort of trickling into T20 batting now, and teams are even braver from before. So, yeah, quite an interesting sort of balance. But it is great to see how this T10 format has come on, and players are using their craft from T10 then in T20s. I think the pressure you get from T10 cricket is so intense for the bowlers because of the short boundaries and the ball flying that then when you bowl in a T20 with a 70-metre boundary, you must be feeling a lot better.
Yeah, certainly increased innovation, and bowlers just continue to have to come up with new answers to all the questions that batters present. This one comes off the bottom end of the bat, goes away for a 4. I think I remember one comment that was made about T10 years ago, back when you know, we just started to see the shorter formats of the game start to take the cricketing world by storm. That's a dot ball. Was that, well, T10 cricket isn't long enough to tell a story. I think that was one thing which people would often say. There aren't going to be enough plot twists as you'd see in, say, a T20 game or maybe a 50-over game. But I think just this match alone proves that that theory isn't true, because we've seen plenty of momentum swings. We saw LX Knights in front at one point, and we saw the Crusaders probably inch ahead in this game, and now it's just swung back in favor of the Knights. So I think we've proven that, you know, you can tell quite a tale in cricket as well within just 90 minutes.
You can, and in 90 minutes you can also get the most chaos stuff you've ever seen, and we do get that a lot in the E10. It's that fine balance between cricket and entertainment. As we get to the last ball of yet another game on the network, hit hard, hit wide of mid-off, and, well, yeah, I think he's done it right. There might be a run out here, actually. Yeah, there will be a run out. So they'll have to double check that that didn't go for 4, though. Otherwise, obviously, it can't be run out. But that is game, set, match. Did he keep it in? Oh, that back foot. It's on the rope there, but I think he's okay. That comes then off the rope. Oh, well, this will make a pretty big decision because if that's given 4, it's not run out. Let's have another look at it. I think they've... they've signalled it 4. So third umpire's thought, I've seen enough. 4 runs. 4 runs to finish. Another game complete.
Another game in the books. The Southern Crusaders will fall short. They actually end up with a pretty decent batting performance, posting 129 runs on the board. I think they just gave up a few too many runs in the first innings. They had a lot of fielding issues as well. I think they'll rue some of those drop catches. Meanwhile, the Knights, well, they were completely clinical in the field. Didn't put down an opportunity. We'll have a look at the fantasy dashboard. The Knights now move on to 7-0, the only undefeated team in this series, whereas the Crusaders will drop down to 2-3. We're looking forward to this next match that's coming up in just about 20 minutes. Before we move on to that match, let's relive the highlights of this innings. It was Bastians and Khan who opened the batting for the Crusaders, and they got them off to a terrific start. When those two were going, we really thought this team had a chance.
Yeah, you did, because Afi Khan was, well, whacking it everywhere, wasn't he? You have to say that with his special abilities to get on that knee and smack it to the leg side, he's a good player. He lost his partner, Bastians, and when he lost him, unfortunately, things were not as easy. And the wickets in the middle overs just made it so difficult, but credit to the Edix Knights, they held their nerve.
They certainly held their nerve and held their catches as well. That was a rather scary moment for the bowler. An opening partnership was managed to make 73 runs off just 29 deliveries. He was a man who took a lot of catches. Nitin Babu held on to some really important ones, such as the catch of Gopal Thakur and also the all-important catch of Khan, which you just saw there. He made a brilliant 54-21, clubbed 7 sixes in that innings. They still had a chance at the end. The Southern Crusaders, they kept battling away. We saw Karyawasam come on. He struck a couple of boundaries. Masi hit a 6 as well. And Rahman, he had 4 boundaries, kept his side in the game. They just kept plugging away. They tried their best to chase down a really big total. You just love to see the intensity between both these teams. We saw the Knights playing with plenty of passion. That was the last ball of the game, which went away for a 4. And we just see the Knights very pleased after securing their 7th win of this series. We'll have a look at the scorecard. Afi Khan, of course, the top scorer. He made 54 of 21. Once he fell, his wicket fell. The Southern Crusaders were in plenty of trouble. Not enough runs from that middle order. I think that's something they're going to rue.
Yeah, unfortunately, the middle order struggled. 3 wickets for Matthew, 2 for John, and 1 for Stanislaus. Game over. We'll be back in 15 minutes for the final game of the day. Bye for now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
It's our final match of the day. It's between the Edix Knights and the Southern Crusaders. We're looking forward to this one. Should be a great matchup. Let's head over to the coin toss where match referee Maida Gooch is alongside both the captains.
Okay, Edix Knights to call. Heads is the call. It is tails. You're going to bat first, okay?
So as you just heard, the Southern Crusaders won the toss and they've decided to bat first. Really looking forward to this. The Southern Crusaders, let's see if they can put a big total on the board and put some pressure on this Edix Knights side. We saw Basil George, Samuel Stanislaus, and Manu bat terrifically in the previous game. So let's see if they'll continue some of that good form in this final match of the day. Corey Rutgers will join you in the commentary box. Let's head over to him.
Thank you very much for that lovely introduction, Nish. Welcome back, everyone. Around the world, we are back again for more T10 action. It's our final game of the day. It's been a pretty fun Tuesday, I have to admit. We've seen some interesting cricket, that's for sure. And we get to the final game in the afternoon sun. It's been lovely weather conditions overall in Malta. We're very blessed to be out here at this time of year. Let's have a look at these lineups. Edix Knights, we know how good that top order is with the bat, but let's look at the Crusaders who are batting first in this one. And Afi Khan, we know how good he was earlier. Needs a bit more support from Thakur and maybe Rahman. If more players can step up in the Crusaders lineup, they might have a chance of pulling off an upset here. But really, the Knights, they're playing such good cricket. They don't look like they're going to lose a game. And they are forced to be reckoned with in this competition. And the supercomputer agrees, 69-31. So we'll have to wait and see. We might get an upset on the cards. You can see the beautiful pictures on your screen there. It really is gorgeous weather. It's been 25 and warm all day. Slight breeze over the field now in the afternoon fixture. Almost 2:45 p.m. local time. Welcome back, everyone in the chat. A lot of people have tuned in throughout the day. Kroom, Dave's joined us now. Hope you're doing well. Chris and plenty others who have enjoyed interacting with. Do feel free once again to get any questions or queries in. So we're almost set to go. Ball number one of this match is going to be Babu. And that's going to be a late cut for 1 run. So Tilika has gone up the top. And obviously gets his opportunity here to open. Looks like no Ryan Bastias in this team. So change at the top, meaning no lefty-righty combination, which makes it a little bit more difficult for the Crusaders. This man on your screen batted really well before, Afi Khan. He was playing some audacious strokes over the leg side especially. Loves a slog sweep. Reminds me a lot like Steve Waugh back in his heyday. So he'll be hoping to carry that form into this match right here. And you can't slog sweep that one. That is a wide ball outside the off stump. So deep third and looks like deep sort of point as well. 2 men on the left of your screen are the boundary riders. Well, it doesn't matter because that's in front of point. Lovely shot from Afi Khan. He crunched that. It goes all the way to the boundary for 4. This will look quite nice. Yeah, stylish. He's a timer of the cricket ball. And he timed that beautifully. Seems like he's put behind him the crazy run out he had the other day where he was almost cheekily run out by the keeper, or was cheekily run out by the keeper and got a bit of the shock of his life. Well, he's put that behind him because today he is batting beautifully. We're going to start with a couple of extras in this one as Babu is losing his line a little bit. He's got good pace, gets outswing, but you've still got to be able to bowl a very good line. That's better. Well bowled. Nice pace about that. There is some genuine wheels there. Something for him to work with and for the Edix Knights to work with. Always good to see a bowler that has genuine pace. Sometimes they can get hit around the park, but also very fun to watch. And you can see that movement as he gets that to swing quite late. So angled in. There it goes. Tricky to play. Afi Khan reaching for that one. I think it would have been better if he stayed still and just threw his hands through the ball. Well, that's the short ball and he gets it, so that'll be 4. And Babu overcorrects this time. Pitches that one way too short. And that's easy pickings for Afi Khan when there's 2 fielders out on the offside. You get any bat on that, you just have to beat square leg. And the way this ball flies, you're always going to beat square leg. So 4 to the total. And we'll finish the over with a dot. So a couple plays and misses, couple nice shots. And we have completed the first one of our final game today. It scores 11 for none. Having a look at the rates of the ECSs throughout the year. And most teams, well, good to see majority above 11. Only a few have been under. Portugal 10.8. Croatia, amazingly, only at 8. And then Switzerland at the top there, 13.3. A whole run ahead of Krefeld. And yeah, it's good to see most teams around that 11 mark is the overall, but above 11 is always a good game of cricket. Currently in Malta, it's 11.5 as new bowler comes in, new bowler gets dispatched. Yeah, short ball, goes all the way for 6. Nice shot, just had to go with it, and runs starting to flow now. So obviously, Sun Crusaders desperately want to get up to a score that's defendable. Looks like we've lost that grizzly ball to the abyss, but we haven't lost this man. Welcome back, Nish, to the commentary box.
Yeah, it's great to be back. Interesting that they decided to open the batting with Gunnar Tilika. He came pretty low down the order during the chase. He was batting at number 6, but the captain does decide to open the batting in this final match of the day.
Yeah, gets an opportunity. And that opportunity could be over. Good catch. It went miles in the air. Stanislaus just tracked back a few yards from slip and makes a difficult catch look pretty easy.
Yeah, you were talking about how fielding is so often the difference between sides at this level. I mean, look at Edix Knights. They hardly ever drop a catch. I mean, we'd see so many club sides drop catches like that. Stanislaus holds on to it. And Gunnar Tilika has to depart.
Yeah, promoted up the order and doesn't pay off. He goes, and Mid-innings Knights having a good old competition here. Haven't been defeated just yet.
It's going to be Gopal Thakur coming in at number 3. We'll take another look at that wicket. Yeah, it was just skied. That one went really high up in the air. And a well-taken catch. Yeah, Thakur just struggling for form. Of course, he's slipped out of the Maltese national team as well. Saw him make just 1 run in the previous game. Now Sider batting first. They'll Want to post a big total on the board, put some pressure on this EdX Knights team. And this is going to take one bounce and go over the rope for 4.
Shot. What a nice shot that is. Well, he comes out at number 3, Thacker, and we said they need to see a little bit more from him. And that's a nice way to start your account.
Yeah, great hit from him. And this is going to clear the extra cover boundary as well. So back-to-back boundaries to start off for Tucker. Great introduction to his innings. Look at how he just beautifully just, as it strikes it through the ball. Really nice hit. Julian Dawson asking a question here about why you think Switzerland was at the top of the table in terms of run rates. I mean, one thing about Switzerland was they were using extremely narrow pitch, so I'm pretty sure there would have been plenty of no balls just because of the ball going off the pitch. I think that was a big issue for a few bowlers at the start of the series.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of an issue, some of these balls swinging, but right now the ball is swinging to the root. Thacker has come out with the right intent and playing a proper T10 innings.
Jeffrey with a question here about how the cricket here is organized. I think I'd say, Jeffrey, hold that question when we have Maida in the commentary box. We should have her back in at some point, and of course, he's the tournament project manager, and certainly should be able to answer a lot of those questions, although you were clued into some of how some of the organization goes as well.
Miles in the air. Well, that's got snow on it. And it's dropped. And I reckon he's in a bit of pain, actually, or disappointment. Sometimes they come together. Hope he's okay. Vishnu out there straight away as he dropped that. It's gone to the ground holding his hand, and we could have potentially a dislocated finger or maybe worse. He's in a bit of agony.
Oh, this is terrible to see. Vishnu Tulsidaran, he's a really important player for this Knights team and a really good fielder as well. You don't want to see that.
I reckon this is a non-magic spray job. I reckon this is worse than magic spray. I don't think magic spray can help him. I can't believe I'm saying that, but the way he's holding that hand is magic spray is not going to be enough here to save him. Lots of people are coming in to look in the background. Get that table off my screen. I don't need to see that. I need to see, oh, look at it. Oh, my word. It's a huge moment. They're getting it's like when humans discovered fire. That's what magic spray is, and let's see if it pulls it off. They're applying it, and he's fine.
Oh, no way.
Well, can you believe it?
We thought that was a dislocation.
He's absolutely fine. Oh, these guys are built of butter sometimes. Magic spray, honestly, seems to heal any injury we've ever had. I don't think I've ever seen someone leave the field.
I think magic spray is just going to put orthopedicians out of business for good. I mean,
Look, he's right. He's fine. He's absolutely fine. The way he reacted, I would have said that's a genuine break. And where's he going now? Well, they're going to hide him at point. So taking him out of a hot spot, putting him at point.
Yeah, putting him in Chanti Road's position to hide him.
That's where the ball gets absolutely crunched. Oh, yeah. This is going to go to point, isn't it?
Oh, it almost takes out the umpire.
Well, he would have just got some magic spray and been fine as well.
Jace Matthew coming on to bowl did a good job there. That was a lot closer than it initially looked. He does well there, the umpire, to get out of the way. And it's a swing and a miss. It's a dot ball. That's Mac Eldos Matthews, who's behind the stumps. We got Yash Singh, who's the square leg umpire, although he's currently standing at point. And Mahela Daub is our third umpire. Gets the toe end of the bat. Oh, the keeper. Well, there could have been a chance for a run out. That was Afi Khan was in trouble. Let's have a look at this.
Yeah, he just sort of fumbled it. The throw wasn't great either. A better throw might have had him. Dot balls to start this over. Yeah, Iggy Mitchell in the chat. That's a good call from Iggy saying, sorry, but that is shame pain. So it's more the shame of the dropped catch masked with a bit of pain.
Struck firmly.
Oh,
And straight to fielder mid-off. What a direct hit. What an incredible direct hit. And Afi Khan, I think he knows he's gone. He's already started to walk back to the dugout. And we've seen a sensational bit of fielding by Nithin Babu throughout this day. And there's another one.
well, we never really see fielding of that level at this in club cricket. That is a seriously good run out. He actually collected it with one hand, the left hand, exchanged it, and then threw the stumps down. That's a seriously good run out. Have a look at this. It's one of the better run outs I've seen in a long time. Picks it up one-handed, going the wrong way, steadies himself and pings the stumps. That's a great bit of fielding, a bit of brilliance, and Afi Khan, the big fish in this lineup, has to go.
There he goes, Afi Khan, after batting so well in that first match where he made a half-century. And the Crusaders were hoping to post a big total on the board and put some pressure on the Knights in the second innings. Might struggle to do that with the dangerous Afi Khan dismissed, but Tucker's still out there and he's batting on 16 of 4. We'll take another look at this one. Great collection by Babu with a bang straight onto the stumps. Incredible hit. And look how delighted the Knights are. They know how important a wicket that is. Iggy Mitchell talking about back when Iggy played football, it was the wet magic sponge. This is struck towards mid-off. Yeah, for us it was go to the water fountain and just run some water down your bruise. That was it.
What, for an injury? Just
for an injury.
Yeah, that is what it was in the back in the day. Oh, just put some water on it, you'll be all right. Yeah, okay, coach. Yeah, they're not built the same these days, are they?
He plays this one across the line, but very well. Tucker gets another boundary, moves on to 20 of 6.
He's looking good. He's really looking good, and he becomes the key now after Afi Khan has brilliantly run out in the over. And the power play is complete. All action power play, 37 on the board, and 2 wickets down.
Pretty even power play, you'd say. Good amount of runs, a couple of wickets for the Knights as well.
Yep. Would you rather be the batting or bowling team at the moment with that power play?
I'd rather be the Knights just because I know how much batting pedigree I have in my own side. Because if you're the Knights, you don't really fear 125 when you've got Basil George and Stanislaus in your lineup.
Yeah, fair enough. It looks like Latif is going to come on and have a bowl now over number 4.
Quite a bit of width on offer, and Yusuf will take advantage of it. Starts off his innings with a 4.
Good shot. It's a short, wide bowling, just helps it through point for 4. So good batting. Crusaders know they need a big score on the board if they're going to cause an upset here.
Yeah, just intelligent cricket. Latif's got plenty of pace, so might be able to use that to the detriment of the bowler. Oh, played uppishly, and it's going to beat the fielder. That's the same guy who was, of course, caught the blow earlier. Magic Spray hasn't improved his fielding as he lets that one slip by him.
No, hard work improves your fielding, not Magic Spray. And Magic Spray just masks the pain. He's missed that by a long way. A couple more runs to the total. Yusuf come out here and wants to put bat on ball. Good to see.
Well, I think he'll feel he's missed out on one there. It was a fairly poor delivery. Gets any bat on that, goes away for a 4, but we got a couple of runs off leg buys.
The rate's okay so far. They're just ticking it along, even though they lost Afi Khan. It's going in the right direction.
Good slower ball there by Latif.
Yeah, good change up. Obviously thinking about what he's doing out there. So interesting stage in this game at the moment.
Takes some pace off that ball as well. He's mixing things up nicely, keeping the batter guessing. A couple of dot balls. Just 8 runs off this over so far. We've got 1 ball to come.
Yeah, last ball of this 4th over.
Smacks this hard and straight towards Babu, who's really taken full ownership of that long off position for the Edix Knights, and he's done such a good job out there. And this is something we've seen with the development of T10 cricket, is where you're seeing certain fielders, they specialize in a position. I think you're seeing cricket, it's beginning to sort of have this transition towards baseball, where we see players just starting to specialize in certain positions. In the past, it'd mostly just be at slip, and now you see so many fielders out here. They're specifically a long off, and they're so good at that.
Yeah, you have to, some fielders have a bit more ownership and enjoy certain positions where they can feel they own the space, and they're very good at it when they do feel confident, fielders. That's a cut nicely to Stanislaus, who fields it beautifully, and it's run out. Well, another run out. That's brilliant fielding from Stanislaus, who stops it at sort of backward point gully, reverse flicks it to the keeper, and while that was going on, the batters were getting themselves mightily confused, and a 2nd run out in this innings.
Oh, that is a massive, massive moment. Yusuf has to depart, having made just 7 runs. Let's take another look at that one. Great bit of fielding. As he said, backhands it to the keeper. Huge amount of miscommunication between the 2 batters, and the keeper couldn't believe the opportunity that presented itself. Ajay John whips the bails off, and another one bites the dust.
And another one does bite the dust. So we've had a great catch and 2 very good run-outs, and well, fielding's been our topic of choice this afternoon. We're just seeing a very good fielding team show why it's so important.
Well, continuing that point, how has coaching had to evolve with this, with the fact that now certain fielders have become so good at certain positions?
You do have people in hot spots. You've got to teach people, obviously, split stepping, everything you want them to do as a fielding unit, but you'll have certain people that you recognise that you feel will be in certain spots. Obviously, you want your left arm throwers on the left side of the field, especially through backward point if you've got them, or point and cover. So there's certain angles that do matter as well. It's going to be a play and miss. Yeah, those wickets have hurt them dearly. It's Thakur at the non-striker's end who needs to get back on strike at the moment.
Yeah, big swing and a miss there.
So 2 balls remaining, almost at the halfway stage.
Yet to see a run this over. And it's just going to be 1 run here. So Gopal Thakur, who's batting on 20 of 6, hasn't faced too many balls these last couple of overs. They started off really strong. The Southern Crusaders made 33 runs of the first couple of overs, but it's all dried up for them since then. Just the 14 runs in these last 2.5 overs. And he gets a hold of this, and he's glad to be back on strike for a ball here. Gopal Thakur smashes it the distance. They bring up the team 50, and you feel he's going to have to really go on here and bat a big innings for the Crusaders to have any chance at putting up a big total. Here's a look at the most 6s in the ECS so far this year.
Yeah, okay. ECS.
Of course, you see a big Mehboob Ali there, 65 6s in the tournament we had here earlier this year.
He hit 20 in one go. Jamshed Khan, I'm not surprised. Hassan Ahmed as well, and Reef Sanger. So obviously 2 from Switzerland, and I did hear obviously that was a very high run rate, 13.3 the whole trip. So yeah, most in 2023. I'd love to know the most sixes ever by one person on the network. I wonder what if someone's cracked 300. No, that's too many, isn't it? 200 sixes? Probably a bit too many as well, maybe.
Yeah, probably. A bit
Oh,
too many.
I don't know. Tough to tell. Good graph.
Ones are going to be wide. Of course, you'll have a chance to see Mehboob throughout this series, but also over the weekend as he's going to be playing for the Maltese national team at the ECIs, as he is eligible to play in ECI cricket. This one is a single by Karyawasa, puts Tucker back on strike, who's going to have to face the bulk of the strike here. Karyawasam's probably going to have to accept a second fiddle role. And smart bowling here by Stanislaus, just keeping it outside Tucker's arc. We know how strong Tucker is, straight down the ground into that mid-wicket region. That one's a wide. It's not a bad idea to try to bowl wider to him. And is this going to clear the field right long on? It will with ease. Huge 6 there by Tucker. Just gets a little too straight, Stanislaus, and he's punished for it.
Well, Thakur is still there, and 62 now.
And that's going to be another wide. So Stanislaus has got a very clear plan. He knows where Tucker's strengths are, and he's trying to push it wide. He's given up 3 extras because of it. Can he get it spot on here? Tucker will actually manage to bash this one away. So Tucker showing he's a great cricketer all around the field. Stand and deliver, smacks that one over extra cover for a 6.
One-man show, and while he's doing this, despite the other wickets, the rate's okay. He's got to keep going though. It's doesn't look like there's much batting to come. His partner's 2 off 5. He's 38 off 10.
Oh, strays down the leg side there. Stanislaus doesn't have enough to go to the boundary rope. It does. This over's gone for 20 already. Still got a ball to come.
Yeah, good shot that one. Deft touch. There's no 45 in play, so obviously thinking about the angles, not just power, which is good to see. 1 ball remaining in this over. He's 42 now off 11, really motoring along. Stanislaus has been hit around here.
Oh, another one going down the leg side. That's the 4th wide we've seen so far this over.
Well, that's a handy 1 and wide, because Thakur now doesn't want to run a single this ball. You got your partner trying to just say, go and have a slog, go have a hit at it, and if you hit a boundary, great. If you don't, I'm going to keep the strike.
Yeah, free hit here, basically, for Karyawasam. And looks like they will take the single, so...
Just something that I think more teams and players in the future will get their head around a bit more. It's just not... You play cricket your whole life, you never get brought up with T10. So those little tactics just haven't come into it too much just yet.
I guess, and of course, Karyawasam bag at number 5. I mean, just psychologically, how hard is it to tell your batting partner who's supposed to be a recognized batter, and you tell him, well, stand aside, let me take charge from here. And there's a Karyawasam batting on 3 of 6. He'll be on strike to start this 7th over. The projected score is 127, which should give us a competitive second innings. Adil Latif will continue. His first over went for just 7 runs. Ooh, and he pushes this one. Oh, he would have been gone. Tucker would have been gone if there was a direct hit. That was extremely casual. And then we see an overthrow by the Knights as well. So he will come across and get back on strike. Let's take a look at this. I mean, this is so casual. There's no miscommunication whatsoever. A direct hit. And he would have gifted his wicket very cheaply. to the Knights. He gets away with it, and unfortunately for him, gets back on strike as well.
Yep, big moment.
Oh, he's mistimed this one. Should be a comfortable catch, and it is really well taken. Nias Muhammad takes that, and Tucker's inning is cut short at 42.
Yeah, similar to last game. Afi Khan just got over 50 and then got out, 42 and out. It's a good innings, but yeah, when you have to beat a team like Edix Knights, you need someone to go make that 60, 70, 80. And when you do that, then you're in a really good spot. 77 for 4. Oh, you still feel that the Knights are pretty happy at the moment with that wicket.
Yeah, Knights, yeah, you'd have to say they're still ahead in this game, especially with the strong batting order they have.
Another long day out here, Nish. Big games in the table, in the race for the quarterfinals.
Towards cover, that's going to be a single.
Another run to the total. So can someone else stand up here in the last few overs and get up to a competitive score?
Nice little variation there by Latif. He bamboozled Karyawasim there, so it's a dot ball. He's done a terrific job. You have to say Latif, he's bowled some pressure overs, and he's done terrifically in each of them.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, that's a huge Noe. That is a real Gundy ball. That's come out the side of his hands, and the keeper's done extremely well to save a few runs.
That is an incredible dive by the keeper. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, it just slips out of his hand. And then look at that by the keeper. Outstanding stuff.
I know a lot of keepers that would have just let that go for 4 and not even moved. So this will be a free hit. That was called a no ball, not just a wide. So free hit time.
Projected score is currently 118. This has gone up in the air. He puts down the catch. It's not going to matter anyway because it's a free hit. And they'll just get the run. Looking at this Crusaders lineup now, there's not much batting left. And I think they're just going to have to be realistic about what kind of a target they can get to. The projected score is 122. And it's going to be tough for these batters to continue to go at just under 12 and over. If they can get to 110, they'll be pretty pleased.
You're right, 110 they'll be pleased, but I think deep down they'll know. Probably not enough against the Knights. It's tough to tell. These are our upcoming events. We spoke a little bit about Cyprus are coming to play in the men's event, the Estonia and the women's. Also in the ECI Spain, we've got Romania and Portugal. We'll talk about the Spanish team earlier that we put in the chat, and then the women's event at the end of the year. ECS Barcelona will also be an exciting time to get the cricket back up there, and plenty more things to look forward to in 2024 as the season will commence January 15. So that will be a wide to start.
Goes for the big booming drive over there. Of course, it's the final game of the day, so feel free to bring in your random questions in the chat. So Alvin Johnny bowled with real fire in the previous match between these two teams. I think Senavaratna just looking a little bit out of sorts here with his batting. Should look to access the offside as well. Takes an edge. It's going to go away for a 4. And they'll take these boundaries however they come. The Crusaders, that top edge flies over where there would have been a fly slip. And shouts to catch it. Oh, what a sensational catch! One of the best catches you will ever see on the European Cricket Network. Yadav Manu has taken an absolute blinder, one-handed.
Well, I hope you've stuck with us for the late game today, because he's held on to an absolute screamer. And you can understand why he's got a big smile on his face. When that was hit, I thought that's probably going to clear the rope for 6. It falls short. And Yadav Manu has held on to catch of the day. Let's have another look. He hits it pretty well. You're thinking it's going to go for 6, but that man on your screen has just stuck out the right juke, and it's unbelievable. It's stuck. Can you believe it? And we've talked about the fielding. Edix Knights, a couple of run-outs, some seriously good catches. That's catch of the day, maybe catch of the tournament.
That might be the catch of the tournament. We'll struggle to see too many better catches than that. Goodness me, leaping up in the air. Takes a one-handed blinder. Wow. This one is just inside the tram line. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, what a catch. That is a highlight that will go around the traps on social media for a while. I missed time. Don't tell me another run out. No. Matthew's a little bit excited and spills the ball. He's a bit agitated in the field sometimes and misses out on a run out there. So 8 overs complete, 87 for 5. Random question coming in from Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. And it is that time of day. Random questions are allowed to sneak in. He said, random question, what do you guys respect most about each other? Hashtag Nish and Corey. I'll let you go first.
Oh, there's so much. Obviously, your cricket knowledge. I mean, getting to work alongside you as a colleague. I think the first day, it was just great. I mean, getting to know you and everything. So it's been amazing working alongside you.
Well, I would like to thank you for that, but my answer is I respect you for taking Saturday and Sunday off and pretending to be sick. That's when I knew you were a smart colleague and happened to have your 2 days off on the weekend. Rumour has it you're at the clubs on Saturday night. And that's the rumour in the ECM Blue Crew. That's what I respect. It looks like a bit of spin. That's going to be wide. Quite a question coming in from Meta. Most important question, which Eat Well bowl are you going to get today? There is a good little Eat Well restaurant. I'm thinking the halloumi bowl I might go. And a little dinner. You come and join me for dinner tonight, Nish?
I mean, I've been to Eat Well once. Actually, it was had their hummus wrap. It's a pretty decent place.
Yeah, that might be me tonight. And it's a play and miss. So slow going now after an amazing fielding effort from the Edix Knights. Another dot ball, and it's quick bowling. I like this type of bowling. Look at this, no mess about. Just turns around, stands next to the umpire and just starts running in. That's how you do it.
And it's another dot ball here. They're piling on the dot balls.
Yeah, it's completely comprehensive here. Gone.
Yeah.
Well, he just kept bowling it outside the off stump, saying, you can't play a cut shot, you can't play a cut shot. And, well, hits it out to deep cover. And he has to go.
Yeah, this is well taken in the deep. Nice catch there by Adil Latif.
You know,
one thing, 6-wicket falls.
One thing I've noticed, now that we don't have commentary camera, how good is it? We do not need Comcam.
What? I disagree there. I actually like Comcam.
So you think for the 20 seconds between the 5th over, people want to see you standing in a random tent?
Well, I think it's Comcam is a good opportunity to give a sort of summary of the first half of the innings. That's how I look at it.
No.
No.
Okay. People look at us for 20 seconds and then we have to make sure we're paying attention and looking smart. Without Rico and Vinny here, there's no Comcam, and this is heaven. I vote no Comcam. That's what I'm going to start building up. I think we can go remotes, as that's going to be a wide, and they'll look for a single. That was almost the 3rd run out of the innings.
How about a live commentator reaction to big ones? Let's go the opposite way. I'll lobby for the complete opposite, and then we'll see how that works out. Although I'm sure your opinion will have a lot more weight than mine. As got one more ball left in the 9th over. Nudged away. Should be a sharp single. The throw misses by quite a bit.
Yeah, I think less Comcam, more cricket action. That's what I'm for. Or maybe we can do like over number 5 should be highlight of the day, or I don't know. There's something else we could do with it. As the scores seem to have been a little bit stuck. We'll get you the correct score. I've got them on 91 in my head. I could be wrong though. That is a little bit of a guesstimate, but we'll get that updated for you when it's ready. Looks like they might have a break now because of the score glitch. But yeah, let's open up a quick fire random question time. If you do want to get any random questions in at this time of day, more than happy to try get around to them. I know Nish loves answering a random question, loves being put on the spot. So it looks like we might have a delay here, which is the last thing you want on a Tuesday afternoon.
Let's take another look at that catch earlier.
Yeah, it's a proper catch, isn't it? Oof, what a snare.
That is absolutely incredible. It sticks out one hand and grabs that one Yadav. You're
Yeah, so slight delay, unfortunately, due to the scores. We'll get that cleared up as soon as possible. Can you declare in a T10 innings?
that would be. I mean, I'm sure you can, but I don't know why you'd want to.
Well, if you've hit enough runs.
91.
Yeah, call them in.
We've got 33 days to go until the Euros of women's cricket. We'll have 5 nations taking part in what should be a great exhibition for the sport. Teams from Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, France, and Austria will battle it out in what should be an incredible showcase of our sport.
Yep. Not long is that. 17th of December? I mean, it's only a month and a little bit away. Isn't it always, though, that we get a score delay in the last over of an innings? Always the last over an innings, it feels. But obviously a lot of moving parts to get the cricket up and running, and sometimes these things can happen.
No, they certainly can.
I'll give you a random question. What's your #1 chocolate bar?
#1 chocolate bar. Let's go with Galaxy. That's the first one that came to my head.
That's a horrific call. Galaxy.
Horrific. No way, that can't be horrific.
Ugh.
What would yours be? Okay, Snickers is the second one I can think
Twix. I don't think you can go past
Twix
the
is
Twix.
average. Bang
nah,
average.
you can't go past a Twix.
Twix is bang average.
Twix or a Twirl. Twirl's a very underrated
okay,
chocolate bar.
yeah.
But what, Galaxy bar?
Yeah.
How
Galaxy
old are
bar
you?
is pretty well liked.
That is Generation Z or whatever you call it. That's terrible behaviour. What's your #1 pizza topping?
Well, let me think about it. That's going to take me a while to think about, to be honest with you.
I'm an old school fan of Supreme. So lots of veggies, a bit of meat, good mix.
Yeah, I think Mediterranean sort of flavors. Like, I think there's this topping which you get, I think back home they call it like a Greek garden or something. But that's pretty decent.
There you go. But yeah, well, we've got a delay. Don't be afraid to get some questions in. This is what is coming up over the weekend. So we have the men's and the women's both playing, and they're going, well, it's intertwining a little bit, isn't it? So the men's match will start us off on the weekend, and then we'll go into a women's match. Super excited to bring you all this. Cyprus are coming for the men's. The Estonian women's are coming. And international cricket is a nice break up from the ECS on the weekend. Now, I'm really looking forward to it.
Certainly will. That should be very, very exciting. Of course, we're discussing the Cyprus and Maltese cricket team squads earlier. Estonia playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network. So that's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, it'll be good. It will be good. And those teams are travelling to come and represent their country is always a beautiful, shining moment. Kroom has a question in the chat. Do you play any sports, Nish?
Yeah, actually. Back in school, mostly played basketball. That was a sport that I played
Really?
most.
What
yeah.
position were you?
Shooting guard.
Really?
Like 3 and D. Patrick Beverly.
There you go. There you go.
But since
Did you play for the high school team?
Yeah, I played for the school team. I think since I left school, it's been a bit harder to play. Yeah, but I played cricket casually as well during the summer when I was at uni.
Most of these players out there play casually as well, so there's nothing wrong with that.
And did a bit of airsoft as well. Really enjoyed that. This was the first year I started.
I would have put you as one of those esports.
No, I'm not a gamer.
You look like a good gamer.
I look like a good gamer.
Yeah.
That's not a compliment.
That is
to say you look like a gamer is the furthest thing from a compliment.
Those are esports young players around the world. They are very good indeed. Actually, you look like you could genuinely join the esports tour. I might put in a petition for you.
Maybe commentate esports. I'd be up for that.
That would be gun. That would be the best job ever. Question coming in: cherry ripe or peppermint Oreo or Aero or peanut M&Ms?
I don't know what any of those are. So
you don't know what peanut M&Ms are?
I know what M&M is, but I don't.
A cherry ripe's a very Australian chocky. Peppermint Aero also, I think. I haven't had that around the world much, but for me, peanut M&Ms. Yeah, you can't beat a good peanut M&M. Always get peanut M&Ms at the movies with a salted popcorn, not sweet. Anyone that has sweet popcorn has mental issues. As we get back to the cricket, bit of a delay, and it's safe. So just the one. The scores haven't come back up just yet, but I believe that is 92 for 6.
Yeah, no Zoomer ever buys anything at the cinema. They've always got their backpacks.
Yeah, trying to sneak everything in. Yeah, so sorry for the graphics not being up at the moment. We've got it, we think, at 92 for 6. Well, the wides aren't helping us either. He just needs to bowl a couple legal deliveries and get them off the field here.
I think swimming as well. That was another sport I was quite involved in back in school. I think most of my medals came in breaststroke. That was my favorite one. Always took part in the...
Isn't that controversial, Nish?
There's the back of a length delivery. Takes some pace off it. Good over so far for Alvin John. Corey, Nish, the sport you look the best at is computer games.
Well, it's actually quite amazing. That, it's been given a wide as well. The wides are coming. Just come on, no more wides. Let's get this done. The esports world, those young players they are earning a living. Some of the prize money in that these days is crazy.
And they're actually quite fit. It's a stereotype to say gamers are unfit. They have an incredible stamina.
I was giving you a compliment. You have an incredible... We could be good at esports because we have an incredible stamina to commentate so long as well. I mean, there's no other commentators that do this much volume anywhere.
This is going with an underhanded throw. He's missed the stumps as well. The Edix Knights, they're playing like this is the last innings of the day, but we still got one more after this.
Well, he's missed the stumps from genuinely 1 foot away. Watch this. There.
Oh, can we have the Benny Hill theme over that, please?
I want that in slow motion. That was the end of the innings. We have no idea what the score is. The last over's been a bit of a technical glitch in the matrix. We'll try and get you the live scores as soon as we can, but the players will go off. All I do know is Edix Knight's fielding has kept them to a pretty low total.
Yeah, as we come to the end of this innings, we don't have the official score for you. We'll bring that up as soon as we can. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. Tucker was the top scorer for his side, making 42 of 12. We'll take a look at some of these good catches. That was Samuel Stanislaus getting rid of Gwyneth Illica, the skipper for the Crusaders. Tucker played some really good shots. He struck 8 boundaries, 4 sixes along the way. That was quite a nasty blow. We thought it might be a break or a dislocation. Turned out Magic Spray sorted him out there. This was an incredible pickup and throw by Nithin Babu. It wouldn't be the only good bit of fielding we'd see this innings. And as a few moments later, we would see one of the greatest catches you will ever see. This was another outstanding bit of fielding. I think there were some great plays by this Knights team.
Yeah, there was. And Thacker was giving it a whack. But he didn't have much support in the middle. And credit to the Knights, they kept their composure as they usually do. And as soon as they got Thacker, the wheels really fell off this innings. They couldn't get up to a big score. And this was that catch. An amazing moment by Manu, who held on to it with one hand. And you could see how excited the bowler was there, and you can understand why, as that took us right to the back end of the innings. And there was a couple of more wickets to fall, a lot more dot balls, and a lot more fun. This was a bit of Benny Hill music. Unfortunately, missing the starts from that far. You can't do that. As that took us to the close of the innings, and we haven't got confirmation just yet, but hopefully this scorecard will tell me the score. Let's have a look. Dun, 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 dun. Well, we might have glitches everywhere. The Matrix is real, folks. So we will have to say goodbye for now. We'll be back in 10 minutes. I'm hearing in my ear 98 for 6 off 10 overs. For 7, actually. No, 98 for 6, I'm being told. 98 for 6. So we'll be back in 10 minutes for the Auxiliary run chase. 99 required for victory.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Bizaway.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the evening session. We've had a long delay at the ground. Controversial delay, I must say, and if you want to know what's gone on, well, message me privately and I might tell you, or message me in the chat and I'll let you know. But if no one asks, I'm not going to tell you. 97 to win. It's George time, and that George is Basil, and they've sent Stanislaus out there as well because they want to wrap this up as quickly as possible, which makes it exciting. We might have some entertainment. Ball number 1 from Yusuf. Ball number 1 from Yusuf is pretty rusty. Down the leg side for a wide. Yeah, so an extremely long delay, and you have to wonder, can the Sun Crusaders take a couple of wickets? It says 100% chance there, but there's no way they're 100%. There's still a chance. Maybe not. I guess 2 off infinity is pretty impressive. Yusuf, I think, is going to overcorrect here, come around the wicket and then angle this in at the stumps, and Basil George might whack it to the leg side. No, decides to come around the wicket. Overcorrects and Basil doesn't whack it to the leg side. Plays it pretty calmly off his hip for a 1-leg bye. So 3 extras technically start this run chase. Stanislaus on strike now. Good to have everyone back in the chat. Hope you're doing well wherever you're watching from. Been an exciting day of cricket once again on Tuesday. Another Tuesday down. Stanislaus had 40 minutes to get ready for this innings, but wants to get his gloves on now. Gets his chance. Top ball. So we do get to our final innings of the day. If you do want to interact with us, do feel free to chime in on the chat at any stage. Can we see an upset here potentially? The answer's no at the moment. That is a belligerent shot. He's smoked that wide of mid-on. Short crunch. Thanks for coming. 4 more to the total. The first run's off the bat actually in this chase. And they will scamper through for another single. So George back on strike now. I can see Kroom has asked to know, and so has Dave, but as soon as 5 people ask me, I will let you know because it's pretty massive news. That'll be another wide. So 9 runs already without having to really lift a finger. But yeah, 2 people have asked. I need 3 more people to ask, and I will officially tell you what's happened. It is very interesting. George smacks it high.
While I was just sitting here, that is the first time we've seen a commentator rip his headset off and take an absolute blinder of a catch. Oh, you're not going to see too much better than that. That has made my day. I can't believe what I have just
What
witnessed.
a catch!
Oh, take us through your own catch.
Well, I've seen it go up and I've just gone at it. And I've gone hard. I don't know what came over me. As the next ball, sorry, I'm a bit puffed out, has been hit into the offside. Oh, tell me we got it on camera.
Oh, it's all on camera. We captured the whole moment. This is perfect.
Here we go. I came running around. I've taken it in the 1-2. I've got shorts on. Don't ask me about that. I was ready. There's the celebration. That's a hanger. Oh, that hurt my hand. It landed right in it.
Oh, I mean, you ripped the headset off. You dashed right out of the commentary box, and you were out there taking that. That just topped my day. I'm not going to see anything better for the rest of this Malta tour. 203 matches since we last had a golden ball. Get rid of that. Let's look at the catch again.
Well, at this stage, because he hit it so high, I thought I could get the headset off and get around the table, and it actually landed perfectly in the right hand. Yeah, I'm meant to be in pants, but I did sneak into the gym earlier during a break and got the jacket blazer on. That's how we look on camera. Oh, that's a good one. That actually is a good one. I can't believe I caught that. That hurt.
Wow.
Well, that's funny. Oh, I'm actually a bit sweaty. I don't know what came over me. I actually haven't thought about taking a catch at all. I've given up. When I saw him hit it up, I was like, that's going high. I've got time. Yeah, it's one of those weird moments.
I couldn't believe my eyes either. Well, I'm glad I was here to see that live as Basil George would get clean bowled, but that's not the main story of the day. This has been thoroughly subordinated by that catch. We'll have another look at this wicket. It's great ball here by Karyavasum. Fulham straight, gets rid of Basil George with a few low scores he's had. But just going back to that catch, right? I was sitting here just waiting to make my entry at the start of the first over, and then I see you rip your headsets off, dash out to take that incredible catch.
I think it's because I'm in my shorts today and I've got the shoes on because you were doing the hosting in the afternoon, so I thought I don't have to wear the pants. I've got more movement. But anyway, back to the action, and the score, 16 for 1. George has to go. And another few wickets here, and maybe we've got a game on our hands.
Oh, what an incredible catch. You know, we've seen Vinny make some great throws from out of the deep back in week
Vinny
one.
Always gets angry if I throw my headset down, so I'm glad I caught it. Otherwise, I'd be in a bit of trouble. Anyway, Manu comes out. Well, wicket early. What's going to happen here? The old traditional leave, wasn't going to guess that. So 16 for 1. If they can get Stanislaus and Manu out before, let's say, 30 or 40, game on.
Yeah, it certainly is game on then. Yeah, that's why I was a little bit surprised that the Essex Knights were given a 100% chance to win this game. 97 is below par, but it's still defendable.
Yeah, 16 for 1. Pushed to the offside run out chance. Did he miss? He's missed.
No,
So
they needed that direct hit. They really needed it. I think.
No. Well, I can't believe he's missed. As a wicket there. 2 wickets down. Would have been game on.
Yeah, it certainly would have. It would have changed the complexion of this game.
So Stanislaus back on strike. Wide called. It's a big appeal, but no noise. How are they going to win this game? What's the recipe to success, Nish? What do they need to do?
They need to get through this top order probably before they get to 30 or 40 runs. That's going to be the key. We know how strong the Essex Knights top order is. They've still got Stanislaus out there. Yadav Manu is really good. It's time to test this middle order that hasn't been challenged much this series.
Oh, big moment. Oh, can you believe it? Stanislaus gets lucky, just the one. Well, a couple of good messages in chat. People asking still about what happened in the break. Vinny threatening me. Yeah, I would have been in a lot of trouble if I didn't catch. I'm not allowed to throw my headset. Sorry, Spring Production, as that's pulled away into a gap. Just a single. Good start to this game. 2 overs complete, 20 for 1.
Very good start. Could be an exciting next 8 overs. We'll have a look at this moment again. What a catch.
I wish they actually got it. It landed in one. It was a one-hander. Who did I just double high five? Yeah, he's my new favourite player. Now your car up. A bit of fun in the sun. We do have long days out here, so we've got to enjoy ourselves a little bit. But trust me, I've put my pants back on, ECN, Robot, and everyone watching. I usually commentate in pants.
We have a look at the standings for Group A. The Alex Knights off to a perfect start, 7 wins in 7. And the Southern Crusaders are 2 and 3.
Yeah, 20 for 1. Looks like they're going to go to a little bit of spin now. Rahman gets his opportunity. And good start, play and miss. So a couple more wickets here could potentially give us a pretty exciting end to today. And he's got him. Flights it up underneath edge. Rahman does the trick, and I reckon we got a game on our hands.
We've got ourselves a game as Manu, who made 20 of 8 in the previous game. Inside edges one onto his stumps. The change to bring Rahman on at the end of the power play pays dividends. He gets the all-important wicket. Oh, a little bit of pressure here for the Knights.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure. He flighted that one up. He went shopping, and he gets himself a wicket. So well done. 2 wickets down. And, well, we've got a good game. Yeah, a bit of the Cristiano Ronaldo. Brings out big, bad Babu at number 4. And what an interesting start to this one.
Yeah, we know what a great fielder he is at long off, but I think you're giving him a run for his money with some of the catches you've taken.
Well, thank you, Nish. The more you boom me up, the more I like you. As we got an interesting little phase of this game. Can the spinner pick up yet another one? Oh, well bowled. Dot ball. Good pressure.
Yeah, they just need to keep Babu on strike as much as they can. Make sure that Stanislaus remains frustrated at the other end. That's when you'll induce a few false shots from him when he eventually takes strike.
Another dot ball. Seriously good bowling. Almost a wicket maiden here.
You can see that win predictor. It's just getting closer and closer to 50% for the Crusaders.
Down the wrong line this time. Oh, could be a run-out chance. It's not picked up cleanly. It's another single.
And Stanislaus does manage to get on strike. I think that was a rather poor delivery. He might have got away with that one. Could easily have gone for a boundary. But here we go. Last ball of the power play to Stanislaus. Can Rahman get another wicket?
No, we can't. No, that's a tough wide call. You can see he's a little bit disappointed. Yes, it's marginal at best. Final ball of this power play. And it's well bowled. Top set from Rahman. 3 overs complete. We got a good game brewing up on the Tuesday evening fixture, 22 for 2.
Certainly do. Alex Knights 2-2-2. Across the board, 22 for 2. And right now the Crusaders, they put themselves in a terrific position. Again, I just love the fighting spirit they've played with over both these games. Even that first match, they hung in there for as long as they could. And they've done the same over here, giving the Alex Knights a real run for their money. Groom 111 in the chat saying night sessions are always exciting. Completely agree with you. The sun setting is when we often get some of our best games. Karya Wassim coming back for his second over.
Yeah, he's bowled a good first one. Would love to get another wicket. Still Stanislaus is there, and we know how dangerous he can be. Babu as well. Nice traditional looking shot. Should just be the single.
Jeffrey pointing out that you could use that clip for your training sessions. You could point out the determination to keep your eyes on the ball and also the roll at the end.
Well, I'd like to show, if I could show everyone what I had to run around to get there and destroy a headset. It's actually, it's one of my better ones. Miles. Big daddy 6. That is huge from Stanislaus.
Wallops it out of the park. Let's have another look at this. Just bowls this one in the slot. What I love about Stanislaus, he just plays it, these textbook strokes. And it goes away for a 6, straight batted.
That was big. That was big. Go, they have to get him. If he, look, 97's not a lot. If he bats for 2-3 more overs, he'll win the game. High, in the air. safe. Unbelievable. It falls short.
Yeah, it falls just short there. He mistimes that one, Stanislaus. And these are the little moments where they're going to have to hope one of those catches can carry. Now that Babu is on strike, and I wonder what he's going to do here. He doesn't need to be too aggressive. He's got Stanislaus at the other end. The main thing is that he doesn't chew up dot balls. He isn't too bad a batter himself. He hasn't had much of an opportunity this series.
Pushed into the offside for a pretty sedate single. Credit to the Crusaders, though. They came out there after a bit of a delay after the events we saw, which cannot be spoken. And they're putting up a good fight.
Yeah, still teasing those in our chat. Dave coming back, wondering if he missed the exclusive, but no, you haven't. It's still wrapped up under the covers.
Oh, Stanislaus gets a little bit across the line there, and toe ends it for a single. Good bowling this.
Yeah, you're seeing a few mistakes here being induced into Stanislaus's game. That's where some opportunities will open up for the Crusaders. The thing is, are they going to be calm enough to take the catch when it does appear? We saw them drop a couple of chances in the previous match.
Another nice looking drive, but singles won't hurt too bad at the moment for the Crusaders. They'll be happy. 4 overs complete. 33 for 2.
Yeah, very good start here for the Crusaders. That was a decent over from the Knights' point of view, though. 11 runs off it. We'll have a look at the economy rate for both these teams. The Knights still under their required rate. The thing is, if Stanislaus is still out there in a couple of overs, he'll have that run rate shooting well above that red line.
Interesting. I don't think many people saw this happening. But that's a lot of work to do for the Crusaders. Yes, it's a good start, but you don't want to waste it. Rahman will bowl his second over of spin here. Oh, it's a bit short. Gets away with it. Hits the fielder at mid-wicket, and it's just the one.
Could very easily have been a dot ball if Radhakrishnan was able to hold on to that.
Here's the battle. Here's the matchup. Stanislaus wants a piece of this. He's 14. And, well, respectfully played. Sees a good ball, just pushes it for 1.
Yeah, Stanislaus is just managing the situation well. The required is, well, it's now going up to just under 11. So he knows he doesn't have to overdo it with the hitting.
Babu, 4. Little bit straight. He reads the line and he wallops it for 4 to the leg side.
Yeah, it's just straying onto the pads. Plays that one away. Babu gets his first boundary of the innings.
Yep, nice shot. Interesting. Still 50 out of 33 isn't a massive an ask for the batting lineup. You feel Crusaders would love a wicket here. And Rahman's bowled a pretty good spell. He's at 1.4 on the 8 runs.
I think the big thing is that Stanislaus has only faced 9 balls so far, and they've done a good job of keeping him off strike.
Low full toss, respectfully driven. They say 2. It hits the fielder on the nose, but Stanislaus slips 1 run.
Ooh, really painfully seems just grabbing his bridge of his nose after that.
Oh,
maybe even the bottom of the cap.
that's better than the nose anyway. Yeah. Last ball. Can Rahman finish his spell with no more damage? He can. Really, really good spell from the spinner. We've got 5 overs complete, 40 for 2.
30 deliveries bowled so far this inning. Stanislaus has only faced 10 of them. That's pretty decent. And I think the fact that he's just been watching so much of the innings from the non-striker's end, it's just seeping into his game as well. He's not playing with the same assertiveness that you often see. We'll have a look at the stat gun powered by HCL software. Here are some of the run rates we've seen across the ECS events we've had so far this year. Our first event in Malta, you can see it all the way down at the bottom, just above Milan. We had a run rate of about 9.5, but that par score has really been pushed up in this ECS we're hosting at the back end of 2023.
Let's have a look here. It looks like Massey will come in and bowl. He's got a big job to do. Has to be tight. Can't let big overs happen. Oh, he gets it off the leg, and this isn't a good ball. It might be leg by as it is, but it's a medium pace ball down the leg side.
Yeah, and it just trickles away for a 4.
Yeah, that's frustrating. When you're bowling at this pace, you can't miss your line by that much.
Yeah, you just need to keep things tight. We saw that earlier for one of the overseas bowler. Just good medium pace, everything around the off stump. That worked really well for him.
Oh, big appeal, big appeal. Well, there's a huge noise and it's signalled a wide. Well, it's the correct decision if you haven't heard the noise because it's not near the leg. Tough to tell.
Where else could that sound have come from?
It's either bat or wide, because I don't think that. Yeah, it's either bat, glove, wide. In the end, it's given the wide, and it's the right call from the umpire. If you haven't heard the noise, then that is a wide, and another ball, another run. High in the air. Someone's got to catch this. He does. Another wicket. Yusuf holds on to it, and we've still got a game on our hands here.
Very well taken. Just for a second when he was stumbling at the end, you feared he might spill it, but he just concentrates, watches this ball really closely, right into his hands. Well taken catch by Zishan Yusuf, and that's the end for Babu, who didn't look particularly convincing in that innings, made just 10 runs of 12 balls. It's another dot ball. And the big thing is Stanislaus is still at the other end, probably getting a little bit frustrated as well. As wickets tumble at the other end, the Knights still fancied 65% favorites. This is largely due to their reputation. The Crusaders, I'd say they've just about edged ahead.
Yeah, I don't know about that. With Stanislaus there, one good over, he can kill the game.
Yeah.
If he's out, then maybe they're ahead. 45 for 3, 40 or 52 required, sorry. It's turned out to be a really good evening game. Cut hard. That could go to the boundary. It doesn't. Well fielded from Afi Khan.
And this is the big matchup. Stanislaus on strike against Masi. Yeah, this over could go one or another way. Either he gets his wicket or these next 3 balls might go to the boundary.
Yeah, you imagine Stanislaus will like this sort of medium pace. Well, that's the old dead ball helmet job. I don't think I've seen that before. Look at this. Stanislaus isn't ready. Says, hold on, please wait. So then the keeper misses it, hits the helmet, dead ball. Maybe after it hit the helmet, Stanislaus should have said, no, I was ready. We'll take the 5.
Yeah, just blocks that one out. Credit to Masi, bowled up pretty tightly there to Stanislaus.
50 off 26. Is there more twists and turns on this network? You bet there is. It's down the leg side. He's very lucky man to get away with that. That should have been a boundary, but instead it's just one.
Very lucky to get away with that one, Masi. But it's Stanislaus back on strike. This is going to be a crucial ball. As you mentioned, Masi's pace might tempt Stanislaus into a big shot here. Is he going to maybe force a false stroke and present one of those fielders a catching opportunity? We'll wait and see.
Oh, play and miss. Finishes the over. Top over from Massey. Only goes for 3. He picks up a wicket, sneaks that one just inside. So 6 overs complete, 48 for 3.
Yeah, 8 runs if you include the leg buys in that over. And Samuel Stanislaus, very uncharacteristic for him. Just 16 runs of 12 deliveries, largely because he's been on the non-strikers end for so long. And they've just played this to perfection so far, the Southern Crusaders. The required continues to shoot up. It's now at just above 12. Still attainable for the Knights, but I think when you're defending just 97, I'm pretty pleased with that.
Looks like they're going to go to Afi Khan now. What can he do? In the air, nice cut shot. That could go for 4, you know. No, Michael will pull it in. A good throw here is close, I reckon. Not out that end. Oh, direct hit the other end. Might have been out. 2 scored.
The throw was just a bit too weak from out in the deep. I think he did well there, Michael Gunatilica, to get to that ball. As you can see, it's a weak throw. And, even if the keeper had gone for a direct hit, it would have been tight, but I think the batter would have made it back in time.
Afi Khan, also a sort of right arm medium. All the batsmen like this. Oh, swing. It's going to be a wide, but that's good signs for Afi Khan with the swing.
Yeah, we saw how well overseas did. All the swing they managed to get caused a lot of issues for Swee United earlier today. Michael Hart in particular was really, really good. So if one of these medium pacers can play a similar role to him, it could be pivotal for the Crusaders.
Swing, again, not controlled, just needs to get his line right here.
All credit to Mohammed for at least allowing that to go for a wide. I've seen a few batters spoil wides like that.
Oh, Afi Khan, Afi Khan, Afi Khan. Not sure what's happened here, but that's 3 consecutive wides in a tight game. And you've got to be careful of the clock as well.
Especially at the pace he's bowling at as well. He shouldn't be bowling those sorts of wides. It's a medium pacer. You just want it to be stump to stump, really.
Better. And they take a tight single. Will they get there? You bet they do. So 1 more to the total. There's a bit of pressure here on Stanislaus, who's 16 off 12. He's been there the whole time. But right now, they need a boundary.
Oh, absolutely, they do. And Afi Khan better make sure he isn't taken to the cleaners by Stanislaus.
Oh, it's hit flat and 6. That's exactly what they can't afford. Afi Khan just can't get it right. And Stanislaus is there, and while he's there, Edict's Knights will not be too stressed.
You just feel like Khan might be that Achilles heel in this bowling lineup. He goes a bit too short there, and that's criminal at that kind of pace. He gets punished by Stanislaus.
Yeah, they've got a couple of right-arm sort of medium bowlers that good players usually feast on. Another wide. This over is hurting them. It's 13 runs off 3 deliveries. And he's going to come around the wicket now. Just trying to find a way to make it work, Nish.
So Afi Khan, he batted so well in the previous match, making 54, giving his side some hope at the end, but he might be taking it away in this over with the ball in hand.
High in the air. Well, this is the moment. It's a steepler. Oh, and he holds on to it. I can't believe it. I really thought he wasn't going to be able to hold on to it. It went that high, but Stanislaus is gone, and we've got a seriously good game.
Well, I said that one of these bowlers might induce a false stroke from Stanislaus, and it was going to be a case of whether the fields would be calm enough to take that important catch. You know, looking at him, trying to gather himself for the catch. We weren't totally convinced he was going to take it, but somehow he holds on to it. It's not exactly textbook, but all that matters is the final result. Tries to do a little bit of flick in celebration, and Stanislaus is gone. This has completely swung this game back in favor of the Crusaders, and now you can say the Knights might be in a bit of trouble.
Not fully yet. I would say the Knights are ahead still, just.
I don't quite agree with
Well, there you go.
73%, but now it's, Crusaders
I think it's
53.
the other way. I would say Edix Knights should be 55% of the time they should be winning this game. They've still got 6 wickets in hand, but look, he takes the wicket after a pour over. Well done to Afi Khan. Oh, that one looked like it came back. Oh, yes, no, maybe, and it's a miss field. Certain run out if that man on your screen just picked the ball up.
Late drama here in Malta. Well, have a look at this. New batter comes out. That's Latif. Plays one off his pads. Huge amount of indecision between the two batters. And if there was a clean collection, there was a run out at the non-striker's end. It's all happening. So much drama to round out another great day of cricket here in Malta.
Short, Gundy ball, wide. I think he'll take the wide. That should have been hit for 6. This is very tight. I've got a bit of a tingle. This game has that sort of tingly feeling where he could be on for a golden ball finally.
Yep. Might be time to say the G word as can Khan close out this over. There's been 15 runs off this over so far.
Oh, big appeal. Pitching outside the leg stump, I believe. He'll be disappointed, but it's very difficult to get an LBW from around the wicket. Let's look where this pitches. Coming in. That is pitching outside leg. Also probably hitting just outside. Very good umpiring because he had to move his head to make sure.
Yeah, that was pitching just outside the leg stump. The impact was probably questionable as well. We'll have a look at some of the fixtures coming up tomorrow. Be good to see the Bujiba Blasters back after a while. It's been a few days since we saw them here on the European Cricket Network. They'll be taking on the Royal Strikers in a really good doubleheader. And we round our day out with Marsa against the Msita Warriors.
So, we've got 3 overs left. And we've got the Southern Crusaders fighting extremely hard on it. Low total, 33 off 18. Mohammed and Latif, we know, can hit the big ball. Yusuf has gone for 15 in 1 over, and he's going to have to bowl a second. Hit hard straight, that's 4. Well, they've gone back to Yusuf, who hasn't had the best of games. And it's 4 off the first.
Over pitches that delivery. Really good bottom-handed stroke by Mohammed. Gets a boundary. And I just feel it's going to be like that. It's going to be about 50-50 until we come down to the final balls of this game.
Well, I hope so. I hope it's a close one. A couple more boundaries, though, sort of really kill it. And the extra column is probably the biggest haunting they've got so far. I've got that now at 12 extras. And when you're defending 96, 12 wides, not just extras, 12 wides. It's way too many. Oh, that's a bit of swing. That's okay.
Yeah, they just need to get their line and length right here. They're getting a good amount of movement late in the day. These are Crusaders bowlers.
Yeah, as soon as that ball's swinging, they look, those right arm mediums look a little bit more tough. And one cramps him for a little bit of room. It's pushed into a huge gap on the leg side. And they'll just have to settle for 1.
Oh, there could be a run out on here with the way Mohammed and Latif are running between the wickets. They were very lucky not to be run out on the first ball. They batted out there together, but there's so much miscommunication between them. Have to be on their toes here, the fielders. There's an opportunity coming.
Hit hard off the hand, dot ball. Well done from Yusuf.
Very well done. For a split second, he just wondered if that was going to ricochet back onto the stumps. And he saved aside some runs. Good bit of fielding.
Every dot ball's massive. 27 off 14.
Well, it's going to take a while to nurse his hand, but they do need to keep an eye on the clock. They should be okay for now, but it's still worth looking at.
High 6. They're only 1 or 2 big shots away from really breaking this open, and now it's 21 off 13.
Oh, is that the shot that breaks the Camel's back? What an enormous hit. He manages to elevate it over the fielder at long on.
Yeah, that's the thing. With not many runs on the board, it only takes 2 hits, and then all of a sudden you're saying, well, they can't lose. So that's one of them. And you imagine Latif here is going to want to wind up and try pump this for 6 as well. He hits it hard and hits it sweetly. A 6 and a 4, and Edicts Knights take control.
You just feel this, these last couple of balls have been a real sucker punch for the Southern Crusaders. These last 2 overs have gone for 32 runs. Afi Khan did manage to get that Stanislaus wicket in his over, though. But this lower order for the Knights, which has been largely untested throughout this series, has come up big in a big moment in this match. You can just see the Knights go over the required for the first time this innings. They need just 17 runs now of the last 2 overs. Huge, huge responsibility for Mossy here. His first over went for just 3 runs. If he delivers something similar here, we're going to be in for a thriller.
Oh, don't think they can with that. The problem is they're lacking a little bit of depth in the bowling and different bowlers. A lot of right arm medium. 16 off 12 with 6 wickets. You should win that. And there's been about 14 wides. So, yeah, even half of those wides and you're still ahead maybe.
Probably going down the leg side. Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. 20 runs of extra so far. I mean, when the Knights are making a quarter of their runs of extras, it's going to be hard to win low-scoring thrillers. We'll have another look at that. Good decision by the umpire.
Yep, going down the leg side. Easy decision for him. And bye-bye ball. You imagine that 6 now kills it. The Crusaders have put up a valiant effort, but they're going to go on and more than likely lose from here.
Looks like they're inching closer to their 8th win of this series. Got to credit the Crusaders, though. They fought hard in both of these games. But it looks like the finalists from earlier this year are going to go down again.
Hard, straight, saves the boundary. If you can pick up a wicket here and get a new batsman to the crease and then squeeze a dot ball or 2, you're still in it. But if you don't pick up that wicket, it's game over. Sayonara. So they can just do this now and they'll win pretty easily. Plus they don't really, I'm not sure who they'll bowl in the last over. So yeah, good from the Knights who have doing what they need to do.
That's it. It'll be a huge challenge to see what they do here. That man Latif, he's taking the game away from them with the big shots he's hit.
Well, that's in the air again. That's also going to be one they'll think about too. Oh, they're going to come for 2. They steal a second. Well, there was never 2 there. Good running.
Great running between the wickets, and now the Crusaders might have to start experimenting, maybe start bringing more fielders into the ring just to make a match of this.
Yeah, 1 hit away from another day of cricket being finished here. And that is that hit. Nice shot, 6 runs. The Crusaders will be disappointed that they didn't take it to the last over. Too many extras. And in the end, the Edicts Knights, they were tested, but they are the deserved victors.
It's 8 straight wins for this dominant team. This was a slightly nervy game for them. This was one of the rare occasions their top order didn't click, but the lower order came to the party. They batted terrifically, particularly that man Latif. He was really, really good out there. Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up for you tomorrow. Great to see the Bajiba Blasters back after a while. They'll be taking on the Royal Strikers, and then we'll round out the day with another doubleheader between Marsa and the Msida Warriors. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. It was certainly a very entertaining innings to watch. Essel George hit that big 6, and what an incredible catch. Well, a lot of sports have crowd catches. We have commentators' catches.
Have you ever seen a commentator double high-five the fielding player? But anyway, there was a bit of fun in the sun. Basil George had to go early in this one. We don't often say that. And at the start, the Southern Crusaders, they're on a bit of a roll with the ball. They were taking wickets. They were having fun. They looked like they were pushing him. But Stanislaus still, he did enough at the top. He batted pretty nicely. And it was good to see the Edicts Knights use their lower order to get the win.
And they certainly did. And credit to the Crusaders. They kept chipping away. They fought hard. I love the spirit with which they played both these games despite being heavy underdogs. And this is another well-taken catch by Rahman. And now you're looking at some of the good hits by Latif right at the end of the innings. I mean, once he started striking the ball that sweetly, it was very, very hard to see the Crusaders pull out a victory. In the end, the Knights make it 8 wins in 8 to start off this series. Unfortunately for the Crusaders, they pick up their 4th loss of this series. They slump to a record of 2-4. We'll have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, 22 off 14 stands, but 26 off 8 for Lathith. I'm not too sure who decides man of the match, but he would be my man. Actually, that little cameo got them home in the end. The bowling figure as well is very special figures for Amman, 1 for 9. But I think just a couple of, not enough variation. A lot of right arm seam bowlers at around the same pace that came back to haunt them. And in the end, it was a good game, Nish.
It was certainly a very good game. We'll have a look at the match summary. The Crusaders were helped by a big score by Gopal Thakur in the first innings. He made 42 of 12, but in the end, the Knights win this one by 6 wickets with an over to spare.
Yeah, so another good day of cricket action completed. I want to say a big thank you to everyone at the Maltese Cricket Federation for having us out here. Spring Productions for all the great pictures they give us. The Blue Crew do such amazing work. Everyone, Meta and all the staff, thank you so much. Nish, thank you once more. You had a good day?
Had a great day. It was great to be alongside you here and can't wait to do it tomorrow.
Absolutely. We will be back again tomorrow. The table is heating up. We have Group A, Group B action. And, well, the cricket has been a bit topsy-turvy at times, but we've enjoyed all the live action today. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone in the chat. We will be back at 8:30 a.m. Standard Time tomorrow. And it's a good night. Sayonara. Goodbye from me. Goodbye for now.